The Black Year. Book 1, The Long Dim. Chapter 1. The Wake. The air tasted of rust and old bones. Cale woke to the weight of bodies pressing against him, 3 others in the sleeping pod, breathing the same foul air, recycling it between their masks. His own mask had slipped during the night, and the first inhale sent a spike of ash dust into his throat. He coughed, a wet, deep cough that felt like gravel scraping the inside of his lungs. Everyone coughed like that now. The ones who didn't were either dead or too young to have accumulated enough darkness inside them. He sat up slowly. The shelter was an old subway station, the 72nd Street stop, before the bombs had erased the street numbers and the names and the memory of what a subway even was. The ceiling was arched tile, most of it cracked, weeping black water that collected in shallow troughs they'd carved into the floor. The water ran toward a central drain that no longer led anywhere useful, but the troughs fed their collection barrels. Every drop was caught, every drop was boiled, filtered through crushed bone and sand, and boiled again. Beside him, a child stirred. Her name was Miri. She was 6 years old, born 2 years after the bombs, which made her one of the luckier ones. She had never known the sun, so she did not mourn it. Her mother had died of black lung 3 harvests ago, and now Miri slept in Cale's pod because no one else would take her. She was small and quiet, and she never cried, which Cale found more disturbing than any scream. "Miri," he said, his voice a dry rasp. "Mask." She reached up automatically, her small fingers finding the straps of her own mask, a piece of old canvas stitched around a frame of bent wire with a replaceable filter made of crushed charcoal and ash-catcher fabric. She pulled it over her mouth and nose, and her breathing became a soft, mechanical hiss. The pod was a nest of salvaged cloth, old curtains, car upholstery, the shredded remnants of what might once have been a wedding dress. They slept in a pile for warmth, arranged by size, the smallest in the center, the largest on the outside. Cale was on the edge, which meant he had spent the night with cold seeping into his back from the tunnel wall. His spine ached constantly now. He was 31 years old, but his body felt 60. He crawled out of the pod and stood, his joints cracking in sequence. The shelter's main chamber was a long platform where the trains used to stop. Now it held 37 people, the entire community. 37 names, 37 mouths, 37 sets of lungs, slowly filling with black dust despite the masks. 3 months ago there had been 42. The missing 5 were in the salt shed. Cale walked to the water barrel, dipped a tin cup into the cold, filtered water, and drank. It tasted of bones. It always tasted of bones, because the filters were made of them. Human bones, rat bones, whatever long ones they could find, crushed and layered to trap the radioactive particles that made the water glow. The water never glowed anymore, not to the naked eye. But the tenders tested it with pieces of old photographic film, and if the film turned white, they dumped the whole barrel and started over. No one had dumped a barrel in 62 days. That was almost a record. Cale, he turned. Lyra stood behind him, her mask hanging around her neck, a violation of the rules. But Lyra was a scavenger, and scavengers got to break rules. She was 22, with pale skin that had never seen the sun, and dark circles under her eyes that made her look like a raccoon. Her hair was shorn to the scalp to keep it from getting caught on jagged metal during runs. A long scar ran from her left ear to the corner of her mouth, parting her lip into a permanent half-smile that was not a smile at all. "Morning," she said. Her voice was hoarse but strong. Scavengers learn to breathe through pain. "You're supposed to wear the mask," Cale said. "Drinking." She lifted a cup of her own. "Can't drink through the mask." "You can lift it." "I did." She took a long swallow, then wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "Rumor says you're going out today." Cale nodded. He was a scavenger, too, though older than most. He had survived 14 years in the dim by being careful, by never taking the risk that didn't offer twice the reward. The young ones called him cautious. The old ones called him alive. "The old comms tower," he said. "The tenders think there might be copper in the upper levels. Wiring. We need copper for the filters." "Copper," Lyra snorted. "We need food, we need medicine, we need ammunition for the rifle, because the screamer packs are getting bolder and we've got 11 rounds left. Copper is a luxury. Without copper, the filters fail. Without filters, we drink the glow, which kills you slower than a screamer, but just as sure." Lyra looked at him for a long moment. Then she reached into the pocket of her coat, a patchwork thing made of 3 different jackets sewn together with fishing line, and pulled out a small cloth bundle. She unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a piece of chocolate. Not real chocolate, of course. Real chocolate had been gone for a decade. This was a brown paste made from roasted acorns, rendered screamer fat, and a tiny amount of some bitter powder the tenders called cocoa substitute, from a tin so old its label had turned to dust. But it was sweet, or sweet enough. "Found it in a dead scavenger's pack 2 weeks ago," Lyra said. "He didn't need it anymore. I've been saving it." "Why?" She rewrapped the bundle and pressed it into his hand. "Because you're going to the tower, and if you find copper, you're coming back. And we'll share it." "And if I don't come back?" Lyra looked at the salt shed, a small side tunnel they'd sealed with a door made of welded train car panels. Behind that door were the rendered remains of the last 5 dead. The fat in clay pots, the dried meat in strips, the bones in a pile waiting to be crushed for filters. "Then I'll eat it myself," she said quietly. "And I'll remember that you were an idiot for going to the tower." She walked away, her boots crunching on the ash that had drifted into the shelter, despite every seal they'd built. Ash got everywhere. It was in their food, their water, their lungs. It was in Miri's hair when Cale tucked her in at night. It was in the air before they even breathed it. Cale tucked the chocolate into his inner pocket, against his chest, where his body heat would keep it soft. Then he went to gear up for the tower. Chapter 2. The Scavenger's Kit. His pack was a child's backpack from the before, faded from red to a pale scab-colored pink. The zipper had been replaced with leather ties. Inside he carried 3 full water skins, goat stomachs carefully cured. A coil of braided nylon rope, salvaged from a climbing store, now frayed at the edges. 2 spare mask filters, a tin of screamer meat paste, salty, rank, but edible. A small clay lamp with a wick made of twisted cloth, fueled by rendered human fat. No one talked about this. Flint and steel wrapped in oiled cloth. A bone knife, his own femur. No, he didn't want to think about whose. A single bullet. Not for the community's rifle that stayed with the tenders. This bullet was for him, in case the screamers got him and he couldn't get back. It was a courtesy the community extended to its scavengers, a faster death than the alternative. He wore 3 layers, a wool sweater, moth-eaten but warm, a leather jacket, stitched together from 2 smaller ones, and a poncho made of rubber roofing material to protect against the acid rain. His boots were mismatched, one hiking boot, one work boot, both wrapped in plastic bags held on with wire. His mask was his most precious possession, a rubber respirator he'd found in an abandoned fire station, its original filters long since replaced with the bone charcoal mixture that everyone used now. The mask made him look like an insect. It made a wet, sucking sound with every breath. He strapped on his weapons, a length of rebar sharpened to a point. They called it the spike. and a sling for throwing stones. The community had guns, 3 pistols and 1 rifle, but ammunition was measured in single digits. Firearms were for emergencies only. The last time someone fired a gun was 4 months ago, when a pack of screamers had found the shelter's east vent and tried to dig in. They'd killed 7 of the creatures before the rest fled. They'd used 14 bullets. The tenders had calculated that they couldn't afford another attack like that. They'd survive 1 more, maybe 2. Then the guns would be silent. Cale walked to the shelter's entrance, a gap in the subway wall where the old street had collapsed inward, creating a ramp of rubble leading up to the surface. The tenders had reinforced the entrance with a door made of scrap metal and a dead car. It took 2 people to open it, by design. No one could open it alone, which meant no one could leave without permission, and no one could enter without being heard. A tender named Sorka stood watch. She was old, 50 maybe, with white hair and eyes that had gone milky at the edges from years of straining to see in the dim. She carried the community's rifle, a bolt-action thing from the before that had killed more screamers than anyone could count. Her finger rested near the trigger guard, not on it. The discipline of scarcity. "Cale," she said, "you're late. The dim is already fading toward dark." "I'm going anyway. The tower is 3 miles. You won't have more than an hour of usable light before the black comes. Then I'll be fast." Sorka studied him. Her eyes might be failing, but her judgment wasn't. "Take the south tunnel. It comes up closer to the tower. You'll avoid the old highway, fewer screamers that way. The south tunnel collapsed last month. It collapsed again. The rubble shifted. You can climb it now." Cale nodded. He didn't ask how she knew. Sorka seemed to know everything about the underground, every tunnel, every sewer, every basement that connected to another basement. She had been a civil engineer before the bombs, or so she claimed. No one could verify it, but no one doubted her either. In the dim, expertise was a currency more valuable than food. "One more thing," Sorka said. Her voice dropped. "There's something in the south tunnel. The scavengers who came back yesterday, they heard it, scratching, moving in the walls. Screamers? Different, slower, heavier." Cale felt his pulse quicken. "Did they see it?" "No, but they left fast, and they were 2 of our best." She reached out and touched his arm. Her hand was cold, the nails black with embedded ash. "Don't be a hero, Cale. If the tower is a trap, leave it. We can find copper elsewhere." "There is no elsewhere." "There is always elsewhere. It's just harder." She stepped aside and pulled the door open. The metal screeched, a sound that carried for blocks they knew, but they had no oil to quiet it. Everything in the dim made noise. Everything was heard. The screamers had excellent hearing. Cold air rushed in. It smelled of wet ash and something else, something like burnt rubber and old electricity. The air above ground always smelled like that now. The world had been cooked and hadn't finished cooling. Cale stepped through the door and into the tunnel. Behind him, the door screeched shut. The dark swallowed him whole. Chapter 3. The South Tunnel. He lit his lamp. The flame was small, a blue-yellow flicker that cast more shadows than light, but it was enough to see the tunnel walls, streaked with black moisture and white mineral deposits that looked like bones reaching out of the stone. His breathing echoed in the respirator. Suck, hiss, suck, hiss. The rhythm was almost musical. The south tunnel was narrower than the main subway. It had been a service passage, perhaps, or a water main. The floor was wet, and his boots squelched with every step. He walked slowly, the spike held in his right hand, the lamp in his left. Every 10 paces he stopped and listened, scratching. He heard it, faint, distant, to his left inside the wall. Scratch, scrape, drag. He thought of Sorka's words. Slower, heavier. Not screamers, then. Screamers were fast, blind, hairless rats the size of large dogs, with teeth that could strip flesh from bone in seconds. They screamed when they attacked, a high-pitched shriek that gave them their name. The sound was designed to paralyze prey. It worked on humans, too. Even experienced scavengers sometimes froze for that crucial second, and a second was all the screamers needed. This sound was different, methodical, almost thoughtful. Cale kept walking. The tunnel curved and the ceiling lowered until he had to stoop. Water dripped steadily from above, and he felt it on his neck, cold, acidic. It would leave a red mark. He'd wash it later with boiled water and hope the mark didn't turn into a sore. Radiation sores never healed. They just grew, like flowers made of rot. After what felt like an hour but was probably 20 minutes, he reached the collapse. Rubble filled the tunnel from floor to ceiling, but Sorka had been right. Someone had climbed it recently, leaving handholds and footholds in the loose stone. He tucked the lamp into his belt, slung his pack tight against his back, and began to climb. The rocks shifted under his weight. He heard grinding, felt the whole pile settle an inch lower. If it collapsed again while he was on it, he'd be crushed or buried. Either way, no one would dig him out. The community couldn't spare the calories. He climbed faster. At the top, he found a gap, a space between the top of the rubble and the ceiling of the tunnel. He squeezed through, scraping his ribs against stone, and dropped down the other side. His boots landed in shallow water. The lamp flickered but stayed lit. And then he heard it clearly. Thump, drag, thump, drag. Something was walking, in the tunnel ahead, coming toward him. Cale blew out his lamp. Darkness, absolute, complete, the kind of darkness that felt like a physical weight pressing on his eyes. He stood perfectly still, holding his breath, listening. Thump, drag. The thing was 50 feet away, maybe less. Thump, drag, 40 feet. He reached for his pack, for the single bullet in its small leather pouch. His fingers fumbled. He cursed silently, forced himself to slow down, and found the pouch. He opened it, pulled out the bullet, and held it in his left hand, not to load into a gun, he had no gun, but to hold. A talisman, a promise, a way out. Thump, drag, 30 feet. He could smell it now, not the ammonia stink of screamers. Something else. Something like burnt hair and spoiled meat and the inside of a grave. Thump, drag, 20 feet, and then, impossibly, a voice. Not human, not animal, something in between. A sound that tried to be words but didn't know how. A wet, bubbling whisper that came from the darkness ahead. Light. Cale's blood went cold. Light. You have light. The thing had seen his lamp before he blew it out. It had seen the flame, and it had come. He didn't wait. He turned and scrambled back up the rubble, not caring about the noise, not caring about the collapse. He clawed at the rocks, pulled himself up, and squeezed through the gap at the top. Behind him, he heard the thing speed up, thump, 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 drag, and then hit the rubble pile. The pile shifted. Rocks tumbled. Cale dropped down the other side and ran. He ran through the tunnel in total darkness, his hands out to feel the walls, his boots splashing through water, his breath ragged in the mask. He ran until his legs burned and his lungs felt like they were filling with glass. He ran until he saw a faint glow ahead, the community's entrance, a crack of brownish dim light leaking through the seams of the door. He slammed into the door with both fists. Open! Open now! The door screeched open. Sorka stood there, rifle raised, her milky eyes wide. What? Close it! She pulled him inside. Other hands pushed the door shut. The metal screeched, then thudded into place. Kale fell to his knees, tore off his mask, and vomited onto the floor. Thin yellow bile mixed with black flecks of ash. Kale. Lyra was there suddenly, her hand on his shoulder. What happened? What did you see? He looked up at her. His face was pale, streaked with sweat and ash, and tears he hadn't noticed crying. It spoke, he said. No one spoke. The community gathered in a circle around him. 37 faces in the lamplight, 37 masks hanging loose, 37 pairs of eyes reflecting the same question. It saw my light, Kale said, and it spoke. Sorka lowered the rifle. Her mouth tightened into a thin line. Then the tower stays, she said quietly. We don't go to the tower. We don't go anywhere near the south tunnel. We seal it tonight. But the copper, Lyra started. We seal it, Sorka repeated, and we pray that thing doesn't learn how to dig. Chapter 4. The Sealing. They worked through the black. There was no night and day anymore, only the dim and the dark, the dim being those few hours when the brownish-gray glow filtered down through the ash clouds, and the dark being everything else. The community worked in the dark most often. It was safer. The screamers were less active when the temperature dropped, and whatever had spoken to Kale in the south tunnel, no one wanted to think about that thing moving in the light. The sealing of the south tunnel entrance took 12 people working in shifts. They carried rocks from the old collapse, piled them against the door, and then piled more rocks on top of those. They wedged pieces of rebar between the stones. They poured water over the pile, letting it freeze into a cement of black ice that would hold until the next thaw, or longer if they were lucky. Kale worked with his hands until his fingers bled. He didn't speak. No one asked him to. Miri watched from the platform. She sat cross-legged on a salvaged car seat, her small mask making her face look even smaller, her eyes tracking every movement. She didn't ask questions either. Children in the dim learned early that questions led to answers, and answers were usually things you couldn't unhear. When the pile was high enough to block the entire passage, Sorka called a halt. The workers staggered back to the main chamber, their breath fogging in the cold air, their clothes stiff with frozen sweat. Lyra passed around cups of bone water, and everyone drank without tasting. That won't hold a screamer pack, said a man named Vic. He was one of the oldest survivors, 47, with a face like cracked leather and a missing left ear, chewed off by a screamer 3 harvests ago. If they decide to dig, they'll dig through that in an hour. Then we make sure they don't decide to dig, Sorka said. We stay quiet, we stay dark, no lamps after the dim fades, no talking above a whisper, and no one goes near that door. And if it comes through anyway? Lyra asked. Sorka looked at the rifle in her hands. Then we find out if bullets work on things that speak. The group dispersed. Some went to their pods, crawling into the piles of cloth and bodies to steal what sleep they could before the next dim. Others gathered around the central fire pit, a shallow depression in the platform floor where they burned insulation scraps and rendered fat, producing more smoke than heat, but enough warmth to keep fingers from freezing. Kale sat alone at the edge of the platform, his back against a tile pillar, his legs stretched out in front of him. He still had the bullet in his hand. He turned it over and over, feeling the smooth brass casing, the lead nose, the slight dent where it had been loaded and unloaded a dozen times by nervous fingers. Light, the voice echoed in his skull. It hadn't sounded hungry, exactly. It had sounded curious, as if it had never seen fire before or hadn't seen it in a very long time and wasn't sure what to make of it. That was worse. Hunger you could predict. Curiosity you could not. Lyra sat down beside him. She didn't say anything. She just leaned her shoulder against his and stared at the fire pit where a single flame flickered in a bed of ash. I should have gone with you, she said finally. You would have heard it too. Good. Then I'd know I wasn't going crazy. Cale turned the bullet over one last time, then tucked it back into its pouch. It wasn't a screamer. I figured. It wasn't any animal I've ever seen or smelled. So what was it? He thought about the voice, the wet, bubbling quality, the way it had stretched the word light into 3 syllables, as if it was tasting each one, the smell of burnt hair and spoiled meat and graves. I don't know, he said, but it wanted my lamp, it wanted the fire. Lyra was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, maybe it was cold. Cale looked at her. Her scarred face was half lit by the distant flame, the shadows making her look older, harder, like a statue of someone who had once been soft. Everything's cold, he said. Not everything. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the chocolate, the brown paste wrapped in cloth. She broke it in half and gave him the larger piece. Eat. He ate. It was bitter and sweet and fatty and wrong, and it was the best thing he had tasted in months. He chewed slowly, letting it dissolve on his tongue, trying to remember what real chocolate had tasted like before the bombs. He couldn't. The memory was gone, replaced by the taste of roasted acorns and screamer fat. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me. Just don't die tomorrow. I'll try. She stood up, brushed ash from her pants, and walked toward her pod. At the edge of the platform, she turned back. Cale. Yeah. If that thing comes back, if it gets through the door, don't use the bullet on yourself. Use it on the thing. She disappeared into the shadows. Cale sat alone for a long time, watching the fire die, feeling the cold creep into his bones. Somewhere in the distance, muffled by 100 tons of stone and ice, he heard scratching. Scratch, scrape, drag. He closed his eyes and didn't sleep. Chapter 5. The Salt Shed. 3 days passed without incident. The thing in the south tunnel did not return, or if it did, it made no sound that carried through the sealed door. The screamers stayed away, perhaps driven off by the scent of whatever had spoken. The community settled back into its grim routine. Wake, cough, drink, eat a paste of screamer meat and crushed acorns, check the water filters, mend clothes, sharpen weapons, tell the same stories in the same low voices, and wait for the dim to fade so they could sleep again. On the 4th day, someone died. Her name was Ilara. She was 53, one of the oldest, a tender who had spent her final years repairing the bone filters with hands that trembled from the black lung. She had been coughing for weeks, not the usual wet cough, but a deep, hollow sound like someone knocking on a door from the inside. 3 days ago, she had coughed up a piece of her own lung. It was black and rubbery and smelled of rot. She had looked at it in her palm for a long time, then closed her hand and said nothing. On the 4th day, she stopped waking up. Miri found her. The child had crawled into Ilara's pod to steal warmth. Ilara ran a fever that made her body hot to the touch, and in the dim, heat was heat. But Ilara's body had gone cold during the night, and Miri had pressed her small hand against the old woman's face and felt nothing but cooling flesh. The tender is gone, Miri said, standing in the center of the main chamber, her voice flat and empty. She had learned to say it that way. No grief, no drama, just a statement of fact, like announcing that the water barrel needed refilling. Sorka knelt beside Ilara's body. She checked for pulse, for breath, for the faint flutter of life that sometimes lingered in the chest. There was nothing. She closed Ilara's eyes, what was left of them. The black lung had taken her vision months ago, and stood up. The salt shed, she said. No one argued, no one wept. The ritual was old and familiar and necessary. 4 men carried Ilara's body to the side tunnel that served as the community's charnel house. They laid her on the stone table, a slab of granite salvaged from a collapsed kitchen counter, and removed her clothes. The clothes would be washed, mended, and reused. Nothing was wasted in the dim. Cale was one of the four. He had done this before many times. He knew the steps. Step 1. Wash the body with boiled water. Not for cleanliness, nothing was clean anymore, but to remove the worst of the ash and grime. The water would turn black and would be poured into a separate barrel to be filtered later. The dead gave back water. Everything gave back something. Step 2. Remove the organs, the heart, the liver, the kidneys. These would be examined by the tenders for signs of radiation sickness. If they were intact, if the tumors hadn't spread too far, they would be dried and stored. Organ meat was protein. Protein was life. Step 3. Render the fat. Ilara had been thin, her body consumed by the lung sickness, but there was still fat beneath her skin, yellow and waxy. They would cut it into small pieces and melt it in a clay pot over the fire pit. The rendered fat would become lamp oil, cooking grease, and, in desperate times, food. Step 4. Dry the meat. The muscles, what remained of them, would be cut into thin strips and hung from the ceiling of the salt shed, where the cold and the smoke would preserve them. The strips would be tough and salty, and would taste of nothing but survival. Step 5. Crush the bones. After the meat was gone and the fat was rendered, the bones would be dried in the fire pit until they were brittle, then crushed with a stone. The bone powder would be mixed with charcoal and used to line the water filters. It was the only thing that caught the radioactive particles. Cale performed his tasks in silence. He had stopped feeling disgust years ago. He had stopped feeling much of anything during the process. It was work. It was necessary. If he thought about it, if he let himself think about the fact that the woman he was cutting open had once taught him how to tie a tourniquet, had once shared her last tin of peaches with him during a bad winter, had once held Miri when the child had nightmares, he would not be able to do it. So he did not think. Lyra worked beside him, her hands steady, her face blank. She had been a scavenger for 6 years, and she had seen worse things than a dead old woman on a stone table. She had seen what the screamers left behind. She had seen what the radiation did to people who wandered too close to the burn zones. Compared to those deaths, Ilara's was gentle. A slow suffocation in her sleep, almost peaceful. Her hands, Lyra said quietly. Cale looked. Ilara's hands were curled into loose fists, her fingers still slightly bent from years of holding the bone filters. Under the nails, black ash had accumulated so deeply it had become part of the skin. Tender's hands, Cale said. She earned them. Lyra nodded. She took Ilara's left hand and began to wash it, carefully, gently, as if the old woman could still feel it. She believed the sun would come back, Lyra said. Did you know that? She told me once. She said the clouds would thin eventually, that it might take 50 years or 100, but the sun would come back. Did you believe her? Lyra was silent for a moment. Then she said, I wanted to. They finished the work. The fat went into the clay pot. The meat went onto the drying racks. The organs were wrapped in cloth and stored in a cool corner of the shed. The bones were set aside for crushing, and Ilara's empty skull, cleaned of flesh, boiled until it was white, was placed on a shelf with the others. 37 skulls before hers, now 38, each one marked with a small notch, the year of death measured in harvests. Ilara's skull would receive 14 notches. She had survived 14 years after the bombs, longer than most, not as long as some. Cale looked at the row of skulls. He recognized many of them, friends, lovers, enemies, people he had laughed with, fought with, shared the last drop of water with. All of them gone now, their fat on his lamp wicks, their bones in his water filters, their meat in his belly. He left the salt shed and walked back to the main chamber where Miri was waiting for him. Did it hurt? The child asked. No, Cale lied. She went to sleep and didn't wake up. Is she with the sun now? The question caught him off guard. The sun? Miri had never seen it, but she had heard the old stories that the tenders told to comfort the dying. Stories about a yellow light that warmed the skin, about blue skies and green grass and rain that didn't burn. Stories that Cale himself had stopped believing years ago. Yes, he said, she's with the sun. Miri nodded, accepting this, and climbed into her pod to sleep. Cale sat beside her, watching her breathe, listening to the soft hiss of her mask. Scratch, scrape, drag. The sound was back, faint, distant, but unmistakable. It was coming from the sealed door. Chapter 6. The Listeners. The radio cult occupied the deepest part of the shelter, a maintenance closet that had once held electrical equipment and now held 3 people and a hand-cranked radio. They called themselves the Listeners, though others called them the Cranks, or less kindly, the Wasters of Energy. Their leader was a thin, bald woman named Parla, who claimed to have been a communications officer in the before. No one believed her, but no one challenged her either. The Listeners were harmless, and their crank generators provided a trickle of electricity for the community's single working light bulb, a dim, flickering thing that hung above the tender's workbench. Cale went to see Parla on the 5th day after the scratching had kept him awake for the 3rd straight night. The maintenance closet was cramped and smelled of sweat and ozone. Parla sat cross-legged on a pile of old cables, her hands resting on the radio, a gray metal box with dials that glowed faintly green in the darkness. Her 2 acolytes, a young man named Dent and an older woman named Gorse, sat behind her, taking turns cranking the generator. The crank made a steady whir-clunk sound that was almost hypnotic. "You want to hear the static," Parla said. It wasn't a question. "I want to know if there's anything out there," Cale said. "Anything besides us and the screamers and the thing in the tunnel." Parla's eyes were pale blue and strangely calm. She had been a listener for so long that the static had become her normal. She heard voices in it, or claimed to. Most people thought she was delusional. Cale wasn't sure. "There's always something out there," she said. "The question is whether it's listening back." She turned a dial. The radio crackled. Static filled the small room, a white noise hiss that seemed to have texture, shape, weight. Cale had heard it before, but never this loudly. It pressed against his eardrums like water. "You hear that?" Parla said. "That's the murmur. It's always there, always talking." "That's just static," Cale said. "Is it?" She turned another dial. The static shifted in pitch, becoming lower, more rhythmic, almost like breathing. "Listen." Cale listened. For a moment he heard nothing but the hiss. Then, beneath it, something else. A pattern. A sequence of rises and falls that didn't sound random. Shh, click, shh, click, shh, click. "It's repeating," he said. "Yes." "What is it?" Parla smiled. It was not a comforting smile. "That's what I've been trying to find out for 14 years. Sometimes I think it's a signal from another survivor group, too far away for us to understand. Sometimes I think it's the clouds themselves, singing. And sometimes—" She leaned closer. Her breath smelled of old meat and tooth decay. "Sometimes I think it's the bombs, that they didn't just explode and stop, that they're still going, still burning, still talking to each other in a language we're not meant to understand." Cale pulled back. "That's insane." "Probably." Parla turned the radio off. The silence that followed was almost painful. "But you didn't come here to hear about the murmur. You came because of the scratching." Cale hesitated. Then he nodded. "The thing in the tunnel," he said. "It spoke. It said light. It wanted my lamp." Parla's expression didn't change, but her hands tightened on the radio. The listeners have heard things like that before, not often. But sometimes when we scan the frequencies, we pick up sounds that aren't static. Sounds that come from the surface. Sounds that move. "What kind of sounds?" Parla looked at Dent. The young man stopped cranking and wiped his forehead with a sleeve. His face was pale, his eyes ringed with exhaustion. "Voices," Dent said. "Not human, but trying to be." "And breathing," Gorse added. Her voice was a raspy whisper. "Heavy breathing, like something big, something that doesn't need a mask." The room felt colder. Cale pulled his mask tighter, checking the seal. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked. "Because you saw it," Parla said. "Or heard it, at least. Most people don't believe us. They think we're crazy, but you went into the south tunnel. You heard it speak. And you came back. I ran. You came back. That's more than most." She reached into a pouch at her belt and pulled out a small object, a piece of black glass, curved and smooth, the size of her palm. "This is a mirror. From the before, we found it in a dead scavenger's pack. I've been keeping it for years, waiting for someone who needed to see." "See what?" "See what's following us." She held the mirror up to Cale's face. In the dim light of the closet, his reflection was a ghost. Pale skin, dark circles, the indentation on his nose where the mask had pressed for so long that the skin had permanently changed shape. But that wasn't what Parla wanted him to see. "Look at your eyes," she said. He looked. His eyes were brown, ordinary, tired. "Look closer." He leaned toward the mirror, and then he saw it. In the center of each pupil, where the darkness should have been absolute, there was a tiny pinprick of light. Not a reflection, something else, something that glowed faintly, greenishly, like the dials on the radio. "What is that?" he whispered. "I don't know," Parla said, "but everyone who has heard the murmur for long enough gets it. The light in the eyes, the listeners have it. The scavengers who spend too much time in the burn zones have it." She paused. "The thing in the tunnel probably has it too." Cale lowered the mirror. His hands were shaking. "Can it be cured?" he asked. Parla took the mirror back and tucked it into her pouch. "I don't think it's a disease," she said. "I think it's an adaptation. The world has changed. The sun is gone. The radiation is everywhere. And something in us is changing too. Growing, learning to see in the dark. The thing in the tunnel," Cale said. "It saw my light. It wanted it. Maybe it's not just cold. Maybe it's hungry for whatever is inside us, the light in our eyes." Parla said nothing. She didn't need to. Outside the closet, the scratching continued. Scratch, scrape, drag, closer now. Chapter 7. The Fever. 3 more days passed. The scratching did not stop. It grew louder. By the 8th day since Cale's trip to the South Tunnel, the entire community could hear it. The sound came through the sealed door at all hours, a slow, deliberate scraping, as if something was dragging a heavy object back and forth across the stone on the other side, not trying to break through, just waiting. The children stopped sleeping. Miri woke screaming twice a night, though she never remembered her dreams. The adults moved through the shelter with their shoulders hunched and their hands never far from their weapons. Even the tenders, usually so calm and methodical, jumped at sudden noises. And then the fever came. It started with Vic, the one-eared man who had doubted the sealed door would hold. He woke on the 9th morning with a temperature so high that his skin steamed in the cold air. His eyes, always pale, had turned a faint, sickly green, like the glow of old dials on the radio. He coughed constantly, but not the wet, rattling cough of black lung. This was a dry, hacking sound, as if something inside him was trying to claw its way out. "The light," he whispered when Cale knelt beside his pod. "I see it, everywhere, in the walls, in the water, in my own hands." Cale looked at Vic's hands. They were trembling, the fingers curled into claws. Under the nails, the ash had turned green. "Has anyone else seen this?" Cale asked Sorka. The old tender shook her head. Her milky eyes were fixed on Vic's face. "The fever spreads through contact. Stay back. Don't touch him. Don't breathe his air." "Then what do we do?" Sorka was silent for a long moment. Then she said what everyone was thinking. "We wait. Either he gets better or he doesn't. If he doesn't," she glanced toward the salt shed, "we move him before the others catch it." Vic didn't get better. By the 12th hour, his fever had climbed so high that his sweat evaporated as fast as it formed, leaving a crust of salt on his skin. He stopped speaking coherently. His words became a stream of fragments, names from the before, street addresses, half-remembered songs, and always, always the word light. He said it over and over in a voice that grew wetter and more bubbling with each repetition. By the 24th hour, he was dead, but not before 3 others had touched him, not before Lyra, trying to wipe his forehead with a damp cloth, had felt his skin against her wrist for just a second, not before Dent, the listener's acolyte, had leaned too close to hear what Vic was whispering, not before Miri, curious and unafraid, had crawled into his pod to see why the man was making such strange sounds. By the 28th hour, Lyra had the fever. By the 32nd, Dent. By the 36th, Miri. Chapter 8. The quarantine Sorka acted fast. She had been a tender for 12 years, longer than anyone alive, and she had seen plagues before. The winter sickness of year 7, which had taken 11 people in 2 weeks. The bloody flux of year 9, which had killed 8. The screamer plague of year 11, which wasn't a plague at all, but a parasite carried in the rat meat, and which had made people's skin crawl with living things under the surface. She knew what to do. The quarantine zone was the old tunnel mouth, the same south passage they had sealed against the thing in the darkness. Sorka ordered the rocks moved, just enough to create a small chamber between the door and the main shelter. The sick would go there. The healthy would stay here. Food and water would be pushed through a gap in the rocks. Nothing else would pass. "You're putting them in there with that?" Cale asked, grabbing Sorka's arm. His voice was low, but his grip was tight enough to hurt. "The thing is on the other side of that door. You're putting Miri—" "I'm putting them where they can't infect the rest of us." Sorka pulled her arm free. Her face was hard, her milky eyes unreadable. "I don't like it any more than you do. But if this fever spreads to the whole community, we all die. Not some of us. All of us. And then there's no one left to protect Miri or Lyra or anyone. What about Dent? Dent goes with the others. The listeners can survive without him." Cale wanted to argue. He wanted to pick up his spike and fight something, the fever, the thing in the tunnel, Sorka herself. But there was nothing to fight, just a sealed door and 3 sick people and a cold, logical choice that made his stomach turn. He went to Miri. She was lying in her pod, her small body curled into a ball, her mask still strapped to her face. Her skin was pale, paler than usual, and her eyes were closed. But when Cale touched her forehead, he felt the heat. It was like touching a stove. "Miri," he said softly. "Miri, can you hear me?" Her eyes opened. They were green. Not the pale green of sickness, but a deep emerald glow that seemed to come from somewhere behind her pupils. She looked at Cale without recognition. "Light," she whispered. Her voice was wrong, too deep, too wet, bubbling. So much light inside me and inside everyone. We're all full of it. We just forgot. Miri, it's Kale. You're sick. You need to go to the quarantine zone, just for a little while, until you get better. She blinked. For a moment her eyes cleared and she was just a 6-year-old girl again, scared, confused, in pain. Kale, she said. Her normal voice, her real voice. I'm here. Don't leave me. He picked her up. She weighed almost nothing, a bundle of cloth and bone and fever heat. He carried her to the quarantine zone where Lyra and Dent were already sitting against the wall, their faces pale, their eyes glowing faintly green. Lyra looked up when Kale entered. Her scarred mouth twisted into something that might have been a smile. Brought the kid, she said. Her voice was hoarse, but still hers. The fever hadn't taken her speech yet. Good, she shouldn't be alone. None of you should be here, Kale said. But we are. Lyra reached out and touched Miri's hair as Kale laid the child on a pile of spare cloth. So now we deal with it. The rocks were moved back into place. The quarantine zone became a separate chamber, connected to the main shelter only by a narrow gap at the bottom of the pile, wide enough to push a cup of water through, too narrow for a person to crawl. Kale stood on the main shelter side, his hands pressed against the cold stones, listening. He could hear Miri crying. He could hear Lyra shushing her, singing a lullaby from the before, the words half forgotten and softly wrong. He could hear Dent coughing, that dry, hacking sound that had come from Vic before the end. And beneath all of it, he could hear the scratching. Scratch, scrape, drag. On the other side of the door, on the other side of the rocks. The thing was still there, waiting, listening, patient. Sorka put a hand on his shoulder. You did the right thing. Did I? There was no right thing, only a less wrong thing. She turned away. Now we wait. And we pray. Kale didn't pray. He hadn't prayed since the bombs fell, since the sky turned black and the sun disappeared, and all the gods of the before had failed to stop any of it. But he stood at the rock pile for a long time, listening to Miri cry, and he wished fervently, desperately, that there was someone to pray to. Chapter 9, The Dream. On the third night of the quarantine, Kale dreamed. He rarely dreamed anymore. The black lung and the constant exhaustion had stolen his dreams years ago, replacing them with a blank, gray nothing that was almost restful. But this night he dreamed. He was standing in a field. Not a real field, he had never seen a real field, not since he was a teenager before the bombs, but a field from the stories. Green grass, blue sky, a yellow sun warm on his skin. He could feel it, the heat, the light, it soaked into his bones like water into dry earth. In the center of the field stood a tree. It was large and old, with branches that spread wide and leaves that rustled in a wind he couldn't feel. Under the tree sat a figure. It was human-shaped, roughly, but wrong in ways that made his eyes hurt when he looked too closely. Its skin was the color of ash. Its eyes were green. Bright, glowing green like Miri's, like Lyra's, like the radio dials in the listener's closet. You came, the figure said. Its voice was wet and bubbling, but also familiar. It was the voice from the tunnel. The voice that had said light. Where am I? Kale asked. You're in the between, the place where the living go when they're closest to dying. The figure stood up. It was taller than a person should be, its limbs too long, its joints bending in directions that made Kale's stomach lurch. You're dying, Kale, not quickly, not yet. But the light is in you too. The same light that's in the child, the same light that's in the woman, the same light that's in me. I don't have any light. The figure laughed. It was a terrible sound, like bones breaking, like glass shattering, like the last gasp of a drowning man. Everyone has light. You just can't see it yet. But you will. When the fever takes you, when the glow fills your eyes and your lungs and your blood, then you'll see. Then you'll understand. Understand what? The figure leaned closer. Its face was blank. No nose, no mouth, just smooth ash-colored skin with two green eyes burning in the middle. But Cale could feel it smiling. He could feel the hunger behind that blankness. That there's no such thing as death, the figure whispered. Only transformation. Only change. The bombs didn't end the world. They remade it. And now we're all becoming something new. Something that doesn't need the sun. Something that thrives in the dark. Cale tried to step back, but his feet were rooted to the ground. The grass beneath him had turned black. The sky above him had gone gray. The sun was gone. The child, Cale said. Miri, if she dies, she won't die. Not really. She'll become like me, like all of us. And one day, when the transformation is complete, she'll open the door and let the rest of you in. The door to the shelter. The door to everything. The figure raised a hand. Its fingers were too long, too thin, each one ending in a small, glowing point of green light. The shelters are just cages. The masks are just chains. The sooner you stop hiding, the sooner you can begin. Cale woke up screaming, and he was in his pod alone, Miri's spot empty beside him, the cloth still warm from where she had slept. His mask had slipped off during the night, and his breath fogged in the cold air. His eyes burned. When he rubbed them, his fingers came away wet with something that wasn't tears. It glowed, faintly, greenly. He stumbled to the water barrel and looked at his reflection in the dark surface. His eyes were still brown, mostly. But in the center of each pupil, the pinprick of light had grown. It was no longer a dot. It was a circle, small but unmistakable, glowing like an ember in the dark. Cale? He turned. Sorka stood behind him, her rifle slung over her shoulder, her milky eyes studying his face. You have it, she said. The light. I saw something, he said. His voice was hoarse, raw. In a dream. It spoke to me. It said the fever isn't a sickness. It's a transformation. Sorka was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, I know. You know? I've seen it before, 3 years ago. Another scavenger came back with a light in his eyes. He got the fever. He died, or seemed to. But before he died, he said the same things Vic said. The same things the child is saying now. About the light, about the transformation, about the door. What happened to him? Sorka looked toward the salt shed. His bones are in the filters. His fat is in the lamps. His meat fed us for a week. Cale felt sick. You killed him. He was already dead. The thing in the tunnel, or whatever was speaking through him, it wasn't him anymore. It was something else wearing his skin. She turned back to Cale, her face hard. If the same thing happens to Miri, to Lyra, we'll do what we have to. The community comes first. The living come first. And the thing in the tunnel? Sorka didn't answer. She didn't need to. From the quarantine zone, through the gap in the rocks, Cale heard Miri's voice. It was high and clear and wrong, the same wet, bubbling quality as the figure in his dream. Let us in, she said. We're so cold out here. Let us in. Behind her voice, the scratching continued. Scratch, scrape, drag. But now it was faster, more urgent, as if the thing on the other side of the door had finally decided to stop waiting. Chapter 10. The Breaking. The scratching stopped at midnight. Not faded, not slowed. Stopped. One moment it was there, scratch, scrape, drag, a sound so constant over the past 2 weeks that it had become a kind of white noise, a rhythm the community had learned to sleep to. The next moment, silence. Cale was awake when it happened. He had been standing at the rock pile, listening to Miri's breathing on the other side. Her voice had fallen silent hours ago, replaced by the wet, rattling sound of the fever's final stage. Lyra had stopped singing. Dent had stopped coughing. The quarantine zone was quiet in a way that felt more dangerous than any noise. Then the scratching stopped, and the door opened. Not the rock pile, the door beyond it. The sealed door. The one they had buried under tons of stone and ice and rebar. Cale heard the metal screech, a sound of pure agony, as if the door itself was screaming, and then a crash as the rocks on the other side tumbled inward. Something was coming through. "To arms!" Sorka's voice cut through the darkness. She was already at the rock pile, her rifle raised, her finger on the trigger. "Everyone to the main chamber, now!" The community scrambled. People poured out of their pods, grabbing weapons, spikes, slings, bone knives, the 3 pistols kept in a locked box near the tender's bench. Children were pushed into the deepest corners, behind the water barrels, under piles of cloth. The fire pit was kicked out, plunging the chamber into near-total darkness. Cale pulled his spike from his belt and moved to stand beside Sorka. His eyes, still glowing faintly green, gave him an edge. He could see shapes in the dark that others couldn't. The rock pile, the gap, the shadows moving beyond it. "What is it?" he whispered. "I don't know," Sorka said. "But when it comes through, shoot first. Don't wait. Don't ask questions." The rocks shifted. A hand appeared through the gap, pale, slender, human-shaped. It gripped a chunk of stone and pulled it aside. Then another hand. Then a face. It was Lyra. She climbed through the gap with movements that were too smooth, too fluid. Her body was the same, the scarred face, the shorn hair, the patched coat. But something behind her eyes had changed. The green glow was bright now, spilling out of her pupils like light through cracks in a dam. She smiled, and her teeth were the same, but her tongue moved wrong, curling around words that didn't fit in a human mouth. "Hello, Cale," she said. Her voice was Lyra's voice, but also the bubbling, wet voice from the dream. "We've missed you." "Lyra," he raised his spike. "Step back. Go back to the quarantine zone." "There's no quarantine zone anymore. There's no door. There's no shelter. There's just us, the ones who've seen the light and the ones who haven't." She stepped forward, and the others behind her followed. Dent crawled through the gap, his eyes glowing, his face blank. And behind Dent, small and pale and terrible, Miri. She was 6 years old, but she moved like an old woman, her joints cracking, her head tilted at an angle that hurt to look at. Her mask was gone. Her face was streaked with ash and tears and something that glowed green. Her eyes, those beautiful, innocent eyes, were solid emerald now. No pupil, no iris, just light. "Cale," she said. Her voice was wrong, too deep, too knowing. "You came to the field, you saw the tree, you saw me." "That wasn't you," Cale said. His hands were shaking. The spike felt heavy, useless. "That was the thing in the tunnel, the thing that spoke. It's all the same thing now." Miri took another step. Behind her, the gap in the rocks widened, and more shapes moved in the darkness beyond. Not human shapes, but something else, something larger, something that had been waiting in the south tunnel for a very long time. "The fever doesn't kill, it connects. We're all part of it now. The screamers, the rats, the things that crawl in the deep places. And soon—" She smiled. It was Miri's smile, but stretched too wide. "Soon you will be too." Sorka fired the rifle. The shot was deafening in the enclosed space. The bullet struck Miri in the chest, a clean hit, center mass. The child staggered back a step, looked down at the wound, and laughed. Not a child's laugh, a wet, bubbling, hungry laugh. "That won't work," she said. We're not alive anymore. Not in the way you mean. She pulled the bullet out of her chest with 2 fingers. There was no blood, just green light spilling from the wound like smoke from a fire. She dropped the bullet on the floor. It clinked against the stone and rolled to a stop at Cale's feet. Sorka fired again. This time she aimed at the head. The bullet passed through Miri's skull and embedded itself in the wall behind her. The hole in her forehead glowed green. She tilted her head, curious, like a bird examining a strange object. "That tickles," she said, and then the thing from the tunnel came through the gap. Chapter 11. The Thing. It had no name. The survivors would later try to describe it, to give it shape in words, to make it comprehensible, but every attempt failed. It was tall, that much was certain. Taller than any human, its head brushing the arched ceiling of the subway platform. Its body was made of many things. Pale skin stretched over bones that bent wrong, patches of fur and scales and feathers that didn't belong on the same creature, limbs that ended in hands and hooves and claws, and sometimes just stumps of glowing green light. Its face was the worst. It had no fixed features. Every time Cale looked at it, the face changed, becoming Lyra's, becoming Miri's, becoming Sorka's, becoming the face of his own mother, dead 14 years in the first blast. It smelled of burnt hair and spoiled meat and the inside of a grave. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, each step making a sound like thump, the foot, and drag, something trailing behind. And it was covered in light, not the soft green glow of the fever. A harsh, brilliant light that came from inside its chest, shining through its skin like a lantern through wet paper. "Finally," it said. Its voice was a chorus, 100 voices speaking at once, all of them wet and bubbling and hungry. "Finally, you let us in." Sorka fired again, and again, and again. The rifle clicked empty after the 5th shot, the community's entire remaining ammunition for that weapon. The bullets passed through the thing like stones through fog, leaving holes that sealed themselves instantly. The thing didn't even look at her. It looked at Cale. "You," it said, "the one with the lamp, the one who ran. You saw us in the tunnel and you ran. We understand. Fear is natural. Fear is the first stage. But now," it took a step closer. The light from its chest illuminated Cale's face, casting strange shadows. "Now you've seen the child. You've seen the woman. You know the fever doesn't kill. It opens doors." "Stay back," Cale said. His spike was raised, but his hand was shaking so badly that the point wavered. "Or what? You'll stab us. You'll shoot us. We've been stabbed and shot and burned and buried. We've been dead for 14 years, Cale. That's what the bombs did. They killed us, all of us. But we didn't stay dead. We couldn't. The radiation, the light, it put us back together. Wrong, different, but alive." Cale looked at Miri. She stood beside the thing, her small hand resting on its leg, her glowing eyes fixed on his face. She looked happy, peaceful even, as if the fever had taken away all her pain, all her fear, all the sharp edges of being a child in a dead world. "Miri," he said, "can you hear me? The real you?" She blinked. For a moment the glow in her eyes dimmed, and he saw her, the 6-year-old girl who had curled up beside him in the pod, who had asked if Elara was with the sun, who had trusted him to keep her safe. "Cale," she said, her real voice, small and scared and so young. "It hurts. Everything hurts. But the light makes it stop. The light makes everything warm." "That's not warmth," he said. "That's the radiation. It's eating you from the inside." "Maybe." The thing spoke again, its chorus voice drowning out Miri's. "But it's also giving her something she never had before. Power, sight, connection. She can see the whole city now, Kale. Every tunnel, every ruin, every survivor hiding in the dark. She can see the other communities, the ones you thought were alone. And she can see the sun. Kale froze. What? The sun? The thing's face shifted, becoming Sorka's, becoming Lyra's, becoming a face he didn't recognize. Young, beautiful, alive. The clouds are thinning. Not soon. Not in your lifetime, perhaps. But they're thinning. And when they break, when the light comes back, the world will change again. The question is whether you'll be ready. Ready for what? The thing leaned closer. Its light was blinding now, filling Kale's vision with green. Ready to stop hiding, it whispered. Ready to come out of the dark, ready to see what we've become. And then it touched him. Chapter 12. The Touch. The moment the thing's hand, if it was a hand, touched Kale's chest, the world exploded into light. He saw everything. He saw the bombs falling, not from the sky, but from the earth, rising up like reverse lightning, tearing the world apart from the inside. He saw the clouds forming, black and thick, blocking out the sun for what would become decades. He saw the survivors crawling out of the rubble, the first ones, the lucky ones, the ones who would die slow deaths from radiation poisoning, while the ones who came after learned to adapt. He saw the screamers evolving, their blind eyes shrinking into their skulls, their teeth growing sharper, their hunger growing endless. He saw the plants dying, the soil turning to ash, the rivers running black. He saw the cities crumbling, skyscraper by skyscraper, until the ruins were just another part of the landscape. And he saw the others, the ones like the thing in the tunnel, the ones who had died, truly died in the first weeks after the bombs, but whose bodies had been so saturated with radiation that something had grown in the empty spaces. Something that remembered being human. Something that wanted to be human again. They were everywhere. In the tunnels, in the ruins, in the deep places where the light never reached. They had been waiting for 14 years, patient and hungry, watching the living struggle and suffer and die, waiting for the moment when the living would be weak enough, desperate enough, to let them in. That moment was now. You see, the thing whispered, its voice inside his skull now. You understand. Kale tried to pull away, but he couldn't move. The light held him in place, pinned him like an insect to a board. We don't want to hurt you, the thing said. We want to help you. The fever is a gift. It takes away the pain, the hunger, the cold. It makes you part of something larger, something that will survive no matter what happens to the world above. The world above is dead, Kale said. His voice was his own, but barely. The world above is changing. As are you. The thing's hand, or whatever it was, pressed deeper into his chest. He felt something crack inside him. Not a bone, something deeper, something he hadn't known was there. Let us in, Kale. Let us show you. And Kale, tired, hungry, cold, alone, almost said yes. But then he heard Miri scream. Not the fever's scream, not the chorus voice, her real voice, the voice of a 6-year-old child in terrible pain. He looked at her and he saw that the glow in her eyes was flickering, fighting against something inside her. She was still there, still fighting, still human. Kale, she gasped, don't let it. It lies, all of it lies. The thing's head turned toward her. Its face shifted into something angry. Sharp teeth, burning eyes, a mouth that opened too wide. Quiet, it said. You're confusing him. Good, Miri said. He should be confused. He should be scared. He should fight. The thing raised a hand to strike her, and Kale moved. He didn't think. He didn't plan. He just moved. His spike came up, not toward the thing's body, which bullets couldn't hurt, but toward its chest. Toward the source of the light, the glowing, pulsing core that had been shining through its skin like a lantern. He stabbed. The spike sank into the thing's chest with a sound like breaking ice. Green light exploded outward, hot and blinding, throwing Cale backward against the wall. He hit hard, his head cracking against the tile, and slid to the floor. When he opened his eyes, the thing was screaming. Not the chorus voice now, a single voice, high and thin and human. A voice that sounded like it was dying, truly dying, the way things died before the bombs, the way he remembered death being before the world had learned to cheat. The light in its chest flickered, dimmed, went out. The thing collapsed. Its body, whatever it had been made of, crumbled into ash, the same black ash that covered everything in the dim. Within seconds there was nothing left but a pile of gray powder and the faint, lingering smell of burnt hair. Cale stood up. His head was bleeding. His hand was burned where he had held the spike. But he was alive. He looked at Miri. The glow in her eyes had dimmed. Not gone, not completely, but faded. She was crying, real tears cutting tracks through the ash on her cheeks. "Cale," she whispered, "it hurts. It still hurts." "I know," he said. He walked to her, knelt down, and pulled her into his arms. She was hot, still feverish, but her body felt human again. Solid, real. "I know it hurts, but you're still you, that's what matters." Behind them, Lyra groaned. She was on her hands and knees, coughing, the green glow in her eyes flickering like a dying flame. Dent was already unconscious, his body twitching, his breath shallow. Sorka stepped forward, the empty rifle hanging from her hand. Her milky eyes moved from the ash pile to Miri, to Cale. "What just happened?" she asked. Cale looked at the spike in his hand. The tip was blackened, cracked, smoking faintly. "I stabbed the light," he said, "and the light went out." Chapter 13. The Aftermath. For a long moment after the thing crumbled to ash, no one moved. The community stood frozen in the darkness of the main chamber. 37 people reduced to 32 now that the fever had taken its toll. The fire pit was dead. The only light came from the faint green glow still fading in the eyes of the sick, and from the small, sputtering flame of a single lamp that someone had managed to relight. Cale held Miri against his chest. Her body trembled, racked with shivers that had nothing to do with the cold. The heat of the fever was draining out of her, leaving behind a child who was pale and weak and terribly small. But her eyes, he checked her eyes, were no longer solid green. The pupils had returned, dark and normal, ringed by irises that were still faintly luminescent, but fading with every breath. "She's coming back," he said. He didn't know if he was speaking to Sorka or to himself. "She's still in there." Sorka knelt beside him. She pressed 2 fingers to Mary's neck, feeling for a pulse. The old tender's face was unreadable, a mask of bone and ash and years of loss. "The fever hasn't broken," she said. "It's retreated. There's a difference. Will she live?" Sorka was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I don't know. None of us have ever seen someone survive this long after the eyes turned green. Most are dead within hours of the first glow." "Miri's not most." "No, she's not." Sorka stood up, wincing as her knees cracked. "But hope isn't medicine, and faith isn't a filter. We need to treat her, treat all of them, as if they're still contagious. The quarantine stays in place until we understand what we're dealing with." Cale wanted to argue. He wanted to carry Miri back to her pod, wrap her in every piece of cloth in the shelter, and stay with her until she either woke up or didn't. But Sorka was right. He hated that she was always right. "The thing," he said instead, "it turned to ash when I stabbed the light." "Why?" Sorka looked at the pile of gray powder on the floor. It was already mixing with the black ash that covered everything, becoming indistinguishable from the ordinary grime of the dim. "Maybe you killed it," she said. "Maybe the light was its heart and you broke it. Or maybe—" She paused, her milky eyes narrowing. "Maybe it was never really here. Maybe it was always just a projection, a shadow cast by something much larger, somewhere much deeper." That's not comforting. Nothing about this world is comfortable. You know that better than anyone. Cale looked at Lyra. She was sitting up now, her back against the wall, her hands pressed to her temples. The green glow in her eyes had faded to the same faint pinprick that Cale saw in his own reflection. She caught his gaze and held it. "I remember everything," she said. Her voice was raw, scraped clean by the fever. "Everything it showed me. The tunnels, the other communities, the sun." "The sun?" Cale stood up, still holding Miri. "The thing said the clouds were thinning. Is that true?" Lyra closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were tired and human and full of a grief that had no bottom. "I saw it," she said, "not clearly, like a memory of a memory, but I saw light coming through the clouds, not the brown glow, real light, yellow, warm." She swallowed hard. "It's still up there, Cale, the sun. It's been up there this whole time. We just couldn't see it." "And the other communities? The ones the thing showed you?" Lyra's face twisted. "Some of them are dead, empty shelters full of bones. Some of them are changed, like the thing in the tunnel, like what Miri and I almost became." She looked at the child in Cale's arms. "There's one community, though, far from here, deeper underground. They've been down there since the bombs fell, never came up, never saw the dim. They have food, water, generators, 100 people, maybe more. How do you know?" "Because the thing showed me the way. It wanted me to go there, to bring the fever with me." Lyra's hands dropped from her temples. She looked at her palms, still faintly green. "I'm still carrying it. We all are. The fever didn't leave when the thing died. It's inside us now, waiting." Cale felt cold creep up his spine. He looked at Miri's face, peaceful now in sleep, and wondered what was growing inside her chest, what light was waiting to bloom. "We need to find that community," he said. Sorka turned sharply. "What? After everything that just happened, you want to go toward the thing's destination?" "The thing is dead, but the fever isn't. And if there are 100 people living underground, not knowing what's coming for them—" He looked at Lyra. "We have to warn them." "Or," Lyra said quietly, "we could join them. 100 people, food, water, generators. We could survive down there. Really survive. Not just scrape by on rat meat and bone water. We don't know if they'd take us. We don't know if they'd have a choice." Lyra's hand went to her belt where her bone knife hung. "After what I've seen, Cale, I'm not sure I want to ask permission anymore. I'm not sure any of us should." The silence that followed was heavy. The survivors looked at each other, at the children hiding behind the water barrels, at the old ones leaning on their spikes, at the young ones with the green glow still fading from their eyes. They were 32 people in a dead subway station, living on borrowed time and rendered fat. Sorka broke the silence. "We vote," she said. "Tomorrow, when the dim returns, we vote. Stay or go. Fight or flee, but tonight—" She looked at the pile of ash where the thing had died. "Tonight we rest, and we pray that nothing else comes through that door." No one prayed, but everyone rested, or tried to. Cale carried Miri to her pod and laid her down. He covered her with every scrap of cloth he could find, the wedding dress, the car upholstery, the shredded curtains. She was still feverish, but her breathing had steadied. The wet, bubbling rattle was gone, replaced by the soft, rhythmic hiss of her mask. He sat beside her and watched her sleep. Lyra came and sat beside him. She didn't speak. She just leaned her head against his shoulder and closed her eyes. Her hand found his, and their fingers intertwined, both of them still faintly glowing, green and dim, like stars fading at dawn. "We're not going to survive this," she whispered. "Probably not," he said. "Then why are we still trying?" Cale looked at Miri, at her small chest rising and falling, at the faint green light still pulsing behind her eyelids. "Because she is," he said, "and that's enough." Chapter 14. The Vote. The dim came on schedule, 6 hours later. It was the same brownish-gray glow that had passed for daylight for 14 years, just enough light to see shapes, to count faces, to read the fear in each other's eyes. The community gathered in the main chamber, sitting in a loose circle around the dead fire pit. The rifles were empty. The pistols had 3 bullets between them. The spikes and knives and slings would have to be enough. Sorka stood in the center of the circle. She had washed her face and hands, a rare gesture, a sign of respect for the occasion. Her milky eyes swept over the group, counting, cataloging, remembering. "We have a choice," she said. Her voice was steady, but Cale could hear the weariness underneath. Not a good choice. Not an easy choice, but a choice. She held up one finger. Option 1, we stay. We seal the south tunnel again, better this time. We rebuild the filters. We hunt screamers. We survive the way we always have, one day at a time, until we die or the sun comes back. She held up a second finger. Option 2, we go. Lyra saw another community in her fever dream, a deep shelter far from here, with food and water and 100 people. We find them. We join them. Or, she paused, we take what they have. Murmurs rippled through the circle. The word take landed like a stone in still water. "You're talking about war," said a woman named Tess, one of the tenders. She was young, 25, with quick hands and a slower tongue, against people who've done nothing to us. "I'm talking about survival," Sorka said. "The thing in the tunnel wanted us to go to that shelter. It wanted us to bring the fever. If we go, we might be doing exactly what it planned. But if we stay," she spread her hands, "we're sitting here waiting for the next thing to come through the door, or the next fever, or the next winter that kills half of us." "What about the sun?" The voice came from the back of the circle, a child no older than 10, whose name Cale couldn't remember. "Lyra said the clouds are thinning. If we stay, we might see it someday." "Maybe," Sorka said. "Or maybe the clouds will thicken again. Maybe the thing was lying. Maybe the fever was lying. We don't know. We can't know." "Then we vote," Cale said. He stood up, still holding Mary's hand. "Not on the future. On the next step. Stay or go." Sorka nodded. "All in favor of staying, raise your hand." Hands went up. Thess, 2 of the older scavengers. The children, most of them, because staying was all they'd ever known. 11 hands in total. All in favor of going. 21 hands, Cale's among them. Lyra's, Sorka's, even Dent, still weak from the fever, his hand trembling as he raised it. The vote was decided. They would go. "There's one more thing," Lyra said. She stood up slowly, her body still aching from the fever's retreat. "The thing showed me more than just the shelter. It showed me the path. And the path goes through the burn zones." The circle went silent. The burn zones were the places where the bombs had fallen. The epicenters, still warm after 14 years, still glowing with a soft blue light at night. No one went there. No one who went there ever came back whole, if they came back at all. "How deep?" Tess asked. Her voice was barely a whisper. 3 days through the worst of it, Lyra said. "Maybe less if we move fast, but we'll need protection. Lead-lined clothing, dosimeters, the old ones from the before, if any still work. And we'll need to be quick. Every hour in the burn zones takes a year off your life. Our lives are already measured in weeks, Cale said. What's a few more years? He looked at Miri. She was awake now, her eyes open, watching him. The green glow was almost gone, just a faint shimmer at the edges of her pupils, like heat rising off a stone. I want to see the sun, she said. Her voice was small but steady. The real sun. Before I die. Cale knelt beside her. You're not going to die. Everyone dies, she said. Ilara died. Vic died. My mother died. The only question is whether you see something beautiful first. He had no answer for that, so he just pulled her close and held her, feeling her heartbeat against his chest, fast and fragile and so fiercely alive that it made his eyes burn. The burn zones it is, Sorka said. We leave at the next dim. Pack light, carry only what you need, and say your goodbyes now, because some of us won't be coming back. No one spoke, no one needed to. The dim began to fade toward dark, and the survivors dispersed to their pods, to their packs, to their quiet private terrors. Cale stayed in the circle, holding Miri, watching the green light fade from her eyes. Scratch. He heard it again. Faint, distant, scrape, drag, not from the sealed door, from somewhere deeper, somewhere below. The thing was dead. But there were others. There were always others. And they were listening. Chapter 15. The packing for a journey into the burn zones was not like packing for a scavenging run. A scavenging run lasted hours. This journey would last days if they survived. Weeks, perhaps, if the path was as long and dangerous as Lyra remembered. Each person was allowed one bag, no more. Everything they couldn't carry would be left behind, to rot or be scavenged by whoever came after. Cale packed, 3 water skins full, 2 spare mask filters, a tin of screamer meat paste, a tin of rendered fat, for lamp fuel and cooking, flint and steel, his bone knife, a coil of rope, a small bag of crushed bone for water filtration, the bullet, still in its pouch, still meant for him if it came to that. A strip of dried meat from the salt shed, human meat. He didn't think about whose. He looked at the pile of belongings and felt a hollow ache in his chest. This was his life now. Everything he owned, everything he needed to survive could fit in a child's backpack. Miri packed her own bag. She was small and slow, but she insisted on doing it herself. Her pack contained 1 water skin, 1 spare mask filter, a small piece of chocolate, the last of Lyra's, saved for a special occasion. A smooth stone, gray and cool, that she had found in the tunnel years ago and never let go of. A strip of dried meat, not human. She was too young to know about that, and Cale intended to keep it that way. Is that everything? Cale asked. Miri looked at her pack, then at him. Do you think we'll find toys in the deep shelter? The question caught him off guard. Toys. She was 6 years old. She had never owned a toy. Not a real one, not the kind from the before. Her games were played with stones and shadows and the bones of dead things. Maybe, he said. I hope so. She nodded, satisfied, and closed her pack. Lyra approached, her own bag slung over her shoulder. She had changed into a different coat, thicker, darker, with more pockets. Her scarred face was set in a hard mask of determination, but her eyes betrayed her. She was scared. They were all scared. The listeners are coming with us, she said. Parla insists. She says the radio might help us navigate the burn zones, something about the static changing near radiation sources. Or she just doesn't want to be left alone in the shelter. Both, Lyra shrugged. Doesn't matter, she's useful, and Dent is still weak from the fever. He'll need help walking. We're all weak. Some of us are better at hiding it. She looked at Miri, who was busy arranging her pack for the 10th time, making sure everything was in the right order. She's doing better, Lyra said quietly. The fever retreated further during the night. Sorka checked her eyes this morning. Almost no glow left. Almost. Almost is the best we have. Cale nodded. He didn't say what he was thinking. That almost was a liar's word. Almost alive. Almost human. Almost safe. In the dim, almost was just another way of saying not yet dead. Sorka called the community together one last time before the dim. They stood in the main chamber, 32 people in tattered clothes and mismatched boots, their masks strapped to their faces, their packs on their backs. The shelter looked emptier now, the pods abandoned, the fire pit cold, the water barrels drained and stored. They were leaving behind everything they had built over 14 years. Everything except each other. We're not coming back, Sorka said. It wasn't a question. This shelter has kept us alive, but it's also kept us trapped. The world outside is dangerous. It's always been dangerous. But there's more out there than screamers and ash and the things that speak in tunnels. She looked at each of them in turn, her milky eyes moving slowly, deliberately, as if memorizing their faces. I don't know if the deep shelter is real. I don't know if the sun is coming back. I don't know if we'll survive the burn zones. But I know this. We've survived worse. We've survived the bombs. We've survived the long dark. We've survived the fever. And we'll survive this. Or we won't. But we'll do it together. She raised her hand empty, no weapon, no tool. Together, she said. The community echoed her. Together. 32 voices, 32 masks, 32 hearts beating in the darkness. Cale took Miri's hand. Lyra took his other hand. The circle held for a moment, a fragile, fleeting thing, and then broke. The dim was coming, and they had a long way to go. Chapter 16. The Surface. The door screeched open for the last time. Cale stepped through first, his spike held low, his eyes scanning the darkness beyond. The tunnel that led to the surface had been empty for years. The screamers avoided it after the community had killed so many of them in the early days. But emptiness was no guarantee of safety. In the dim, nothing was ever truly empty. There were always shadows, always sounds, always the sense of something watching from just beyond the edge of sight. He climbed the rubble ramp slowly, testing each foothold before putting his weight on it. Behind him, the rest of the community followed in single file, Lyra with her bone knife, Sorka with her empty rifle, a threat more than a weapon now, Miri clutching her smooth stone, and the others strung out behind them like beads on a fraying thread. The air grew colder as they ascended, colder and thicker. By the time Cale reached the surface, his mask was already clogged with ash, and he had to stop to tap it clean. The world above was the same as it had always been. Gray-brown sky, black ground, and a wind that carried the smell of burnt things. The ruins of the city stretched in every direction, skeletal skyscrapers leaning against each other like tired old men, collapsed highways snaking through valleys of rubble, and everywhere, the ash. It covered everything. It filled the cracks in the pavement, piled against the walls of the remaining buildings, drifted across the streets like black snow. Cale had been on the surface hundreds of times. He had scavenged these ruins, hunted screamers in these streets, buried friends in these ash drifts. But this time felt different. This time he wasn't coming back. The burn zones are northeast, Lyra said, coming up beside him. She pointed toward a cluster of collapsed towers in the distance. About 3 miles that way. The radiation will start to climb as soon as we cross the old riverbed. The river's dry. The riverbed isn't. The ash settled there, feet deep. It's still hot. Some of the old fallout collected in the low spots. We'll need to go around, not through. How much longer will that take? Half a day, maybe more. Depends on how fast we move. They didn't move fast. The community was weak, weakened by the fever, by hunger, by 14 years of slow dying. The children had to be carried after the first mile. The old ones leaned on the young ones. Even Cale, who had made this journey dozens of times, felt his legs shaking by the time they reached the riverbed. It was as Lyra had described, a wide, shallow depression in the landscape, filled not with water but with ash. The ash was deeper here, knee-high in some places, waist-high in others, and it glowed faintly blue in the dim light. The glow was beautiful in a terrible way, like stars fallen to earth, like the sky had cracked open and spilled its insides onto the ground. "Don't touch it," Sorka said, her voice sharp. "Don't even get close. The glow means it's still hot. One step in that ash and you'll be dead within the week." "So how do we get across?" Thess asked. "We don't. We go around." Lyra pointed to a narrow path that hugged the edge of the riverbed, where the ash was thinner and the glow was almost invisible. "That way. Single file. Stay on the path. If you slip, don't try to catch yourself. Just fall inward, away from the ash." "And if someone falls into the ash?" No one answered. They all knew the answer. The person would be left behind. The community couldn't afford to risk exposure for a corpse that would be dead in a matter of days anyway. They walked for hours. The path was narrow and unstable, crumbling under their boots. Twice Cale heard someone slip behind him, felt his heart lurch, and then heard the scrambling sound of recovery. No one fell. Not yet. By the time they reached the far side of the riverbed, the dim was already fading toward dark. They had traveled less than 2 miles. At this rate, the burn zones would take days, not hours. "We need shelter," Sorka said. "We can't travel in the dark, not this close to the hot zones. The screamers will be out soon." "There's an old parking garage about a 1/4 mile ahead," Cale said. He had scavenged it years ago, before the screamer packs had grown so bold. The upper levels collapsed, but the lower level is still intact. Good cover, only one entrance. "Take us there." They reached the garage as the last of the dim bled out of the sky. The entrance was a dark mouth in the side of a crumbling concrete structure, half buried in ash. Cale went in first, his lamp lit, his spike ready. The lower level was empty, just concrete pillars, a few rusted cars, and the skeletons of the people who had taken shelter here when the bombs fell. 14 years old, those skeletons. The bones were picked clean, bleached white by time and radiation. "We'll sleep here," Cale said. "Keep the lamp low. One person on watch at all times. If you hear scratching, wake everyone." The community settled in. They huddled together for warmth, using the rusted cars as windbreaks. Miri curled up in Cale's lap, her small body pressed against his chest. Her eyes were closed, but he could tell she wasn't sleeping. Her breath was too fast. Her hands kept twitching. "Miri," he whispered, "what's wrong?" "I see them," she whispered back. "The things in the tunnels, the ones like the thing we killed. They're watching us." "How do you know?" "Because they're in my head. They never left. The fever just put them to sleep. But they're waking up now. The light is waking them up." Cale looked at her eyes. In the dim glow of the lamp, he could see the green flickering again, faint but there, returning. "We're going to find the deep shelter," he said, "and when we do, we'll find a way to stop them, to cut them out of you." Miri opened her eyes. They were green and brown and human and wrong all at once. "I don't want them cut out," she said. "I want them to be quiet, that's all. I just want them to be quiet." She closed her eyes again, and after a long time she slept. Cale did not sleep. He held her and watched the entrance and listened for scratching. The scratching didn't come, but something else did. Chapter 17. The Other Survivors. It was Parla who heard them first. The listener had been sitting apart from the group, her radio on her lap, the hand crank turning slowly in the darkness. She had been scanning the frequencies, not for the murmur, but for anything else. Voices, signals, proof that the community wasn't alone in the wasteland. She found it just before the dark reached its deepest point. "I have something," she said, her voice low but urgent. "A transmission, not static, not the murmur, a voice." Cale was on watch. He crossed to her in 3 quick strides, his spike ready. "A human voice?" "I think so." Parla turned a dial. The radio crackled, hissed, and then, "Pete, this is Haven. We are located at the old geothermal plant, 5 miles northeast of the city center. We have food, water, medical supplies, and shelter. If you can hear this, come to the green light. Repeat, come to the green light. This is Haven. We are waiting." The transmission repeated, then dissolved into static. Cale stared at the radio. "Haven, that's not the deep shelter Lyra saw." "No," Lyra said. She had woken at the sound of the voice and was now standing behind Cale, her face pale. "The deep shelter was farther, different direction. This is something else, something closer, something that's broadcasting openly. That's either very brave or very stupid." Sorka joined them, her milky eyes fixed on the radio. "Or it's a trap. The thing in the tunnel could have set it up. A lure to draw survivors into the burn zones." "The thing is dead," Cale said. "One thing is dead. There are others. You know that." He did know that. He could feel it, the same sense of being watched that had followed him since the South Tunnel. The same green flicker at the edges of his vision. The same whisper in the back of his mind that sounded almost like Miri's voice, but wasn't. "We should check it out," Lyra said. "The geothermal plant is on the way to the burn zones. It's not a detour, it's on the path." "You want to walk into a potential trap?" "I want to find food and medical supplies. We have 3 days of screamer meat left, maybe 4. After that, we're eating leather and bone water." She gestured at the group, the children, the old ones, the sick. "We won't survive the burn zones on empty stomachs." Sorka was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded. "We go to Haven. But we go carefully. Weapons ready. Masks on. And if anything feels wrong, anything at all, we leave. No heroics." The community packed up and moved out before the dim returned. They traveled by lamplight, a thin thread of fire in the vast darkness, following the radio's directions toward the green light. The green light. Cale couldn't stop thinking about those words. Green was the color of the fever, the color of the thing's eyes, the color of the glow in Miri's pupils. And now it was the color of salvation, or the promise of it. He didn't believe in coincidences. Not anymore. Not after 14 years in the dim. The geothermal plant was a low, sprawling complex of concrete and rusted pipes, nestled in a valley between 2 collapsed hills. The green light was visible from half a mile away, a steady, pulsing glow that rose from the center of the complex like a beacon. "What is that?" Is whispered. "Geothermal vents sometimes glow," Sorka said. "Sulfur compounds. Nothing dangerous." "It's not sulfur," Lyra said. Her voice was tight. "It's the same color as the fever. The same color as the thing's light." Cale raised his spike. "Weapons ready. Stay close. If I tell you to run, you run. Don't look back." They approached the complex slowly, staying low, using the rusted pipes for cover. The green light grew brighter with every step, casting strange shadows that seemed to move on their own. The air smelled of sulfur and ozone and something else, something sweet and almost cloying, like rotting flowers. The entrance to the plant was a large metal door, hanging open on broken hinges. Beyond it, Cale could see a corridor lined with pipes, the walls streaked with green luminescence. "Hello," he called out. His voice echoed in the darkness. "We heard your transmission. We're survivors. We need shelter." Silence, then footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoing. A figure emerged from the corridor. It was human, or had been once. A woman, perhaps 40 years old, with gray hair and a face etched with radiation burns. She wore a tattered coat and a mask, not a respirator like theirs, but a simple cloth tied around her mouth and nose. Her eyes were pale, almost white, and they glowed faintly green. "Welcome to Haven," she said. Her voice was flat, emotionless. "We've been waiting for you." "How did you know we were coming?" Cale asked. The woman smiled. Her teeth were stained green. "We didn't," she said, "but they did." She gestured behind her. More figures emerged from the corridor, dozens of them, men and women and children, all with the same pale skin, the same green glowing eyes, the same flat, emotionless voices. "They told us you would come. They told us to prepare a place for you, and now you're here." The woman stepped closer, her green eyes fixed on Miri. "The child first. She's already one of us. She just doesn't know it yet." Cale stepped in front of Miri, his spike raised. "Stay back." "You can't hurt us," the woman said. "We're not like the thing in the tunnel. We're not dead. We're just changed. The fever didn't kill us. It opened our eyes. And now we see everything." She reached out her hand. Her fingers were long and pale and tipped with green light. "Come with us," she said. "Come into the light. Come home." Behind Cale, someone screamed. Chapter 18. The Haven's Heart. The scream came from Thess. Cale spun, his spike ready, expecting to see one of the green-eyed figures attacking. But Thess was standing where she had been, her hands clamped over her mask, her eyes wide with terror. She wasn't screaming because she was hurt. She was screaming because she had seen something behind them. Cale turned back to the woman with the green eyes, and he saw it. Behind the woman, deeper in the corridor, the green light was moving, not flickering, flowing. It poured out of the walls, out of the pipes, out of the cracks in the concrete, pooling on the floor like liquid. It wasn't just light. It was something else, something alive. "The fever," Lyra breathed. "It's everywhere, in the walls, in the water, in the air." The woman smiled. "We told you. We're not sick, we're transformed." "Transformed into what?" Cale demanded. The woman tilted her head as if the question confused her. "Into more, into better, into the next step." She gestured at the green light pooling at her feet. "The bombs didn't destroy the world. They accelerated it. Evolution, Cale. That's all this is. Evolution. Evolution doesn't make people into monsters." "Monster?" The woman laughed, a flat, hollow sound. "We're not monsters. We're the opposite. We're the ones who stopped fighting. The ones who accepted the change. The ones who realized that the old world is dead, and the only way to survive is to become something new." She stepped closer. The green light rose around her ankles, her knees, her waist, clinging to her like a second skin. "You can fight it," she said. "You can run, you can hide, but the fever is in you already. The child has it, the woman has it, even you, Cale, you have it. The light in your eyes is small, but it's there, growing, waiting." "Then why haven't I turned?" he asked. "Why am I still myself?" "Because you're still fighting. The transformation is slower when you resist, painful, but it's inevitable. Everyone turns, everyone becomes part of the light. It's only a matter of time. Behind the woman, more figures emerged from the corridor. Dozens of them, hundreds perhaps. It was hard to tell in the shifting green glow. They filled the entrance to the geothermal plant, their pale faces expressionless, their green eyes fixed on the community. Sorka, Kale said quietly, we need to leave, now. And go where? Sorka's voice was calm, but he could hear the edge underneath. They're blocking the entrance. We're surrounded. Not surrounded. Lyra pointed to a side passage, a narrow gap between two massive pipes, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. That leads to the old turbine room. If we can get there, there might be another exit. How do you know? Because the thing showed me. In the fever dream. This place, Haven, it was in the vision. The thing wanted me to see it. Why? Lyra's face was pale, her scarred mouth tight. Because this is where the fever started. The geothermal plant was hit by a bomb, not directly, but close. The radiation combined with the heat from the vents created something new, something that could spread through the air, through the water, through the ground. The green light, Kale said. The green light, it's been growing for 14 years, seeping into everything. The thing in the tunnel was just one of many, a piece of the larger whole. Haven is the heart, the source. The woman with the green eyes laughed again. She understands. Good. Then you know there's no escape. The light is everywhere. It's in the soil, the water, the air you breathe. Even if you leave this place, you carry it with you. It will grow, it will spread, and one day you'll come back. They always come back. Kale looked at Miri. The child was staring at the green light with an expression he couldn't read. Not fear, not wonder, but something in between. Recognition almost. As if she had seen this place before. As if she had been here in her dreams. Miri, he said, can you hear me? She turned to look at him. Her eyes were green. Not flickering green, not fading green. Solid green. The same green as the woman's, the same green as the light. I hear everything, she said. Her voice was wrong again, the wet, bubbling quality that had terrified him in the shelter. They speak to me, Kale. The light, the fever. They say I'm special. They say I was born for this. No. He grabbed her shoulders, forcing her to look at him. You were born in the dark. You were born human. You're Miri. You're not the fever. You're not the light. You're Miri. She blinked. For a moment the green dimmed. Her real eyes, brown, tired, scared, peered out at him. Kale, she whispered. It hurts. Make it stop hurting. I will, he said. I promise. He turned to the woman with the green eyes. You said the light is the source. If we destroy the source, does the fever die? The woman's smile faltered. You can't destroy it. It's not a thing, it's a place. A process. Can it be destroyed? She was silent for a long moment. Then she said, The turbine room. There's a valve, the main geothermal vent. If you opened it all the way, the pressure would blow the plant apart. The light would scatter. It wouldn't die, but it would disperse, weaken. Show us. No, the woman's face hardened. The light is our home, our family. We won't let you destroy it. She raised her hand, and the green light rose with it, forming shapes in the air, tendrils that reached toward the community like grasping fingers. Sorka, Kale said, take everyone to the turbine room. Now. What about you? I'll hold them off. You can't. Go. Sorka hesitated for a heartbeat. Then she grabbed Miri's hand and pulled her toward the gap between the pipes. The rest of the community followed. Lyra, Thess, Dent, Parla with her, Radio, the children, the old ones. They squeezed through the narrow opening, one by one, disappearing into the darkness beyond. Cale stood alone in the corridor, his spike raised, facing the green-eyed woman and the dozens of figures behind her. "You're making a mistake," she said. "We don't want to hurt you. We want to help you. Then let my people go. They can't leave. The light won't allow it." She stepped closer. The green tendrils reached for him, brushing against his arms, his chest, his face. They were warm, almost comforting. "Join us, Cale. Stop fighting. Let the light in. It's so much easier, so much warmer." He felt it then, the pull, the same pull he had felt in the dream, standing in the field with the thing from the tunnel. The desire to give up, to stop struggling, to let the fever take him and transform him into something that didn't feel pain or hunger or fear. For a moment he almost let it, and then he thought of Miri, her small hand in his, a voice whispering, "Make it stop hurting." He raised his spike. "I said no," and he charged. Chapter 19. The Turbine Room. The turbine room was massive, a cathedral of rusted metal and broken glass, filled with the sound of dripping water and the hiss of escaping steam. The green light was weaker here, filtered through layers of concrete and pipe, but it still pulsed from the walls, from the floor, from the ceiling. It was everywhere. It was in everything. Sorka led the community through the darkness, her empty rifle held high, her milky eyes scanning for threats. Behind her, Lyra carried Miri. The child was limp now, her eyes closed, her breath shallow. The fever was rising again. They could all see it. The green glow seeping through her skin, pulsing in time with her heartbeat. "We need to find the valve," Sorka said. "The main geothermal vent. Cale is buying us time, but not much." "How do we find it in this darkness?" Tess asked. Parla stepped forward, her radio crackling. "The static changes near the vent. The radiation creates interference. If we follow the strongest signal..." "Then lead," Sorka said. Parla raised her radio and walked slowly through the turbine room, turning in a circle, watching the dials. The static hissed and popped, growing louder as she moved toward the center of the room. "There," she said, pointing to a massive metal wheel set into the floor, rusted, half buried in green glowing sludge. "That's the valve." Lyra set Miri down and walked to the wheel. She grabbed one of the spokes and pulled. It didn't move. She pulled again, harder, and felt it shift, a fraction of an inch, no more. "It's stuck," she said. "The rust has fused it. We need leverage." Tess and Dent joined her. Together they pulled. The wheel groaned, shifted, stopped. Green light spurted from the seams around its base, hissing like steam. "Again," Lyra said. "Harder." They pulled again. The wheel turned, a quarter turn, then half. The green light grew brighter, hotter, filling the room with its sickly glow. "Keep going," Sorka said. "Don't stop." From the corridor behind them, they heard screams. Not human screams, the wet, bubbling screams of the green-eyed things that had once been people. "Cale." Lyra pulled harder. The wheel turned another quarter turn. The floor beneath her feet began to shake. "Almost there," she gasped. "Almost." The doors to the turbine room burst open. The green-eyed things poured through, dozens of them, their faces twisted into masks of rage, their hands extended, their fingers tipped with green light. Behind them, limping, bleeding from a dozen wounds, came Cale. He had his spike in one hand and a green glowing chunk of something, a piece of the thing, perhaps, or a piece of the wall, in the other. His mask was torn, his face was streaked with ash and blood, but he was still standing, still fighting. "Turn the valve," he shouted. Lyra threw her weight against the wheel. Tess and Dent did the same. The wheel groaned, screamed, and then it turned. All the way. The main geothermal vent opened wide. The green light exploded. It burst from the floor, from the walls, from the ceiling, a torrent of pure, burning radiance that filled the turbine room with its glare. The green-eyed things screamed, their bodies convulsing, their skin blistering and cracking. The light was too much for them. It was consuming them, burning them away from the inside. "Everyone down!" Sorka shouted. The community dropped to the floor, covering their heads, pressing their masks against the stone. The light washed over them, hot, blinding, terrifying. Cale felt his skin blister. He felt his eyes burn. He felt something inside him crack open, the same way it had when the thing touched him in the shelter. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The light faded. The heat receded. The turbine room was dark again, darker than before, the green glow gone from the walls, from the floor, from the pipes. Cale sat up slowly. His hands were shaking. His eyes were watering. But he could see. In the darkness he could see. The green-eyed things were gone. Not dead, not exactly. They had collapsed into piles of ash, the same ash that covered everything in the dim. The same ash that had been there from the beginning. The fever had dispersed, weakened, scattered to the winds, but not destroyed. Cale knew it wasn't destroyed. He could feel it, still in the back of his mind. A whisper, a memory, a promise. He crawled to Miri. She was lying on the floor, her eyes closed, her chest barely moving, but her skin was no longer glowing. Her eyes, when he lifted her eyelids, were brown again, tired, human. "Miri," he said, "can you hear me?" Her lips moved, a whisper, so faint he almost missed it. "The sun," she said. "I saw it, in the light, for just a moment. I saw the sun." Cale pulled her into his arms and held her. Around them the community stirred. They were alive, all of them. Bruised and burned and exhausted, but alive. Lyra crawled to Cale's side. Her face was streaked with tears, or maybe just ash. It was hard to tell. "What now?" she asked. Cale looked at the darkness beyond the turbine room. The geothermal plant was collapsing around them. The pressure from the vent had cracked the foundations, and the walls were beginning to crumble. "We find the deep shelter," he said. "The one you saw in the fever dream. We find it, and we keep going. We don't stop, not until we find the sun." "And if the sun never comes back?" He looked down at Miri, at her small, sleeping face, at the faint, fading glow that still lingered behind her eyelids. "Then we make our own light," he said. Chapter 20. The Road North. They left the geothermal plant as it collapsed behind them, a series of low, grinding crashes that shook the ground and sent clouds of ash billowing into the air. No one looked back. There was nothing to see, just rubble and green light and the memory of things that had once been people. The road north was harder than anything they had traveled before. The burn zones lay ahead, miles of irradiated wasteland where the bombs had fallen hardest. The ground was glassy and black, slick with melted rock that had cooled into jagged ridges. The air shimmered with heat, even in the dim, and the Geiger counters, the few they had, clicked so rapidly that the sounds blended into a continuous buzz. They wrapped themselves in every layer they had. Lead-lined curtains from the old hospital, rubber mats from the factory ruins, plastic sheeting from a hardware store that had collapsed years ago. They looked like ghosts, shapeless, shuffling, their faces hidden behind masks and goggles, and whatever else they could find to block the radiation. Miri walked now, mostly. The fever had retreated again, leaving her weak but lucid. She held Cale's hand as they walked, her small fingers wrapped around his, her eyes fixed on the path ahead. "Do you think the deep shelter is real?" she asked. "Yes," Cale said. He didn't know if he believed it, but he said it anyway. She needed to hear it. "Will they have toys?" "Maybe. But they'll definitely have food, and clean water, and walls that aren't falling down. Miri nodded, satisfied. She had learned, like all the children of the dim, to measure hope in small things. Not the sun, not a new world. Just enough food for today, just enough water to wet her lips, just enough warmth to keep the cold from her bones. They walked for 3 days through the burn zones. On the first day, they lost the old man named Garrick. He had been with the community since the beginning, one of the original survivors of the bombs. His heart gave out around noon, and he fell without a sound, just crumpled to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. They buried him in the glassy earth, covering him with rocks to keep the screamers from digging him up. No one spoke. There was nothing to say. On the second day, they lost the radio. Parla had been carrying it on her back, the hand crank turning constantly to keep the batteries alive. But the radiation was too much for the delicate circuits. The static grew louder and louder, then cut out entirely. Parla sat down in the middle of the path and wept, not for the radio, but for the voices she would never hear again. The voices of the dead, the voices of the murmur, the voices that had kept her company for 14 years. On the third day they saw it, the deep shelter. It rose out of the wasteland like a mountain, a massive concrete dome, half buried in ash, its surface pitted and scarred by years of wind and radiation. Lights glowed at its base, real lights, electric lights, yellow and warm and utterly alien after so many years of green and brown. "There," Lyra whispered. "That's the place. That's what the thing showed me." Cale stared at the dome. It was real. It was actually real. But so was the thing in the tunnel. So was the fever. So was Haven. He didn't trust anything anymore. Not his eyes, not his memories, not the whispers in the back of his mind. But Miri was tugging his hand, pulling him forward. "Come on," she said. "They have light, real light. I can feel it." Cale looked at Sorka. The old tender shrugged. "We've come this far," Sorka said. "Might as well see what's inside." They approached the dome slowly, weapons ready, eyes scanning for threats. The lights grew brighter as they got closer, not green, not sickly, but warm and yellow and almost painful after so long in the dim. A door opened in the side of the dome, a real door on hinges with a handle and everything. A woman stepped out. She was young, maybe 30, with dark skin and close-cropped hair and eyes that were brown and normal and free of any glow. She wore clean clothes, real clothes, not rags. She held a rifle, but it was pointed at the ground. "Survivors," she said. Her voice was human, rough but human. "We saw you coming. On the cameras." "Cameras," Cale said. The woman smiled. It was a tired smile, but a genuine one. "We have a lot of things you've never seen," she said. "Power, water, food, medicine, a greenhouse, real soil, real plants, real light." She stepped aside, gesturing toward the door. "Come inside. We'll explain everything." Cale looked at Miri. The child was staring at the yellow light spilling through the door, her eyes wide, her mouth open. "It's beautiful," she whispered. Cale looked at the woman, at her clean clothes, at her brown eyes, at the rifle held loose in her hands. "Why should we trust you?" he asked. The woman's smile faded. "Because we're the same as you," she said. "Survivors. We've been down here for 14 years, waiting for the clouds to clear, and now—" She looked up at the sky, at the brown-gray dim that had been the only sky for so long. "Now, we think they might be clearing. For real this time." Cale followed her gaze. For a moment, just a moment, he thought he saw something in the clouds. A break, a patch of lighter gray, not blue, not yellow, but something. "Come inside," the woman said again. "Rest, eat. We'll talk in the morning." Cale looked at Sorka. The old tender nodded. He looked at Lyra. She was crying, silent tears cutting tracks through the ash on her cheeks. He looked at Miri. She was smiling. A real smile, not the stretched, wrong smile of the fever. He took a breath. The air was still thick with ash. His lungs still burned. But for the first time in 14 years, he felt something that might have been hope. "Okay," he said. "We'll come inside." They walked through the door into the light. Epilogue. The sun rose on the 100th day after the fall of Haven. It was not a sunrise as the old world had known it, not a blaze of orange and gold, not a warm embrace after a cold night. It was a thin, pale light filtering through clouds that were still thick but no longer black. It was the color of old bone, the color of hope scraped clean of all its easy comforts. Cale stood at the entrance to the deep shelter, watching the light grow. Miri stood beside him, her hand in his, her face turned upward. "Is that it?" she asked. "Is that the sun?" Cale looked at the pale disk hovering behind the clouds. It was smaller than he remembered, dimmer, but it was there. "Yes," he said, "that's the sun." Miri was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "It's not as bright as I thought it would be." "No," Cale said, "but it's brighter than it was." Behind them, the deep shelter hummed with life. Generators, water pumps, the quiet murmur of 100 voices. The community had found a home. Not a perfect home, not a safe home, but a home. Lyra came up beside them, her scarred face lit by the pale sunlight. She had stopped wearing her mask 3 days ago. They all had. The air was still bad, still thick with ash, but it was better than it had been, and every day it got a little better. "What now?" she asked. Cale looked at the sun, at the clouds, at the long gray road that led back into the wasteland. "Now we rebuild," he said. "Not the old world. That's gone. But something new, something better. And the fever, the green light, the things in the tunnels." Cale touched his chest where the thing had touched him. The light was still there, faint but there. It would always be there. They would always carry it. "We watch," he said. "We wait. And if they come back?" He rested his hand on the spike at his belt. "We fight." Miri squeezed his hand. The sun climbed higher. The light grew stronger. And somewhere in the darkness below, deep in the tunnels where the green light still pulsed and whispered, something stirred. But that is a story for another day. Book 2, The Pale Sun. Chapter 1. The Greenhouse. The deep shelter had a name. Not a word from the before. Not like Haven or Sanctuary or any of the other hollow names the survivors had painted on their walls. This name was older, carved into the concrete above the main entrance in letters that had been painted and repainted so many times that the original color was lost to layers of rust and ash and time. Warden's Fall. No one remembered what it meant. The woman who had greeted them, her name was Colleen, and she was the closest thing the shelter had to a leader, said the name had been there when her grandparents found the place, 40 years before the bombs. Back when it had been a military installation maybe, or a research facility. The old records were gone, destroyed in the first chaos of the dying world. What mattered wasn't the name. What mattered was what the shelter contained. The greenhouse was the heart of Warden's Fall. It occupied the lowest level of the dome, a vast circular chamber lit by banks of electric lights that ran on geothermal power. The heat from the earth below kept the room warm, even in the deepest dark. And in that warmth, things grew. Real things, green things, plants. Cale stood at the edge of the greenhouse staring at the rows of leafy vegetables with an expression he couldn't name. He had seen pictures of plants, of course. The old books had drawings, faded and yellowed, of tomatoes and lettuce and carrots. But seeing them in person was different. They were so alive, so green. Not the sick green of the fever, but a deep, vibrant green that seemed to glow with its own kind of light. "We grow everything we need," Colleen said, coming up beside him. She was a practical woman with calloused hands and a voice that didn't waste words. "Potatoes, carrots, beans, tomatoes. We have a small orchard on the upper level, apples and pears mostly. The yield is small, but it's enough. Enough for 100 people. Enough for 200 if we ration carefully. We've never had that many, though. Most of the survivors we find are like you, half dead, starving, barely holding on. It takes months to get them healthy again." Cale looked at the community members scattered through the greenhouse. Miri was kneeling in front of a row of bean plants, her small hands hovering over the leaves as if she was afraid to touch them. Lara stood nearby, talking to one of the shelter's doctors, a thin woman named Asha, who had been a medical student when the bombs fell and had been learning on the job ever since. "How did you survive?" Cale asked. 14 years underground with power and food and water. How?" Colleen was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Luck and preparation. The people who built this place, the ones before the bombs, they knew something was coming. They stocked the shelter with enough supplies to last 20 years. We've been living off those supplies, supplementing with what we grow, stretching everything as far as it will go. And when the supplies run out, they won't. Not anymore." Colleen pointed to the lights above. "The geothermal vents are stable. As long as the earth keeps burning, we have power. And as long as we have power, we have light. And as long as we have light," she gestured at the plants, "we have food." Cale nodded slowly. It made sense. It was fragile, but it made sense. "And the sun?" he asked. "The clouds are thinning. Your people said so." Colleen's face tightened. "They are. We've been monitoring the radiation levels in the upper atmosphere for years. The decline is slow, slower than we hoped, but it's steady. In another 10 years, maybe 20, the sky might be clear enough for crops to grow outside again. 10 years, or 20, or 50. We don't know. We've never done this before. No one has." Cale looked at the pale disk of the sun, visible now as a hazy blur through the shelter's observation windows. It was strange to see it after so long, strange and wonderful and terrifying. "Can we stay?" he asked. "My community, can we stay here?" Colleen turned to face him. Her brown eyes were kind, but they were also assessing, calculating. She was deciding whether he was a threat or an asset. "You have the fever," she said. It wasn't a question. Cale's hand went to his chest. The green light was still there, faint but present. He could feel it pulsing in time with his heartbeat, a second rhythm beneath his skin. "Yes. All of you?" "Not all, but most. The child, Miri, she has it the worst. The fever almost took her back at Haven." "We heard about Haven." Colleen's voice was low. "The transmission stopped 6 months ago. We assumed the worst." "You assumed correctly." Colleen was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "The fever, the green light, we've seen it before. Survivors who come to us, glowing in the dark, their eyes burning. Most of them die within a week. A few change. Change how? Not into the things you saw at Haven, not into monsters. Into something else, something quieter." She paused. "There's a woman here. Her name is Greer. She came to us 3 years ago, half dead, her eyes solid green. We thought she would die. She didn't. But she's not human. Not anymore. Not entirely. Can I see her?" Colleen nodded. "She's been asking about you, about your community, about the child." She turned and walked toward a door at the far end of the greenhouse. "Follow me." Chapter 2. Greer lived in a room at the edge of the shelter, a small circular chamber that had once been a storage closet. The door was made of metal, scarred and dented, with a heavy bolt on the outside. Not a lock. The bolt was on the inside, Colleen explained, but a signal. Greer preferred to be alone. She preferred the dark. Cale knocked on the door 3 times, a pause, 3 times again. A voice came from inside. It was low and rough, like stones grinding together, but it was undeniably human. "Come in." He pushed the door open. The room was dark, darker than the rest of the shelter, the lights dimmed or removed entirely. In the center of the space, sitting cross-legged on a pile of old blankets, was a woman who looked like she had been carved from ash and moonlight. Greer was young, or had been once. Her face was smooth, unlined, but her eyes were ancient. They glowed green, solid and unwavering, like 2 embers burning in a dead fire. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and beneath it Cale could see the faint pulse of green light moving through her veins. "You're the one from Haven," Greer said. "The one who killed the heart." "I opened the valve," Cale said. "The light did the rest." "The light is never destroyed, only scattered." Greer tilted her head. "You carry it now. All of you. Even the child." "Miri. Her name is Miri." "I know her name. I've seen her. In the dreams we share." Greer's green eyes flickered. "She's strong, stronger than me. The fever wanted her more than it wanted anyone else." "Why?" "Because she's pure. She was born after the bombs. She's never known a world without radiation. Her body is adapting, evolving, faster than any of us." Cale felt cold creep down his spine. "Evolving into what?" Greer was silent for a moment. Then she stood up, slowly, carefully, as if her body was unfamiliar to her. She was taller than he had expected, her limbs long and thin, her movements fluid in a way that was almost but not quite human. "I don't know," she said. "None of us know. We're the first, the pioneers, the ones who are changing while still holding on to ourselves." She raised her hand. Green light pooled in her palm, bright and warm. "The fever doesn't have to be a curse. It can be a tool, a gift. It depends on how you use it. And the things at Haven, the ones who tried to absorb us into the light, they were using it as a curse. They were using it as they knew how. They were scared, lonely. The light promised them connection, a way to never be alone again. They took it. It consumed them." Greer closed her hand and the light vanished. "You didn't take it. You fought. That's why you're still you. Barely. Barely is enough." Cale looked at her green eyes, her pale skin, her too fluid movements. She was a monster by any reasonable definition, but she was also a person, a survivor, someone who had made a choice just as he had and was living with the consequences. "The child," Greer said. "Bring her to me, not today, not tomorrow, but soon. I can teach her, help her control the light. If she doesn't learn," she spread her hands, "the fever will consume her too. It's only a matter of time." Cale wanted to refuse. He wanted to take Miri and run, to hide her from the green light and everything it represented. But he had seen what happened to those who ran. The thing in the tunnel, the people of Haven. The fever followed. It always followed. "I'll think about it," he said. Greer nodded. "That's all I ask." He left her in the darkness, alone with her green light and her ancient eyes and her too quiet room. Chapter 3. The First Night. That night, Warden's Fall held a feast. It was not a feast in the old sense, no roasted meats or fresh bread or sweet wines. But by the standards of the dim, it was a celebration. The community gathered in the shelter's main hall, a long, low-ceilinged room lit by electric lights and decorated with salvaged banners and children's drawings. They sat at tables, real tables with chairs and everything, and ate real food. Potatoes boiled and salted, carrots raw and sweet, a thin soup made from beans and the last of the screamer meat, transformed by the addition of actual herbs into something that tasted almost like a meal from the before. Miri ate until her stomach hurt. She had never eaten so much in her life. Cale watched her, a strange ache in his chest. She looked like a normal child for once. Not a survivor, not a victim, just a 6-year-old girl, eating too fast and smiling with joy. Lyra sat beside him, picking at her food. She had been quiet since the greenhouse, quieter than usual. "What's wrong?" Cale asked. "Greer," she said, the green light in her eyes. "It's the same as mine, the same as Miri's, but she's been here for 3 years, and she's still herself, mostly. You're worried about losing yourself. I'm worried about what happens if I don't." She looked at her hands. The green glow was visible now, even in the bright electric light, a faint shimmer beneath her skin, like heat rising off a stone. Greer said the fever can be a tool, a gift. What if she's right? What if we've been fighting the wrong thing this whole time? The fever killed Vic. It almost killed Miri. It turned the people of Haven into monsters. The bombs killed Vic. The bombs made the monsters. The fever is just the result, the symptom. Maybe if we learn to live with it instead of fighting it, we can find a way to survive. Cale was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "Or maybe we become the monsters." Lyra looked at him, her scarred mouth twisted into something that wasn't quite a smile. "Maybe we already are," she said. The feast continued. People laughed, an unfamiliar sound, rusty from disuse, but genuine. Children ran between the tables, playing games that had no rules, just joy. The old ones sat in corners, their faces soft with memories of a world that no longer existed. Cale watched it all, and he felt something he hadn't felt in 14 years. Peace. It was fragile. It was temporary. It was probably a lie. But for one night, in the warm light of Warden's Fall, he let himself believe. Chapter 4. The Lessons. On her 7th day in Warden's Fall, Miri began to change. It started small, a flicker of green in her eyes when she was angry or scared, a faint luminescence beneath her fingernails like tiny lanterns buried in the flesh. She could make things happen, not always, not reliably, but sometimes by concentrating. A cup would slide across the table toward her hand. A candle flame would lean in her direction, as if bowing. The children of the shelter noticed first. They called her names: Glow Child, Green Eyes, Freak, the way children had always called names to things they didn't understand. Miri didn't cry. She didn't run to Cale for comfort. She just watched the other children with her 2 old eyes and said nothing. On the 8th day, she asked to see Greer. Cale walked with her to the small, dark room at the edge of the shelter. He knocked on the metal door 3 times, a pause, 3 times, and waited. "Come in," Greer said. The room was darker than before. The blankets on the floor had been pushed aside, and in their place was a circle of stones, each one glowing faintly green. Greer sat in the center of the circle, her eyes closed, her hands resting on her knees. "Sit," she said without opening her eyes. Miri sat. Cale stood by the door, his hand on his spike. "Not you," Greer said. "The child only. You wait outside." "I'm not leaving her alone with—" "She's not alone. I'm here, and she's safer with me than she is with you." Greer opened her eyes. The green light blazed, bright and steady. "You can't protect her from this, Cale. You can only watch." Cale looked at Miri. She nodded, a small, certain movement. "It's okay," she said. "I want to stay." He hesitated. Every instinct told him to pick her up and carry her out of the room, away from the green light and the two pale women and the whispering stones. But Miri had never asked for much. Only the truth. Only a chance. "1 hour," he said. "Then I'm coming back in." He stepped outside and closed the door. The metal was cold against his back. He slid down to the floor and sat with his knees drawn up to his chest, listening. At first he heard nothing, then Miri's voice, small but steady. "It hurts. The light, it burns inside me." "That's because you're fighting it," Greer said. "Stop fighting. Let it flow. It's not fire, child. It's water. It's air. It's part of you now. The more you resist, the more it hurts. I don't want it to be part of me." "Too late. It already is. The only choice you have is whether you learn to use it, or it learns to use you." A long silence. Then Miri said, "Show me." Cale heard stones shifting, heard Greer's low voice murmuring words he couldn't quite catch, heard Miri's breathing change, deepening, slowing, becoming something other than the quick, frightened breaths of a child. And then he heard Miri laugh. Not a bitter laugh, not a fever laugh. A real laugh, bright and surprised and full of wonder. "I did it," she said. "I made it move." "You did," Greer said. "Now make it stop." More silence. Then another laugh, this one softer. "I can't." "Good. That means you're learning." The hour passed. Cale sat outside the door, listening to his child laugh in the darkness, and he didn't know whether to be terrified or grateful. He settled on both. Chapter 5. The Scavenger's Return. On the 15th day, Lyra went back to the surface. She went alone, despite Cale's protests, despite Sorka's warnings, despite Colleen's offer to send shelter soldiers with her. The fever had been whispering to her, not words exactly, but images, impressions, a tugging sensation in her chest, pulling her toward the ruins of the old city. "There's something out there," she told Cale before she left. "Something the fever wants me to find. Something or someone. I don't know. That's why I have to go." She took a pack: water, dried meat, spare filters, a bone knife, and a pistol with 3 bullets. Colleen's gift, a sign of trust. She wore a lead-lined coat and a mask with fresh filters. Her green eyes glowed faintly in the dim light of the shelter's entrance. 3 days, Cale said. "If you're not back in 3 days, I'm coming after you." 3 days, Lyra agreed. She touched his face, her fingers cold, even through her gloves. "Take care of Miri." "I always do." She walked out into the pale sun. The light caught her, turning her skin gold for just a moment before the clouds swallowed the sun again, and she became just another shadow moving through the ash. Cale watched until he couldn't see her anymore. Then he went back inside to wait. The first day passed. Miri trained with Greer. Cale helped the shelter's workers repair a section of the greenhouse roof that had collapsed during a windstorm. He ate, he slept. He did not dream. The second day passed. Miri made a stone float. Just for a second, just a few inches off the ground, but Cale saw it. He felt the green light pulse in his own chest, responding to hers. He looked at his hands and watched his own fingernails glow, faint but unmistakable. The fever was spreading, growing, changing them all. On the third day, Lyra did not return. Cale waited at the entrance until the dim faded to dark. Then he waited longer. Sorka brought him food. He didn't eat. Colleen offered to send a search party. He refused. This was his debt, his promise. At midnight, he saw a light moving across the wasteland. Green. Not the sick green of the fever. A different green, darker, steadier, like a beacon. He grabbed his spike and ran. Chapter 6. The Artifact. Lyra was kneeling in the ash, her hands pressed against something buried in the black ground. Her mask was off, her face streaked with tears and green light. The beacon came from her chest, from the fever inside her, shining through her clothes like a lantern through paper. "Lyra," Cale said, skidding to a stop beside her. "What happened? Are you hurt?" She looked up at him. Her eyes were solid green now, not flickering, not fading. Solid, permanent. "I found it," she said. "The thing the fever wanted me to find." She moved her hands. Beneath them, half buried in the ash, was a metal box. Not large, the size of a shoe maybe, but heavy. It was covered in symbols Cale didn't recognize, and it pulsed with a green light that seemed to come from inside, from something alive and waiting. "What is it?" "I don't know, but it's old. Older than the bombs, I think. The fever recognized it. It's been calling to me, to all of us, for years. Since before we left the shelter." Cale knelt beside her. He reached out to touch the box, and the moment his fingers brushed the metal, he saw everything. The world before. Not the world of the before, the one he remembered. The cities and cars and electric lights. A different world. Older. Stranger. A world of vast machines and green light and people who were not quite people, their eyes burning like stars, their hands shaping reality out of nothing. They had built the box. They had filled it with something, a piece of themselves, perhaps, and then they had buried it, waiting for someone to find it, waiting for someone who carried the green light in their blood. "Cale," Lyra's voice was distant, echoing. "Cale, what do you see?" He pulled his hand back. The vision faded. The ash and the dim and the cold returned. "I see the past," he said, "and I think it's trying to tell us something about the future." They carried the box back to Warden's Fall together, their green light mingling, the box pulsing between them like a second heart. Chapter 7. The unlocking parlor was the one who opened the box. The listener had been lost since the radio died, adrift in a world without voices, without signals, without the static that had been her constant companion for 14 years. But when she saw the box, something sparked in her eyes, something like hope. "It's a transmitter," she said, running her fingers over the symbols. "Old, so old, but still working, still broadcasting." "Broadcasting what?" Colleen asked. Parla closed her eyes, her hands trembled against the metal. "Everything," she whispered. "It's broadcasting everything, every voice that ever spoke, every signal that ever crossed the sky. It's all in here, every transmission from the before, every cry for help from the survivors, every prayer whispered into the darkness. The box has been listening for centuries, and now it's ready to speak." She pressed her palm against the symbols. The box hummed. The green light blazed, and then it spoke. The voice that came from the box was not human. It was not alive. It was something else, a chorus of 1,000,000 voices speaking in unison, the words so old that they had no meaning, only feeling. The feeling was clear. "Come home." Cale felt the words in his bones, in his blood, in the green light that pulsed beneath his skin. "Home where?" he asked. The box answered. "Where the sun never sets, where the light never fades, where the first ones wait for the last ones to arrive." A map appeared in the air above the box, a projection of light and shadow, showing the wasteland, the ruins, the mountains to the north. And at the edge of the map, beyond the range of any scavenger who had ever lived, a single point of green light. "Come home." Bring the child, bring the light, we are waiting. The projection faded. The box went dark. The green light in the room dimmed to its usual faint glow. Parla opened her eyes. They were green now, solid green. I have to go, she said. We all have to go. It's calling us. Cale looked at the map, at the point of light, at the miles of wasteland and ruin and radiation that lay between them and whatever waited at the end of the journey. He looked at Miri. She was standing in the doorway, her small hands pressed against the frame, her green eyes fixed on the place where the map had been. I saw it, she said. The place where the sun never sets. It's beautiful. Miri, I want to go. I want to see it. She looked at him. Her eyes were solid green now, the same as Lyra's, the same as Greer's, the same as the box. Please, Cale, let me go. He had spent 14 years protecting her, keeping her safe, hiding her from the dangers of the dim. But she wasn't a child anymore. Not really. She was something else, something new. Something that the old world had never imagined, and the new world was only beginning to understand. He couldn't protect her from that. He could only go with her. Okay, he said. We'll go. Chapter 8. The Departure. They left Warden's Fall on the first day of the new harvest. The calendar meant nothing now. The old months had died with the old world. But Colleen insisted on marking the occasion. It was tradition, she said. It was hope. It was a way of measuring time that didn't involve counting the dead. Cale stood at the entrance of the dome, watching the community gather for the journey. 32 had come to Warden's Fall. 27 would leave. The remaining 5, too old, too sick, too afraid, had chosen to stay behind. Colleen had promised to care for them. Cale believed her. As much as he believed anyone. The journey party was smaller than he would have liked, but larger than he had expected. Lyra, of course. She wouldn't be left behind. Sorka, with her empty rifle and her milky eyes and her stubborn, silent strength. Thess, the young tender who had volunteered without hesitation. Dent, the listener's acolyte, who had barely spoken since the fever, but whose green eyes burned with quiet purpose. Parla, her radio replaced by the ancient box, which she carried in a harness on her back like a child. And Miri, small, silent, glowing faintly in the dim light. She had changed more in the past week than in the 6 years before. Her hair had grown darker, almost black. Her skin had become pale, almost translucent, and her eyes, those green eyes, never stopped moving as if she was seeing things that no one else could see. "Are you ready?" Cale asked her. She looked up at him. For a moment her face was just a child's face, scared and hopeful and impossibly young. "I'm ready," she said, "but I'm scared." "Me too." "That's okay, though, right? Being scared." Cale knelt down so his eyes were level with hers. "Being scared is how we know something matters. If you're not scared, you're not paying attention." Miri thought about this. Then she nodded, satisfied, and took his hand. The others gathered behind them. 27 people in tattered clothes and mismatched boots, their masks strapped to their faces, their packs on their backs. They looked like ghosts. They looked like survivors. They looked like the beginning of something new. "The map says north," Lyra said, pointing toward the mountains in the distance. 3 weeks, maybe 4, if the weather holds." "The weather never holds," Sorka said. "Then we walk faster." Cale took one last look at Warden's Fall. The dome was already fading into the ash and the dim, becoming just another shape in the wasteland. Colleen stood at the entrance, her hand raised in farewell. Behind her, the greenhouse lights glowed warm and yellow. Home. They were leaving home. He turned away and began to walk. Chapter 9. The Screamer Plains. The first 3 days were easy for the wasteland, that is. The ground was relatively flat, the ash was relatively shallow, and the screamers stayed away. Perhaps frightened by the green light that pulsed from the traveler's eyes, perhaps simply absent from this part of the ruined world. They made good time, covering nearly 10 miles a day, and by the evening of the third day they had reached the edge of the Screamer Plains. The plains were exactly what they sounded like, a vast flat expanse of ash and rubble, stretching to the horizon in every direction. In the before, this had been farmland, acres and acres of wheat and corn, feeding the cities that were now piles of broken concrete. Now it was a killing ground. The screamers nested in the old irrigation tunnels, emerging at night to hunt. "We'll have to cross in the daylight," Sorka said, studying the plains through a pair of cracked binoculars. "The dim gives us maybe 4 hours of usable light. We'll need every minute." "4 hours isn't enough to cross the plains," Thess said. "It's at least 12 miles to the other side." "Then we cross in stages, find shelter during the dark, move during the dim. It'll take 3 days, maybe 4. And the screamers?" Sorka lowered the binoculars. "We kill anything that comes near us, quietly, no gunfire. The sound carries for miles out here." Cale looked at his spike. It had killed screamers before, dozens of them over the years, but never in the open. Never on the plains where the creatures had room to run and hunt and surround their prey. "We need a better plan," he said. "We need a miracle," Lyra said. "But since those are in short supply, we'll make do with what we have." They entered the plains as the dim reached its peak. The light was slightly brighter here. The ash was thinner, reflecting what little sun filtered through the clouds. The ground was hard and cracked, like old pottery. Here and there, Cale could see the dark mouths of the irrigation tunnels, leading down into the earth where the screamers waited. "Stay close," he said. "Single file. Watch the ground. If you see movement, call out." They walked in silence. The only sounds were the crunch of their boots on the cracked earth, the soft hiss of their masks, and the distant, mournful cry of the wind. Miri walked beside Cale, her hand in his. She had stopped glowing or had learned to hide it, but he could feel the heat of the fever beneath her skin. It was warmer than it should have been, warmer than was safe. "Are you okay?" he whispered. "I hear them," she whispered back. "The screamers, they're talking to each other. They know we're here." "How do you know what they're saying?" She looked at him. Her green eyes were wide and ancient. "Because I understand them. The fever, it lets me understand. They're hungry, Cale. They haven't eaten in days, and they can smell the green light in our blood." Cale tightened his grip on his spike. "How many?" "Many. Dozens. Maybe hundreds." Ahead of them, one of the irrigation tunnel mouths began to move. Not the ground, the darkness itself. It shifted and swirled, taking shape, becoming something with teeth and claws and eyes that glowed red in the dim. The screamers were coming. Chapter 10. The First Wave. They came from the tunnels like water from a broken dam, a flood of gray-brown bodies, hairless and writhing, their mouths open in silent shrieks. The screaming would come later when they were close enough to taste fear. For now they moved in silence, efficient and terrible. "Circle up," Cale shouted. "Protect the children, protect the box." The community formed a tight ring, backs together, weapons facing outward. Spikes, knives, slings, and the few remaining bullets, every tool they had, every weapon they could carry. Cale stood at the front of the ring, Miri pressed against his back. He could feel her trembling. Or maybe that was him. The first screamer reached them in seconds. It was smaller than most, a juvenile perhaps, or just a runt. But its teeth were long and sharp, and its claws scrabbled against the cracked earth as it launched itself at Cale's throat. He sidestepped and brought his spike around in a wide arc. The sharpened rebar caught the screamer in the side, punching through skin and muscle and rib. The creature shrieked, that terrible high-pitched sound that gave them their name, and fell twitching to the ground. More followed. The ring held, but barely. Tess took a claw to the arm, the skin splitting open like wet paper. Dent drove his knife into a screamer's eye, then another, his face blank, his green eyes blazing. Sorka used her rifle as a club, cracking skulls with a precision that spoke of years of practice. Lyra fought like a demon. Her bone knife flashed in the dim light, cutting and stabbing and slicing. The screamers seemed to avoid her, or perhaps they were drawn to the green light in her eyes, confused by something that smelled like food but looked like prey. And Miri stood in the center of the ring, her hands at her sides, her eyes closed. Cale saw her lips moving, though he couldn't hear what she was saying. The green light in her chest pulsed brighter and brighter, spreading through her body like fire through dry grass. The screamers faltered. They stopped attacking, stopped shrieking, stopped moving. Their red eyes fixed on Miri, and for a moment Cale thought he saw something like recognition in their gaze. Then Miri opened her eyes. The green light exploded outward, a wave of pure, burning radiance that washed over the plains in all directions. The screamers caught in the wave didn't die. They didn't run. They just stopped. Their bodies went rigid, their mouths gaping, their eyes turning from red to green. And then they turned and fled, every last one of them. Not toward the tunnels, but away. Away from the light, away from Miri, away from the thing that had awakened in the child. The green light faded. Miri swayed. Cale caught her before she fell. "What did you do?" he whispered. Miri looked up at him. Her eyes were green, solid, glowing, beautiful, and terrible. "I told them to leave," she said, "and they listened." Chapter 11. The Cost. They made camp on the edge of the plains, in the shadow of a collapsed grain silo. The dim had faded to dark, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. Sorka built a small fire using insulation scraps and rendered fat. The community huddled around it, counting wounds and rationing water. Miri slept. Cale hadn't let go of her since the attack. Tess's arm was bad. The claw wound had gone deep, and the skin around it was already turning black. Asha, the shelter's doctor, did what she could, cleaning the wound with boiled water, stitching it with fishing line, wrapping it in clean cloth. But her face was grim. "Infection," she said quietly to Cale. "Not the fever, something worse. The screamers carry bacteria in their claws. Old bacteria from the before. I don't have the medicine to fight it." "How long does she have?" "A week. Maybe less if the infection spreads to her blood." Cale looked at Tess. She was young, 25, with quick hands and a slower tongue. She had volunteered for this journey. She had believed in the map, in the box, in the promise of a place where the sun never set. Now she was dying. "The fever," Cale said. "Could it help her?" "The green light." Asha shook her head. "The fever isn't medicine, it's a transformation. If Tess takes the fever, if the light enters her blood, she won't be Tess anymore. Not completely." "Better than dying." "Is it?" Asha looked at him. Her brown eyes were tired, hollowed out by years of watching people die. The people of Haven thought the same thing. Look what happened to them. Cale had no answer. He looked at Miri, sleeping in his arms, her green eyes flickering behind her lids. She had saved them. A 6-year-old child, glowing with a light she didn't understand, had saved them from the screamers. But at what cost? He stayed awake through the dark, holding Miri, watching Tess's arm turn black, listening for the screamers that didn't return. The box sat beside Parla, pulsing faintly, waiting. Chapter 12. The Mountains. They reached the foothills on the 6th day. The mountains rose out of the wasteland like a wall, gray and black and forbidding, their peaks hidden by the clouds. The map said the path led through a pass in the center of the range, a narrow gorge that had once been a river valley. The box pulsed more strongly as they approached, its green light brightening with every step. "The first ones are close," Parla said. She hadn't slept in days. Her eyes were sunken, her skin pale, but her grip on the box never faltered. "I can hear them. They're singing." Cale couldn't hear the singing, but he could feel something, a vibration in the earth, a hum in the air, a pressure behind his eyes that made his teeth ache. Miri felt it too. She walked with her head tilted, as if listening to a sound only she could perceive. "It's beautiful," she said, "like music, but sad. The first ones are sad." "Why are they sad?" "Because they've been waiting so long, and they're afraid we won't understand." "Understand what?" Miri stopped walking. She turned to face Cale, her green eyes bright with tears. "Understand what we have to become," she said. The gorge was narrow, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The walls rose hundreds of feet on either side, covered in lichen and moss that glowed faintly green in the dim light. The air was cold and damp, and the sound of dripping water echoed off the stone. They walked in single file, Cale at the front, Lyra at the rear. The box hummed steadily now, a low drone that seemed to come from everywhere at once. After an hour, the gorge opened into a valley. It was the most beautiful thing Cale had ever seen. The valley was green, not the sick green of the fever, but a deep, vibrant green that seemed to drink the light. Trees grew here, real trees, with leaves and branches and roots that dug deep into the soil. A stream ran through the center of the valley, its water clear and cold, and above it all, at the far end of the valley, stood a structure that Cale's mind could barely comprehend. It was a tower, but not a tower of stone or metal. A tower of light, green light pulsing and shifting, reaching up toward the clouds like a hand reaching for the sky. "The first ones," Parla whispered. "They're here." The box in her arms began to open. Chapter 13. The First Ones. The box opened like a flower, its metal sides peeled back, layer after layer, revealing something that looked less like a machine and more like a living thing. Green light poured out, not the harsh burning light of the fever, but a soft, gentle glow that seemed to welcome rather than consume. Inside the box was a seed. It was small, no larger than Cale's thumb, and it pulsed with a rhythm that matched his own heartbeat. Its surface was smooth and dark, like polished stone. But when he looked closer, he could see veins of green light running through it, connecting and separating and reconnecting in patterns that hurt to follow. "A seed," Parla said, her voice filled with wonder. "All this time, all this way, for a seed." "The first ones," Miri said. She was standing apart from the group, her eyes fixed on the tower of light at the far end of the valley. "They're not people, not anymore. They're this, the light, the seed, the tower. They became something else so they could wait." "Wait for what?" Cale asked. Miri turned to look at him. Her green eyes were older than he had ever seen them, ancient almost, as if she had lived 1,000 years in the past few weeks. "For us," she said. "For someone who could carry the seed, someone who could plant it in the right place, at the right time so the world could begin again." "The world never ended," Sorka said. Her voice was rough, skeptical. We're still here. The plants are growing again. The sun is coming back. The world ended the moment the bombs fell, Miri said. Everything since then has been an echo. A long, slow dying. The first ones knew that. They built the tower to preserve the seed, the last seed of the old world, the one thing that could make things grow again. Really grow. Not just potatoes in a greenhouse, forests, fields, flowers. Cale looked at the seed in the open box. It was so small, so fragile, so impossibly precious. What do we do with it? The tower will show us, Miri said. That's why it's here. That's why the first ones built it, to teach the ones who came after, to show us how to plant the seed, how to tend it, how to help it grow. She began to walk toward the tower. Cale followed. The rest of the community followed him. The tower grew larger as they approached, filling the valley with its green light. The air grew warmer. The ground beneath their feet became softer, covered in moss and grass and tiny flowers that Cale had never seen before. The stream beside them burbled and sang, its water so clear that he could see fish swimming in its depths. Fish. Real fish. He hadn't seen a living fish in 14 years. The first ones didn't just preserve the seed, Lyra said, her voice hushed. They preserved everything. The whole valley. It's been hidden here, protected. Waiting. Waiting for the right time, Miri said. And this is the right time? Miri stopped at the base of the tower. Up close it was even more beautiful, a spiral of green light rotating slowly around a central core of darkness. The darkness pulsed like a heartbeat, and Cale realized with a shock that went through him like lightning that the darkness was not empty. Something lived inside the tower, something vast and ancient and terribly patient. "Come closer," said a voice. It was not loud, it was not soft. It was simply there, inside their heads, as if it had always been there and they had only just noticed. "We have waited so long to meet you." Miri stepped forward. The green light of the tower reached out to her, wrapping around her like a mother's embrace. She didn't flinch, she didn't glow. She just stood there, small and pale and impossibly brave, as the light lifted her off the ground and carried her into the tower's heart. "Miri!" Cale lunged forward, but the light held him back. It wasn't painful. It was like pressing against water, thick and yielding and impossible to pass. "She's safe," the voice said. "She is the one we have been waiting for, the child of the bombs, the first of the new kind. She will carry the seed." "No," Cale beat against the light with his fists. "She's just a child. She's mine. You can't take her." "We are not taking her. We are asking her. She is free to refuse." The voice paused. "But she will not refuse. She understands what we need, what the world needs." Inside the tower, Miri floated in the center of the spiral. The green light moved around her, through her, becoming part of her. Her eyes were closed, her face was peaceful. "Miri," Cale said, "please, come back." Her eyes opened. They were green, brighter than ever, bright enough to light the entire valley. But they were also hers. He could see her in there, the little girl who had crawled into his pod, who had asked about the sun, who had trusted him to keep her safe. "I have to do this," she said. Her voice was small but steady. "The seed needs someone to carry it, someone who can survive the planting, someone who won't burn." "You'll burn?" "The seed is hot, hotter than the sun. It has to be to make things grow again. But I've been hot before. The fever, the light. I can survive it." "Miri, I love you, Cale. You saved me. You kept me alive when no one else would. Now let me save everyone else." She reached out her hand. The seed rose from the box, floating through the air until it rested in her palm. It pulsed once, twice, 3 times, and then it sank into her skin, becoming part of her. Miri screamed, not a scream of pain, a scream of transformation. The green light exploded outward from her body, washing over the valley, over the mountains, over the wasteland beyond. Cale felt it pass through him, through his bones, his blood, his heart. The fever inside him surged, then settled, then became something new. Not a curse, not a gift, something in between. The light faded. Miri drifted down from the tower and landed on the grass at Cale's feet. She was the same, and she was different. Her eyes were still green, but the green had softened, become the color of leaves in spring, of moss on a stone, of life pushing through death. Her skin was warm to the touch, her heart beat strong and steady. "The planting," she said. "It's time." Chapter 14. The Planting. The valley opened before them, a wound in the earth that had been waiting for this moment for centuries. Miri walked to the center of the valley, where the grass grew thickest and the stream split into two smaller branches. She knelt down and pressed her hands against the soil. The green light in her chest pulsed brighter, matching the pulse of the seed now buried in her heart. "The first ones showed me what to do," she said, "but I need help. The seed is heavy, too heavy for one person to carry alone." "What do you need?" Cale asked. "Everyone, all of you. The fever connects us, the green light. If we work together, we can channel the light into the ground. We can make the seed grow." Cale looked at his community. 27 people, scarred and tired and frightened. Their eyes glowed green, some bright, some faint, but all of them touched by the fever. "We don't know how to do that," Zorka said. We're not like her." "You are," Miri said. "The fever is in all of you. You just haven't learned to use it yet. But you can. I'll show you." She reached out her hands. The green light flowed from her fingertips, stretching toward the community like vines. It touched Cale first, wrapping around his wrists, his chest, his heart. "Let go," he heard. Not Miri's voice, his own. "Stop fighting. Let the light in." He had fought the fever for so long, pushed it down, hidden it, pretended it wasn't there. But it had always been there, growing, waiting. He stopped fighting. The green light flooded through him, not painful, not burning, but warm. So warm. It filled the empty spaces inside him, the spaces left by hunger and loss and fear. It connected him to Miri, to Lyra, to Sorka, to everyone in the valley. They were no longer 27 separate people. They were one light, one heart, one purpose. "Now," Miri's voice said, inside all of them, "now we plant." They pressed their hands to the ground. The green light flowed from their bodies into the soil, deep and deeper, reaching down to where the seed lay waiting. The seed awoke. It cracked open, and from the crack came a root, thin and pale and fragile. The root reached down into the earth, searching for water, for nutrients, for anything that would help it grow. The community gave it everything they had: their strength, their hope, their fear, their love. The root grew thicker, stronger, sending out branches and leaves and tiny flowers. And then, from the center of the valley, a tree began to rise. It was not a tree like any Cale had seen. Its trunk was made of light, green and gold and white, and its leaves were clouds of glowing pollen that drifted up toward the sky. It grew faster than anything natural, reaching higher and higher until its branches brushed against the clouds themselves. The clouds, the black, thick clouds that had hidden the sun for 14 years. The tree's branches pushed against them, parted them, tore them open, and light poured through. Real light, yellow light, warm light, sunlight. Cale fell to his knees. He tore off his mask. He didn't need it anymore. The air was clean, the air was sweet, and he looked up at the sun. It was smaller than he remembered, dimmer, but it was there. "Miri," he whispered, "you did it." She was standing at the base of the tree, her small body glowing with the last of the green light. Her eyes were closed, her face was peaceful, and then she smiled. "The sun," she said. "I told you I'd see it." Epilogue, the first sunrise. They stayed in the valley for 3 days. The tree grew taller every hour, its branches spreading across the sky, pushing the clouds farther and farther away. By the end of the first day, the sun was visible for an entire hour. By the end of the second, for 3 hours. By the end of the third, the clouds had retreated to the edges of the horizon, and the sky above the valley was blue, real blue, the color of the before. Cale sat at the base of the tree, Miri in his lap, watching the sun climb toward its peak. The light was warm on his skin, warmer than he remembered. It made him want to close his eyes and sleep. "The seed is growing," Miri said. "The tree will spread. The clouds will keep retreating. In a few years, maybe the whole world will see the sun again." "Maybe," Cale said. "Or maybe just this valley, but that's enough. One valley is enough to start." Lyra came and sat beside them. The green light in her eyes had faded to a faint shimmer, barely visible in the sunlight. She looked almost normal, almost human. "What now?" she asked. Cale looked at the community scattered around the valley. Some were sleeping, some were eating. Some were just sitting, staring at the sun, with tears streaming down their faces. "Now we build," he said. "Not a shelter, not a hiding place, a home. A real home with walls and roofs and fields and children who never have to wear masks." "And the fever? The green light?" Cale looked at his hands. The light was still there, faint but present. It would always be there. They would always carry it. "It's part of us now," he said. "Part of who we are. We can't cut it out. We can't pretend it doesn't exist. So we learn to live with it. We learn to use it. We become something new." "Something better?" Lyra asked. "I don't know about better, but different. And maybe different is enough." Miri leaned her head against Cale's chest. Her breathing was slow and steady, her heart beating in time with the pulse of the tree. "Cale," she said. "Yeah. The first ones, the ones who built the tower, they said something to me before I planted the seed." "What did they say?" She was quiet for a moment. Then, "They said the world is going to end again. Not soon, not in our lifetimes, but someday. And when it does, we have to be ready. We have to be the ones who preserve the seed this time, who build the tower, who wait." Cale looked at the sun, at the blue sky, at the green tree rising above them. "Then we'll be ready," he said. "We'll plant the seed, we'll build the tower, we'll wait. And if no one comes," he hugged her tighter, "someone will always come. Someone always finds the light." The sun climbed higher, the valley grew warmer, and deep in the earth beneath the roots of the great tree, a new seed began to form, small and dark and pulsing with green light, waiting. Afterward, the world did not end with a bang or a whimper or a single moment of destruction. It ended in 1,000 small ways, a cough in the dark, a child who never saw the sun, a seed that waited centuries to grow. But endings are also beginnings. Cale, Miri, Lyra, and the others would spend the rest of their lives in the valley, tending the tree, watching the sky, learning the secrets of the green light. They would not be the last survivors. They would not save the world. They would simply live as best they could. as long as they could, in the light of a sun that had almost been forgotten. And somewhere in the ruins of the old world, other survivors were emerging from their shelters, blinking at the bright sky, feeling the warmth on their faces for the first time in years. They would find the valley eventually. They would find the tree. They would find the community that had planted it. And the seed would spread, the green light would spread, and the world, the broken, burned, beautiful world, would begin again. Book 3, The New Growth. Chapter 1. The First Winter. The sun did not stay. It came and went through that first autumn in the valley, sometimes shining for whole days, sometimes hiding behind thin clouds that were gray instead of black, sometimes disappearing for a week at a time while the wind howled down from the mountains and brought the ash with it. The ash was thinner now, lighter, less choking. But it still came. The old world did not give up its dead so easily. The community built. They had no choice. Winter was coming, and the valley, for all its beauty, offered little shelter from the cold. They cut wood from the lower branches of the great tree. The tree did not seem to mind, and new branches grew within days to replace what they took. They built cabins, small and rough, their walls stuffed with moss and dried grass to keep out the wind. They dug a well, tapping into the underground stream that fed the valley's river. They stored food, dried fish from the stream, wild roots from the forest's edge, and the first harvest of a new crop that Miri had discovered growing in the tree's shadow. A grain, golden and heavy-headed, that had not existed in the world before the bombs. "We don't have a name for it," Asha said, holding up one of the golden stalks. "It's not wheat, not barley, not anything I've seen in the old books, but it's edible, and it grows fast." "Everything grows fast here," Lyra said. She was standing at the edge of the grain field, her hands on her hips, her green eyes scanning the horizon. The fever had settled in her, become part of her. She no longer fought it. She no longer feared it. She simply was. "The tree," Miri said. She was sitting on a rock near the field's center, her small legs dangling, her bare feet brushing through the golden grain. "The tree makes things grow. Its roots go deep, deeper than the valley. They bring up something from below, something that makes the soil rich." "Radiation?" Tess asked. Her arm had healed, the infection beaten back by the green light that now pulsed faintly in her veins. She had chosen the fever over death, and the fever had chosen her in return. "Not radiation," Miri said. "Something else, something the first ones put in the ground, to help things grow, to help the world remember how to live." Cale listened to this from the doorway of the cabin he was building. He had never built anything before. Not really. In the old shelter they had scavenged and patched and made do. But here in the valley, he was learning. His hands were blistered, his back ached. But the cabin was taking shape log by log, and something in his chest was taking shape with it. Hope, real hope, not the desperate, clawing hope of survival. The quiet, steady hope of building something that might last. "Miri," he called, "come help me with the roof." She looked at him. Her green eyes sparkled, actually sparkled, like sunlight on water. "In a minute, I'm watching the grain grow." "You can watch it grow later. The roof won't wait." She sighed, a theatrical childlike sigh that made him laugh, and climbed down from her rock. The grain rustled as she passed through it, and Cale could have sworn he saw it lean toward her, as if drawn by her light. She had changed. They all had. But she was still Miri, still his. The first snow came on the 43rd day. It was not black. That was the first thing Cale noticed. The snow that fell on the valley was white, pure, clean white, the color of clouds and milk and the blank pages of the old books. It fell softly, silently, covering the cabins and the fields and the great tree in a blanket of cold. The children, there were 7 of them now, ranging from Miri's age to a baby born just 3 days ago, her first breath taken in sunlight, ran out into the snow and threw it at each other and laughed until their faces were red. Cale stood on the porch of his cabin and watched them. Lyra came up beside him and leaned against his shoulder. "I'd forgotten," she said, "what snow looked like, what it felt like." "It used to be gray," Cale said. "In the city, the ash mixed with the snow made everything look like the inside of a grave. Not here. No." He looked up at the sky. It was gray, not black, not brown, just gray. And through the gray he could see the faint disk of the sun, pale but present. Not here. They stood in silence, watching the children play, watching the snow fall, watching the great tree shed its leaves in a cascade of gold and green. "The valley is changing us," Lyra said quietly. "Not just the fever, the valley itself, the tree, the light. We're becoming something different." "Different how?" "I don't know yet, but I can feel it, inside, like something growing, like the seed." Cale put his arm around her. She was warm, warmer than she should have been, the fever still burning in her blood. But she was alive. They were all alive. "Different doesn't have to be bad," he said. "It doesn't have to be good, either." "No, but we'll make it good. We'll make it whatever we want it to be." Lara turned to look at him. Her green eyes searched his face, looking for something. Hope, maybe, or certainty, or just the comfort of another person who understood. "We're not going to survive this," she said. She had said it before, in the darkness of the subway shelter, when the future had seemed impossible. "And yet, here we are," Cale said. "Here we are." She kissed him. It was soft and quick and tasted of snow. Then she walked down into the field to join the children, her boots leaving dark prints in the white. Cale watched her go. Then he went back to work, on the roof. Chapter 2. The Strangers. They came on the 74th day. Cale was in the forest cutting wood for the winter stores when he heard the scream. Not a screamer's scream, he knew those too well. A human scream, high and frightened and full of pain. He dropped his axe and ran. The scream came from the eastern edge of the valley, near the gorge they had passed through to reach this place. By the time Cale arrived, the community had already gathered. Lyra with her bone knife, Sorka with her empty rifle, Dent with his green eyes blazing. And at the center of the circle, lying in the snow, was a woman. She was young, 20 maybe, with dark hair and darker skin, and eyes that were brown and terrified and utterly without green. She wore rags, the same kind of rags the community had worn before the valley. Her mask was gone. Her face was streaked with ash and blood and tears. Behind her, at the mouth of the gorge, lay the bodies of 2 screamers. Dead, killed by something sharper than a knife. "Please," the woman gasped. "Please help me. They're coming. They're coming." "Who's coming?" Cale knelt beside her. Her leg was bleeding, a deep gash, maybe from a fall, maybe from a claw. "Who's coming?" "The others. The ones with the green eyes. They've been following me for days. They want what I took." "What did you take?" The woman reached into her coat and pulled out a small object. A piece of metal, black and curved, covered in symbols that Cale recognized, the same symbols that had been on the box that had held the seed. "Where did you get that?" he asked. The woman looked at him. Her brown eyes were wide, desperate, on the edge of madness. "From the dead city," she said. "From the place where the first bomb fell. There's more, so much more, and they want it back." Behind her in the gorge, Cale heard scratching. Scratch, scrape, drag. Not screamers, something else, something with green eyes. Chapter 3. The Hunters. There were 5 of them. They emerged from the gorge as the dim began to fade towards dark. Shapes in the shadows, their green eyes glowing like embers. They wore the same rags as the woman, the same masks, the same look of desperate hunger. But their eyes were wrong. Solid green. Fever green. The green of the thing in the tunnel. "They're like us," Lyra said. She stood beside Cale, her knife in her hand, her own green eyes fixed on the strangers. "Carriers of the fever, but they've let it consume them." "Not consumed," Miri said. She was behind them, her small body pressed against the trunk of the great tree. "Lost. The fever took their fear, their pain, their memories. Now there's nothing left but hunger." "How do you know that?" "Because I can hear them. The same way I heard the screamers." Miri's voice was calm, but Cale could see her hands trembling. "They're not evil. They're just empty. And empty things are dangerous." The 5 strangers stopped at the edge of the valley. Their leader, a man, tall and thin, his face hidden behind a mask of green light, stepped forward and raised his hand. "Give us the key," he said. His voice was flat, emotionless. "Give us the key, and we will leave." "The key?" Cale looked at the woman. She was sitting in the snow, her leg bandaged, her face pale. "What key?" "The piece of metal," she whispered. "It's a key. It opens the door to the place where the first bomb fell. The place where the seed came from. The place where the first ones built their machines." "Why do they want it?" "Because they want to go back. They want to find the source of the fever. They think it will make them whole again." Cale turned to face the strangers. His spike was in his hand. Behind him, the community had formed a line. 27 people, their green eyes glowing, their weapons ready. "You're not welcome here," he said. "This valley is ours. We built it. We protect it. Leave now, and we won't hurt you." The tall man tilted his head. His green eyes flickered as if he was processing the words slowly, translating them from a language he had forgotten. "Hurt us," he said. "You can't hurt us. We're already dead. The fever killed us long ago. We're just waiting for someone to open the door so we can go home." "There's no home for you here." "No, not here. Below." The man pointed at the ground, at the roots of the great tree, at the darkness beneath the valley. "The door is beneath us. The key will open it. Give us the key and we will go. We will not trouble you again." Cale looked at the woman. She was clutching the piece of metal to her chest, her knuckles white. "If we give them the key, will they really leave?" he asked her. She shook her head. "They'll open the door, and whatever's behind it, it won't be content to stay below. It will rise, it will spread, it will consume everything." "What's behind the door?" She looked at him. Her brown eyes were filled with a terror so deep it had no bottom. "The heart of the fever," she said. "The source of the green light. The thing that made the first ones into what they became. It's been waiting down there for centuries, waiting for someone to let it out." Behind them the great tree shuddered. Its leaves rustled, though there was no wind. Its roots creaked, though the ground was still. And from deep below, Cale heard a sound he had hoped never to hear again. Scratch, scrape, drag. Something was waking up. Chapter 4. The Key. The woman's name was Vera. She had been a scavenger, like Cale, like Lyra, one of the ones who ventured into the ruins of the old cities, searching for food and medicine and the scattered remnants of the world that had been. But Vera had ventured deeper than most. She had gone to the place where the first bomb fell. "The crater," she said. They had brought her to Cale's cabin, laid her on a bed of furs and dried grass. Asha was tending to her leg, stitching the wound closed with fishing line and a needle made from a fishbone. It's miles across. The glass at the bottom is still hot, glowing blue and green. The radiation is so thick you can taste it. But at the center there's a building, not destroyed, not even damaged, just sitting there, waiting. What kind of building? Lyra asked. Vera closed her eyes. Her face was pale, her lips cracked. It's made of the same metal as the key, black and curved. No doors, no windows, just smooth walls and the same symbols over and over. I walked around it 3 times before I found the seam, the place where the key fits. You opened it? No. Vera's hand went to the piece of metal around her neck. I was going to. But then the others came, the green-eyed ones. They rose out of the glass, out of the crater itself, and they reached for me. They wanted the key. They wanted to open the door themselves. I ran. I've been running for weeks. Where did you think you were going? Kale asked. Vera opened her eyes. They were brown and tired and old in a way that had nothing to do with her years. I didn't know. I just knew I had to keep the key away from them. That's why I came to the valley. I saw the light, the tree, from miles away. I thought maybe whoever was here could help. Kale looked at Miri. She was standing in the corner of the cabin, her green eyes fixed on the key. The metal was pulsing faintly, in rhythm with her heartbeat. The key is calling to her, Miri said, to all of us. The fever inside us knows it, wants it. Do you want to open the door? Kale asked her. Miri was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, part of me does. The part that came from the fever, the part that remembers the first ones. But the rest of me, the part that's Miri, knows it's a bad idea. Whatever's behind that door, it's not meant to come out. The first ones put it there for a reason, Lyra said. They locked it away. And they built the tree, the seed, to keep it buried. Then we have to keep it buried, Kale said. We destroy the key. Vera sat up, her eyes wide. No, the key is the only thing that can open the door. If we destroy it, whatever's down there will be trapped forever. Good. But what if we need to open it someday? What if the key is the only thing that can save us? Save us from what? Vera didn't answer. She didn't need to, they all knew. The fever was spreading, the green light was growing, and somewhere in the darkness below, the source was waiting. The community gathered in the shadow of the great tree to debate what to do with the key. Sorka spoke first. Destroy it. Throw it into the deepest part of the river. Bury it beneath the roots of the tree. Whatever it takes to make sure that door never opens. The tree's roots go deep, Miri said. Deeper than the valley. They reach down to the door itself. If we bury the key beneath the tree, the fever will find it. It will call to it. It will never stop. Then we take it away from here, Thess said. Far away. Across the mountains, into the wasteland where no one goes. The green-eyed ones will follow, Lyra said. They've been following Vera for weeks. They'll follow the key anywhere. And if we lead them to another community, another shelter... We can't risk it, Kale said. We keep the key here. We guard it. We protect it. And we wait. Wait for what? Sorka asked. Kale looked at Miri, at her green eyes, at the pulsing light in her chest. Wait for the fever to tell us what to do. Chapter 5. The Dreams. That night, Kale dreamed. He was standing in the crater, the place where the first bomb had fallen. The glass beneath his feet was hot, glowing blue and green, and the sky above him was black. Not the black of the dim, the black of absolute darkness, as if the sun had never existed. Before him stood the building. Black and curved, covered in symbols, no doors, no windows, just smooth walls and the faint pulsing light that came from within. "Open the door," said a voice. It was not the voice of the first ones. It was deeper, older, hungrier. "Open the door and we will give you everything you have ever wanted." "What do I want?" Kale asked. "You want the world to be whole again. You want the sun to stay. You want the child to be safe. We can give you all of that. Just open the door." He reached out his hand. The key was there, in his palm, warm and pulsing. It fit perfectly against the seam in the wall. "Yes," the voice whispered. "Yes." He pressed the key into the seam. The door opened. Light poured out, green and blinding and terrible. It washed over Kale, through him, into him. He felt the fever surge, felt it change him, felt it remake him into something new. And then he saw what was behind the door. He woke up screaming. Miri was beside him, her small hands pressed against his chest. Her green eyes were wide, her face pale. "The door," she said. "You saw it. You saw it too. The fever showed us both. It wants us to open it. It wants all of us to open it." Kale sat up. His heart was pounding. His skin was slick with sweat. "What's behind the door, Miri? What did you see?" She looked at him, her green eyes filled with tears. "I saw the end," she said. "Not the end of the world, the end of us. The end of everything we are, the light behind the door. It doesn't heal. It doesn't transform. It consumes. Everyone who opens the door becomes part of it, part of the fever, part of the hunger. The first ones, they opened the door. That's why they built the tree, to bury it, to keep it from spreading. But they couldn't destroy it. Nothing can destroy it. It's been down there since before the bombs, since before people. It's the oldest thing in the world." Kale held her close. She was shaking. "We won't open it," he said. "I promise, no matter what. The fever won't stop. It will keep pushing, keep whispering, keep dreaming. One day someone will open it. Maybe not you. Maybe not me, but someone. Then we make sure that day never comes." Miri pulled back and looked at him. Her green eyes were steady now, certain. "We can't," she said, "because I saw something else. In the dream. The door opens, not today, not tomorrow, but soon. And when it opens," she touched his face, "you have to be the one to close it again." Chapter 6. The Siege. The green-eyed ones came at dawn. Not just 5 of them, dozens, scores. They poured out of the gorge like water from a broken dam, their eyes blazing, their hands reaching. They had been gathering in the mountains for weeks, drawn by the key, drawn by the tree, drawn by the light of the valley. "They're not like us," Lyra said, standing at the edge of the grain field, her knife in her hand. "They've lost themselves completely. There's nothing left but the fever." "Can we reason with them?" Kale asked. "Reason with hunger, with emptiness? No." The community formed a line. 27 people against 100. The odds were worse than anything they had faced in the dim. But they had something the green-eyed ones didn't. They had each other. They had the tree. They had the light. Miri stepped forward. The green light in her chest blazed, bright enough to cast shadows. "Stop," she said. Her voice was small, but it carried across the valley. "Stop, please. You don't have to do this." The green-eyed ones hesitated. Their leader, the tall man from the night before, pushed through the crowd. His face was a mask of green light, featureless and smooth. "The key," he said. "Give us the key." "The key is not yours. It's not ours. It belongs to the door, and the door must stay closed. The door must open. The fever must spread. It is the only way." "The fever is not the only way." Miri raised her hand. The green light flowed from her fingers, gentle and warm. There is another way, a better way. The tree, the seed, the growth. That is the way forward. Not the fever, not the hunger. The tall man tilted his head. His green eyes flickered. The tree is a lie. The seed is a prison. The first ones built them to trap us, to keep us from our home. The first ones built them to save you, to give you a choice. Miri stepped closer. The green-eyed ones parted before her, as if afraid to touch her. You don't have to be empty. You can fill yourselves with something else, with light, with life, with each other. We don't remember how. I can teach you. All of you. The fever is not your enemy. It's your tool. Use it to grow, not to consume. The tall man stood frozen. His green eyes flickered, 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 and then slowly the light in his face dimmed. The mask of green faded, revealing the man beneath. He was young, younger than Kale, with brown skin and tired eyes, and a face that looked like it hadn't smiled in years. "Help us," he whispered. "Please, we're so tired." Miri reached out her hand. The man took it. The green light flowed from her into him, not burning, not consuming, healing. The emptiness in his eyes filled with something else, not the fever, something softer, something kinder. Hope. One by one, the green-eyed ones stepped forward. One by one, Miri touched them. One by one, they remembered who they had been. By the time the sun reached its peak, the siege was over. The green-eyed ones were no longer enemies. They were survivors. Lost, broken, exhausted, but alive. And the valley was full. Chapter 7. The Burden. The valley had grown crowded. Where once there had been 27, now there were nearly 150. The green-eyed ones, the lost, as Miri called them, had come not just from the mountains, but from the wasteland beyond, drawn by the key, drawn by the tree, drawn by the light that pulsed from the valley like a beacon. They came in ones and twos and dozens, their eyes blazing, their bodies thin, their minds hollowed out by years of wandering. Miri healed them, one by one, day after day. She touched their faces, their hands, their chests, and the green light flowed from her into them. Not the hungry light of the fever, but the soft, warm light of the tree, the light of growth, the light of remembrance. Each healing took something from her. Kale watched her change over the weeks that followed the siege. She grew paler, thinner, her green eyes dimming slightly with each person she touched. She ate less, slept more, spoke in whispers. "She's giving away pieces of herself," Asha said, pulling Kale aside after a particularly long healing session. Miri lay on a bed of furs in Kale's cabin, her breathing shallow, her face slack with exhaustion. The light in her, it's not infinite. Every time she heals someone, she transfers a part of it to them. Can she die from it? Asha hesitated. That was all the answer Kale needed. "She can," Asha said finally. "If she gives too much, if she doesn't stop." "Then make her stop." "I can't make her do anything. None of us can. She's not a child anymore, Kale. Not really. She's something else." Kale looked at Miri. She was so small, so fragile, so impossibly powerful. He sat beside her and took her hand. Her skin was cool, cooler than it should have been. "Miri," he said, "you need to rest." "I know." She didn't open her eyes. "But they keep coming. So many of them. And they're so empty. I can feel it, the hollowness inside them. It's like hunger, but worse. It's like they've forgotten how to be people." "That's not your responsibility." "Whose is it?" "Yours, Lyra's. The fever chose me. The first ones chose me. The seed chose me. I have to do this." "No," he squeezed her hand. "You don't have to do anything. You're 6 years old. You should be playing in the snow, throwing snowballs, laughing, not..." He gestured at the line of lost ones waiting outside the cabin, their green eyes patient and hungry. Not this. Miri opened her eyes. They were dimmer than before, still green but faded, like old leaves in autumn. There's no one else, Cale. The fever is in all of us, but I'm the only one who can control it. The only one the first ones prepared. If I don't heal them, they'll stay lost forever. And if they stay lost, they'll eventually turn on us. On the valley, on the tree. So we fight them. We protect ourselves. Fighting creates more lost ones, more empty vessels for the fever. The only way to win is to heal. Cale had no answer to that. He sat beside her, holding her hand, watching the light fade from her eyes. Outside, the lost ones waited. Chapter 8. The Council. On the 100th day of winter, Sorka called a council. The community had grown too large for informal decisions. Too many voices, too many needs, too many conflicts over food, shelter, water, and the strange new resource that the valley provided, the green light itself. The council met in the shadow of the great tree. 20 representatives chosen by the various groups that had found their way to the valley. Cale represented the original community, the ones from the subway shelter. Lyra represented the scavengers, Vera represented the lost ones who had been healed, and Miri, reluctantly with Cale's hand on her shoulder, represented the tree. The valley cannot sustain this many people, Sorka said. She had aged in the past months, her hair whiter, her face more lined, her milky eyes cloudier. But her voice was still strong. We have food for perhaps another month. Water is plentiful, but the grain takes time to grow. The fish in the stream are being overfished, and the tree... She looked up at the great trunk, glowing faintly in the dim light. The tree is not infinite. The tree gives what it can, Miri said, but it needs time. The seed was small. It's still growing. In a few years it will be strong enough to support hundreds. But now it's still young. Then we need to send people away, said a man named Harkin, one of the lost ones. He had been a farmer before the fever took him, or so he claimed. His memory was spotty, full of holes. Not forever. Just until the tree is strong enough. They can go to the mountains, the foothills, hunt, gather, survive. Send them away to die. Lyra's voice was sharp. The wasteland is still deadly. The screamers are still out there. The ash is still thick beyond the valley. Better to die fighting than to starve here. This isn't about dying. It's about surviving. Together. The council argued for hours. Voices rose, fists pounded on the table they had built from tree wood. In the end, no decision was reached. They would meet again tomorrow. And the day after. And the day after that. Cale walked back to his cabin with Miri on his shoulders. She was light, lighter than she should have been. He could feel the bones of her spine through her coat. "What do you think?" he asked her. "About what?" "The council, the food, sending people away." Miri was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "The tree can help. If I ask it." "Ask it what?" "To grow faster, to give more. The first ones built it to respond to the light inside me. If I give more of myself, more of the fever, the tree will grow. The grain will ripen. The fish will multiply. And you'll fade faster." "Yes." "Then no." "Cale." I said no. He set her down on the porch of the cabin and knelt so his eyes were level with hers. "You're not a sacrifice, Miri. You're not a tool. You're a person. My person. And I'm not going to let you burn yourself out for a few more bushels of grain. The others? The others will find another way, or they won't. But that's not your burden to carry." Miri looked at him. Her green eyes were tired, so tired, but underneath the exhaustion, He saw something else, something hard, something determined. "It's already my burden," she said. "It has been since the seed chose me. I can't put it down. I can only carry it." She walked into the cabin and closed the door. Cale stayed on the porch, staring at the great tree, feeling the green light pulse in his own chest. The fever had changed him too. He could feel it, the connection to the tree, to the valley, to the lost ones. He could feel their hunger, their emptiness, their desperate need to be filled, and he could feel Miri's light fading like a candle in a strong wind. He didn't know how to save her, but he had to try. Chapter 9. The Descent. On the 112th day, Vera came to Cale with a plan. "The door," she said. "The one beneath the valley, the one the key opens. I thought we agreed to keep it closed." "We did, but the fever, the source, it's not just behind the door. It's everywhere. In the soil, in the water, in the tree's roots. The door is just the place where it's strongest. If we could go down there, not open the door, just go down, we might find a way to weaken it, to stop it from spreading. Or we might wake it up." Vera's face was grim. "That's a risk, but the fever is already waking up. The lost ones are more restless every day. Miri is fading. The tree is struggling. If we don't do something—" "I know." Cale looked at the key hanging from a leather cord around Vera's neck. It pulsed faintly, green and patient. "What would we need?" "A small group. People who can survive the radiation. People who can carry the light. People who won't be consumed. People like us." "Yes?" Cale was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "I'll go. Lyra will go. Miri stays here. She's too important, too fragile. She won't like that." "Miri doesn't get to like it. She gets to survive." Cale nodded. "He went to tell Lyra. He went to tell Miri." Miri didn't argue. She just looked at him with her tired green eyes and said, "Come back." "I will. Promise. I promise." She hugged him, small and fierce and warm. Then she let him go. Chapter 10. The Crater. The journey to the crater took 7 days. The wasteland had changed since they left it. The ash was thinner. The trees' influence, perhaps, or just the slow clearing of the clouds. The sun was visible for longer each day, pale and distant, but present. And the screamers were gone. The ones that remained stayed far from the valley, as if afraid of the green light that pulsed from the great tree. Cale, Lyra, Vera, and 3 others, Dent, the listener's acolyte, a lost one named Corin who had been a miner before the fever, and an old woman called Jory, who claimed to remember the before, walked north through the ruins, following the key's pulsing light. The crater appeared on the 7th day, just as the sun was setting. It was vast, miles across, its edges sharp and black, its floor a lake of glass that glowed blue and green in the fading light. The radiation was thick here, so thick that Cale could taste it on his tongue, feel it prickling against his skin. "The building is at the center," Vera said. "We'll need to cross the glass to reach it." "The glass is hot," Corin said, "and unstable. One wrong step and we fall through." "Then we don't take wrong steps." They tied themselves together with rope, a line of 6 people connected by a single strand. Cale led the way, his spike in one hand, the key's light guiding him. The glass was slick and warm beneath his boots. He could see his reflection in it, distorted, green-tinged, older than he felt. Behind him, the others followed in silence. The only sounds were the crunch of their boots and the distant hum of the key. Halfway across the crater, the glass began to crack. "Keep moving," Cale said. "Don't stop. Don't look down." The cracks spread beneath their feet, thin lines of green light spreading like veins. The heat grew stronger, the hum grew louder, and then from below the glass something moved. Chapter 11. The Things Below the Glass. The movement was slow, languid, like a sleeper turning over in bed, but the glass rippled with it. Waves of green and blue spreading outward from a point directly beneath Cale's feet. "Don't move," Lyra whispered. "Too late for that," Cale said. He could feel the glass shifting, growing thinner, warmer. "We need to go. Now." "Which way?" "Ahead, behind." It didn't matter. The crack was spreading faster now, branching out in all directions. The green light below was rising, pressing against the glass like a hand against a window. Vera screamed. The glass shattered. Cale fell. He fell through darkness and light, through heat and cold, through 1,000 fragments of memory that were not his own. He saw the bombs falling, not from the sky, but from the earth, rising up like reverse lightning. He saw the first ones building the tower, planting the seed, closing the door. He saw the thing behind the door, vast and patient and hungry, waiting for centuries in the dark. He hit something soft. Water? No. Something thicker, warmer. He opened his eyes. He was lying on a bed of glowing moss deep beneath the crater. Above him, the hole in the glass was a small circle of pale light, impossibly far away. Around him, the others were scattered across the moss: Lyra, Vera, Dent, Corin, Jory. All alive, all conscious, all staring at the walls of the cavern. The walls were covered in symbols, the same symbols as the key, the same symbols as the box. But here they were not carved into metal. They were alive, pulsing, shifting, growing like vines across the stone. "The first ones," Dent whispered. He was touching the symbols with his fingertips, his green eyes wide. "They wrote their story here. Everything they were. Everything they knew." "Can you read it?" Cale asked. Dent was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Some of it. They were like us at the beginning. Survivors of a disaster. Not bombs, something else, something older. They found the fever, the green light, and they tried to use it, to heal themselves, to rebuild their world. It didn't work. It worked too well. The fever spread faster than they could control. It consumed their world, the way it almost consumed ours. So they built the door, the prison. They locked the heart of the fever away and buried it beneath the earth. And the tree? The tree was the lock. The seed was the key, not to open the door, but to keep it closed. The tree feeds on the fever, absorbs it, turns it into something else, something that grows instead of consumes." Cale looked at the symbols pulsing green on the walls. "Then why is the fever still spreading? Why are the lost ones still coming?" Dent's face was pale. "Because the tree is not enough. The seed was planted too late or too early or in the wrong place. The fever is stronger than the first ones realized. It's been growing down here, in the dark, in the prison, feeding on itself, becoming something new. Something worse? Something that can't be locked away forever." From the far end of the cavern, where the moss grew thickest and the light was brightest, Cale heard a sound. Thump, drag, thump, drag. Something was coming. Chapter 12. The Warden. It had been human once. That was the worst part. Cale could see the shape of it, the arms, the legs, the torso, the head, but the proportions were wrong. Too long, too thin, too many joints. Its skin was green, not the soft green of the tree, but the sick green of the fever, the color of rot and ruin. Its eyes were black, depthless, and from its chest came a light so bright that Cale had to look away. "The Warden," Vera whispered. The first ones left it here to guard the door, to keep the fever from escaping. It's not guarding anymore, Lyra said. Her knife was in her hand, but her voice was shaking. Look at it. It's become part of the fever, part of the prison. The warden stopped 20 feet from them. Its head turned slowly, scanning the group, its black eyes settling on Cale. You carry the light, it said. Its voice was dry, rusted, like a door that hadn't been opened in centuries. The child's light. She sent you. She didn't send us. We came on our own. She sent you. She is the tree. The tree is her. She sees everything that happens in the valley, everything that happens beneath it. The warden took a step closer. The ground trembled. She knows what you're trying to do. She knows it won't work. What are we trying to do? The warden tilted its head, a gesture that might have been human once. You're trying to save her, to stop the fever, to close the door forever. It raised a hand, too many fingers, too many knuckles, and pointed at the key around Vera's neck. But the door cannot be closed. It can only be opened. The fever cannot be stopped. It can only be fed. Then why did the first ones build the prison? Because they were afraid. They didn't understand what the fever was, what it could become. The warden's black eyes flickered. I was like you once. I was one of the first ones. I volunteered to stay behind, to guard the door, to keep the fever from escaping. But the fever doesn't want to escape. It wants to be free, and freedom is not the same as escape. You're not making sense, the warden laughed. It was a terrible sound, like glass breaking, like bones snapping. Sense is a thing of the old world. The old world is dead. The fever is the new world. The fever is life. The fever is growth. The fever is the only thing that can save what remains. It stepped closer. Cale raised his spike. You can't hurt me, the warden said. I am the prison. I am the door. I am the lock and the key and the fever itself. Strike me, and you strike the thing you're trying to save. Then what do we do? The warden stopped. Its black eyes searched Cale's face, looking for something, hope maybe, or fear, or just the last flicker of a world it had once known. You go back, it said. You tell the child what you've seen. You tell her that the door must open. Not today, not tomorrow, but someday. And when it opens, she must be ready. Ready for what? The warden leaned close. Its breath smelled of green light and old bones. Ready to become what the first ones could not. Ready to embrace the fever instead of fighting it. Ready to let the light in, all the way in, so that the world can finally begin again. It straightened. The green light in its chest pulsed once, twice, 3 times. Now go, before the glass heals and you're trapped down here forever. The warden turned and walked back into the darkness. The sound of its footsteps, thump, drag, faded slowly until there was nothing but silence and the pulsing symbols on the walls. Cale looked at the others. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide. We need to go, Lyra said. Yes. They climbed back through the hole in the glass, using the moss, using the rope, using each other. The glass was already healing, the cracks sealing themselves with green light. By the time Cale pulled himself over the edge, the hole was gone, and the crater floor was smooth and unbroken once more. But Cale could feel what was beneath it. The prison, the door, the warden, and somewhere deep below, the fever waited. Chapter 13. The Return. The journey back to the valley took 5 days, 2 fewer than the journey out. They walked faster, spoke less, slept in shifts. The key's light had dimmed, as if the encounter with the warden had drained it. Vera carried it in silence, her face blank. Cale couldn't stop thinking about what the warden had said. The door must open. The fever must be free. He didn't want to believe it. But the fever was inside him. He could feel it. The green light pulsing in his blood, in his bones, in his dreams. It wanted to grow. It wanted to spread. It wanted to consume everything in its path, and part of him, a small, terrified part, wanted to let it. They reached the valley on the evening of the 5th day. The great tree was taller than when they had left, its branches spreading wider, its leaves glowing with green and gold. The grain fields were heavy with harvest. The cabins were warm with firelight. But Miri was not at the entrance to greet them. Cale found her in the cabin, lying on her bed of furs, her eyes closed, her breath shallow. Asha sat beside her, holding her hand. "She's been like this for 3 days," Asha said. "The healing, it's taken too much from her. She's not eating, not drinking, just sleeping." Cale knelt beside Miri and touched her face. Her skin was cold. "Miri," he said, "I'm back. I'm here." Her eyes opened. They were green, so green, but dim, like embers buried in ash. "Cale," she whispered, "the door, you saw it." "I saw it. I saw the warden." "It's dying, the warden. The prison is failing. I can feel it, the fever leaking out, spreading through the roots of the tree. The tree is trying to absorb it, but there's too much, too fast. What do we need to do?" Miri looked at him. Her eyes were ancient and young and terribly sad. "Let me go," she said. "Let me become part of the tree, part of the fever, part of the light. It's the only way to hold the door closed." "No," Cale's voice was sharp. "There has to be another way." "There is no other way. The first ones tried everything. The warden tried everything. The only thing that works is sacrifice. One life for many. That's the law of the fever." "That's not a law. That's a choice. And you're not making it." "I already made it. When I planted the seed. When I touched the first lost one. When I agreed to carry the light." She reached up and touched his face. Her fingers were cold. "I love you, Cale. You saved me. You kept me alive when no one else would. Now let me save everyone else." He held her. He held her and he didn't let go. Outside, the great tree shimmered. The green light pulsed. The fever spread. And somewhere below, the door began to crack. Chapter 14. The Cracking. It started small, a tremor in the earth, barely noticeable. A crack in the soil near the base of the great tree. A wisp of green light seeping up from below like steam from a kettle. By the 2nd day, the crack had grown to the width of Cale's hand. Green light poured from it constantly now, day and night, bathing the valley in an emerald glow. The grain fields grew wild, stalks reaching waist-high overnight, then chest-high, then taller than a person. The fish in the stream multiplied until the water was thick with them, their scales glowing faintly. The tree itself grew faster, its branches spreading across the valley, its roots digging deeper into the earth. "We need to evacuate," Sorka said. She stood at the edge of the crack, her milky eyes fixed on the green light below. "The valley isn't safe anymore." "Safe from what?" Lyra asked. "From whatever's coming up through that crack." Cale looked at Miri. She was sitting at the base of the tree, her back against the trunk, her eyes closed. The green light from the crack seemed to flow toward her, pooling around her like water around a stone. "She's holding it back," he said. "As long as she's there, the crack won't spread." "For how long?" Cale didn't answer. He couldn't. On the 3rd day, Miri stopped eating. Asha brought her food, grain porridge, fish from the stream, sweet water from the well. Miri took it in her hands, looked at it, and set it aside. Her body was changing. Her skin had taken on a faint green tint, and her hair had grown long and dark, woven with strands of light. She looked less like a child and more like something carved from the heart of the tree. You need to eat, Asha said, her voice firm. You can't survive on light alone. I'm not surviving, Miri said. I'm becoming. Becoming what? Miri opened her eyes. They were no longer green. They were gold. The color of the sun, the color of the grain, the color of the light that filtered through the tree's leaves. The tree needs a heart, she said. A living heart. Someone who can feel the fever and control it at the same time. The first ones built the tree to need that. They thought one of them would volunteer, but they were afraid. So they planted the seed and hoped someone would come after. And you're that someone. I'm that someone. Asha looked at Kale. He was standing at the edge of the clearing, his arms crossed, his face unreadable. There has to be another way, Asha said. There isn't, Miri said. The crack is getting wider. The fever is rising. If I don't become the tree's heart, fully, completely, the door will open. The thing behind it will escape. And everything we've built, the valley, the tree, the community, will be consumed. Kale walked to her and knelt down. He took her hands. They were warm now, warmer than they should have been, the fever burning bright beneath her skin. Miri, he said, you're 6 years old. I know. You should have years ahead of you, decades, a whole life. I know. Instead, you're choosing to spend it inside a tree. She smiled. It was a real smile, small and sad and beautiful. I'm not choosing to spend it inside a tree. I'm choosing to spend it inside you, inside all of you. The tree isn't a prison, Kale. It's a connection. When I become its heart, I'll be everywhere the tree's roots reach. I'll be in the grain, the water, the air. I'll be in the green light that heals the lost ones. I'll be in the fever, but I'll control it. I'll make it gentle. I'll make it kind. You'll be gone. I'll be transformed, like the first ones, like the warden, like the fever itself. She squeezed his hands. I won't be a little girl anymore. But I won't be nothing. I'll be something new, something the world has never seen. Kale wanted to argue. He wanted to pick her up and carry her out of the valley far away, where the fever couldn't find her. But he had seen what happened to those who ran. The fever followed. It always followed. Can I visit you? He asked. His voice cracked. After. Can I come to the tree and talk to you? Miri's smile widened. You can talk to me anywhere. I'll be listening. She let go of his hands and turned to face the tree. The green light from the crack swirled around her, lifting her hair, making her skin glow. I'm ready, she said. The tree answered. Its branches lowered, wrapping around Miri like arms. Its roots rose from the soil, cradling her feet. The green light flowed into her, not burning, not consuming, merging, becoming. Miri's body began to fade. Her skin became translucent, revealing the light beneath. Her eyes became suns. Her heart became a star. Kale, she said, her voice echoing from 1,000 directions at once. Thank you for everything. And then she was gone. Where she had stood, there was only the tree, taller now, its trunk marked with a pattern that looked almost like a face. A child's face, smiling. Kale fell to his knees. The green light washed over him, warm and gentle. He didn't cry. He couldn't. The tears were there, but the light absorbed them, turned them into something else, something that grew. Behind him, the crack in the earth stopped spreading. The green light dimmed. The fever settled, calm and patient. The door remained closed. Chapter 15. The First Day of Spring. The seasons turned. Winter passed. The snow melted, revealing the green shoots of new grain. The days grew longer, the sun brighter. The clouds retreated to the edges of the horizon, and the sky above the valley became a deep, endless blue. Kale worked the fields. He built more cabins. He helped the lost ones learn to farm, to fish, to build. He watched the children play in the shadow of the great tree, new children born in the valley, their eyes brown and blue and green, their lungs clean, their bodies strong. Lara worked beside him. They didn't talk about Miri. There was nothing to say. The loss was too large for words. But sometimes, late at night, they would sit at the base of the tree and hold hands, and Cale could feel Miri's presence in the green light that pulsed beneath the bark. She was there. She was always there. On the first day of spring, a new child was born. Her mother was one of the lost ones, a woman named Elara, the same name as the tender who had died in the subway shelter, and Cale took that as a sign. The baby was small and perfect, with dark hair and brown eyes and a cry that filled the cabin with life. "What will you name her?" Cale asked. The mother looked at the tree, at the light, at the face that was almost visible in the bark. "Miri," she said. "I'm naming her Miri, so the old one can live on in the new." Cale held the baby. She was warm and heavy and so alive. "Welcome, Miri," he said. "Welcome to the world." The baby opened her eyes. They were brown, just brown, no green, no glow, ordinary and beautiful. And for just a moment, Cale could have sworn she smiled. Chapter 16. The Promise. That night, Cale dreamed. He was standing at the base of the great tree, but the tree was different, taller, wider, its branches touching the sky. The valley was different too, filled with houses and fields and roads, with people walking and laughing and living. And sitting on a low branch, her legs dangling, her face lit by the setting sun, was Miri. Not the Miri who had faded into the tree, a different Miri, older, 17 maybe, or 18. Her hair was long and dark, her eyes were green but soft, the green of leaves, not the green of fever. She was wearing clothes that Cale didn't recognize, bright colors, clean fabrics, nothing like the rags of the dim. "You're growing up," he said. "I'm growing," she said. "The tree is growing, the valley is growing, everything is changing." "Are you happy?" She looked at the sky. The sun was setting, painting the clouds in shades of orange and pink. "I'm not happy," she said. "Not the way you mean. I'm something else, something bigger. I'm the memory of happiness. I'm the possibility of it." "Is that enough?" She looked at him. Her green eyes were kind. "It has to be," she said. "For now." Cale sat down at the base of the tree. The grass was soft and warm. "I miss you," he said. "I know. I miss holding you, carrying you on my shoulders, listening to you talk about the sun. I miss that too, but I'm still here. I'm in the tree, I'm in the grain, I'm in the light that helps the lost ones remember who they are." She reached down and touched his hair. Her fingers were warm. "You're not alone, Cale. You never were." He wanted to say more. There was so much he hadn't said, about the early days, about the fear, about the hope. But the dream was fading, the colors bleeding into gray. "Come back," he said. "Visit me again." "Whenever you need me," she said. "Just come to the tree. I'll be listening." The dream ended. Cale woke in his cabin, Lyra sleeping beside him, the first light of dawn filtering through the window. He got up and walked to the tree. It was taller than ever, its trunk warm beneath his hands. "Good morning, Miri," he said. The green light pulsed, the leaves rustled, and somewhere deep in the bark a voice whispered back, "Good morning, Cale." Epilogue. The New World. The years passed. The valley grew into a village. The village grew into a town. The town grew into a city, not a city of concrete and steel, like the ones from the before, but a city of wood and stone and living trees. The great tree stood at its center, watching over everything, and its roots reaching deep into the earth, its branches reaching toward the sun. The fever did not disappear. It became part of the world, a quiet presence, a green light that pulsed beneath the soil, in the water, in the air. Some people carried it more strongly than others. They became healers, teachers, leaders. They helped the lost ones find their way home. They helped the sick ones find their way to health. They helped the world remember how to live. Cale grew old. His hair turned gray, then white. His hands grew gnarled from years of work. But he never stopped visiting the tree. Every morning he would walk to its base and place his hand on its trunk. "Good morning, Miri," he would say. And every morning the tree would answer, "Good morning, Cale." Lyra grew old beside him. They never married. There was no ceremony and no words. But they were partners in the way that mattered. They raised children together, not their own, but the children of the community, the orphans, the lost ones who needed a home. They taught them to farm, to build, to heal. They taught them about the before. They taught them about the fever. They taught them about the tree. Sorka died in the 5th year. She went quietly in her sleep, her hand wrapped around the empty rifle she had carried for so long. They buried her at the base of the tree, and the tree's roots wrapped around her body, and the green light absorbed her into itself. She became part of the valley, part of the memory, part of the song. Dent became the first keeper of the symbols, the one who read the writing on the walls of the crater, who translated the story of the first ones, who taught the children about the world that had been and the world that could be. Parla built a new radio, not from scavenged parts, from new parts grown from the tree, powered by the green light. She broadcast the voice of the valley across the wasteland, calling to survivors, offering shelter, offering hope. And one by one they came. From the ruins, from the tunnels, from the mountains and the plains and the shores of the Dead Sea. They came with their scars and their masks and their green eyes. They came to the valley, to the tree, to the light. They came home. Cale died on the 50th spring. He was old, older than anyone had a right to be in the new world. His body was worn out, his heart tired, his lungs filled with the memory of ash. But he was not afraid. He had seen too much to be afraid of dying. Lyra held his hand. The tree's light washed over him, warm and gentle. "Tell Miri I'm coming," he said. "Tell her yourself," Lyra said. "You'll see her soon enough." He smiled. His eyes closed, and in the darkness behind his eyelids he saw a field. Green grass, blue sky, a yellow sun, and sitting under a tree, not the great tree, but a smaller tree, a younger tree, was a girl with dark hair and green eyes. She was 6 years old again, small and perfect and glowing with light. "I've been waiting for you," she said. "I know," Cale said. "I'm here now." He sat down beside her. The grass was soft, the sun was warm. The green light pulsed gently beneath the soil, connecting everything, the tree, the valley, the world. "Thank you," Miri said, "for saving me, for carrying me, for never giving up." "You saved me," Cale said. "You carried me. You never gave up." She leaned her head against his shoulder. They sat together in the field, watching the sun climb toward its peak, and somewhere far away, in the world of the living, Lyra closed Cale's eyes and placed his hand on his chest. The green light pulsed, the tree's leaves rustled, and a voice whispered on the wind, "Good morning, Cale, welcome home." Afterward, the world did not end with a bang, or a whimper, or a single moment of destruction. It ended in 1,000 small ways, a cough in the dark, a child who never saw the sun, a seed that waited centuries to grow. But endings are also beginnings. The valley grew, The tree spread. The green light became part of the world, not a curse, not a gift, but simply a fact, something to be learned, something to be lived with. The children of the new world did not wear masks. They did not hide in shelters. They walked in the sun, their eyes brown and blue and green, their lungs clean, their hearts full. They remembered the before, not with longing, but with gratitude. The old world had given them life. The new world gave them a reason to live. And somewhere deep in the earth, the door remained closed. The fever slept. The warden waited. But that is a story for another time. For now there was only the valley, the tree, the light, and the children, running through the fields, laughing, reaching for the sun. Book 4, The Deep Roots. Chapter 1. The Dreamers. 40 years after the planting of the seed, the valley had become a nation. Not a nation in the old sense, no borders, no armies, no flags. A nation of memory, a nation of light, a nation of people who had learned to live with the fever and make it into something that nurtured rather than consumed. The city was called Miri's Heart. It sprawled across the valley floor and up the sides of the surrounding mountains, its buildings grown rather than built, living wood and woven branches and walls of hardened light. The great tree still stood at the city's center, taller than any structure the old world had ever known, its trunk wide enough to house 100 families, its branches forming a canopy that sheltered the city from the worst of the weather. The sun was bright now. The clouds were gone, not entirely, but enough. The sky was blue more often than it was gray, and the rain that fell was clean, sweet, life-giving. But the green light still pulsed beneath the soil. The fever still flowed through the veins of those who carried it. And somewhere deep below the roots of the great tree, the door still waited. Lena was 12 years old when she first dreamed of the warden. She was not a carrier of the fever, not strongly at least. Her eyes were brown, her skin was brown, her hair was dark and curly and always tangled. She was a healer's apprentice, learning the old ways from Asha, who was very old now but still sharp, still kind. The dream came in the deepest part of the night. She was standing in a cavern, vast and dark, its walls covered in glowing symbols. The air was thick and warm, and beneath her feet she could feel the pulse of something vast and ancient, a heartbeat that was not her own. Before her stood a figure. It had been human once. She could see the shape of it, the arms, the legs, the torso, the head, but its proportions were wrong. Too long, too thin, too many joints. Its skin was green, not the soft green of the tree, but the sick green of the fever, the color of rot and ruin. Its eyes were black, depthless. "The door is cracking again," it said. Its voice was dry, rusted, like a door that hadn't been opened in centuries. "The child who holds it closed is weakening." "What child?" Lena asked. "The one who became the tree, the one who gave herself to the light. She has been down here for 40 years, holding the door closed with her will, her memory, her love. But she is tired, and the fever is patient." Lena felt cold creep down her spine. "What do you want me to do?" The warden tilted its head, a gesture that might have been human once. "Wake up," it said, "and tell the keepers what you have seen. The door must be reinforced, the child must be relieved, or the fever will escape and the world will burn again." Lena woke up screaming. Chapter 2. The Keepers. The keepers were the ones who remembered. They were the descendants of the original community, the ones who had come from the subway shelter, from the wasteland, from the lost places. They carried the fever in their blood, the green light in their eyes, the memories of the before in their bones. They tended the tree, guarded the valley, and kept the story of the world's end and beginning. The head keeper was a woman named Tess. She was old now, 65, maybe 70, her face lined with years and loss. The claw wound from the Screamer plains had left her arms stiff and scarred, but her mind was sharp, and her green eyes missed nothing. Lena stood before her in the Hall of Roots, a circular chamber at the base of the great tree, where the roots were thickest and the green light was brightest. "The warden spoke to you?" Tess asked. Her voice was calm, but Lena could see the tension in her shoulders. "In a dream. It said the door is cracking. It said the child who holds it closed is weakening." Tess was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "The child is Miri, the one who became the tree. She has been holding the door closed for 40 years, longer than anyone expected. The first ones built the tree to need a heart, but they didn't know how long that heart could last. What happens if she weakens too much? The door opens, the fever escapes, and we have to hope that the world is ready for it." "Is the world ready?" Tess looked at Lena. Her green eyes were tired. "No," she said, "but it will have to be." Chapter 3. The Descent. The council decided to send an expedition into the depths, not to open the door, that was unthinkable, but to reinforce it, to strengthen the tree's roots, to reach Miri, if she could still be reached, and give her what comfort they could. Lena volunteered. She was young, but she was small, which mattered in the narrow tunnels beneath the tree. And she had dreamed of the warden, which meant the fever recognized her, which meant she had a connection to the deep places that others lacked. Thies tried to talk her out of it. "You're 12 years old. You have your whole life ahead of you." "Cale was 12 when the bombs fell," Lena said. "He survived. He built this valley. He never stopped fighting." Cale was a grown man by the time he came to the valley. Cale was a boy who pretended to be a man because no one else would fight for him. Lena squared her shoulders. "I'm not pretending. I'm ready." Tess looked at her for a long time. Then she nodded. "Take 3 others," she said. "No more. The tunnels are narrow and the fever is strong down there. It will try to confuse you, tempt you, turn you around. Trust your light, trust each other, and if you see the door, I won't open it. See that you don't." Lena chose her companions carefully. There was Ren, a boy of 14 with green eyes and a quiet way of speaking. He was a grower. He tended the tree's lower branches, pruning and shaping and listening to the whispers in the bark. The tree trusted him, and Lena trusted the tree. There was Jorah, a woman of 30 who had been one of the lost ones. She had come to the valley with green eyes and empty memories, and Miri had healed her. Now she was a hunter, strong and swift, and she carried a knife made from the tooth of a screamer. And there was old Dent. Dent was the last of the original listeners. He was 90 years old, his body bent and frail, but his mind was as sharp as ever. He had spent 40 years reading the symbols on the walls of the crater, learning the language of the first ones, understanding the fever in ways that no one else could. "You need me," he said when Lena hesitated. "You need someone who can read the signs, someone who knows what the fever is saying. You're too old for this. I'm too old for a lot of things, but I'm not dead yet." They left at dawn when the green light was strongest. The entrance to the tunnels was at the base of the great tree, hidden behind a curtain of roots that had grown thick and twisted over the decades. Thiss pulled the roots aside, revealing a dark hole in the earth, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. "The tunnels go deep," she said, "deeper than anyone has gone in years. The fever is strong down there, stronger than you can imagine. Don't stay longer than you have to. Don't touch the door, and if you see the child—" She stopped, her voice cracked. "If you see Miri, tell her we remember. Tell her we're grateful. Tell her we're coming for her." Lena nodded. She took a deep breath, ducked through the curtain of roots, and descended into the darkness. Chapter 4. The Tunnels. The tunnels smelled of earth and light. That was the first thing Lena noticed. The light. It was everywhere, pulsing from the walls, the ceiling, the floor, green and soft and warm. It was not like the harsh light of the surface or the dim light of the old stories. It was the light of the fever, the light of the tree, the light of Miri's heart. "It's beautiful," Wren whispered. His green eyes were wide, reflecting the glow. "Beautiful and dangerous," Dent said. "The fever is strongest here. It will try to get inside your head, show you things you want to see, make you forget why you came. How do we fight it? We don't fight it. We acknowledge it. We thank it. And we keep walking." They walked for hours. The tunnels twisted and turned, branching in directions that made no sense. Dent read the symbols on the walls, murmuring to himself in a language that sounded like wind and water. "These are the first ones," he said, tracing a glowing symbol with his finger. "Their history, their hopes, their fears. They wrote everything down, knowing that someday someone would come to read it." "What does it say about the door?" Jorah asked. Dent was silent for a moment. Then he said, "It says the door was never meant to be permanent. The first ones knew that. They built the tree as a stopgap, a way to hold the fever back until the world was ready to receive it." Receive it? Or be consumed by it? The first ones didn't see a difference. They believed the fever was the next stage of life, not an ending, a beginning. That's what the warden said, that the fever wants to be free. The warden is the fever. It's been down here for centuries, absorbing the light, becoming part of the door. It doesn't know where it ends and the fever begins. Lena listened to this with a chill in her spine. The warden had spoken to her in the dream. It had seemed so real, so human, despite its terrible appearance. If the warden was the fever, then the fever had spoken to her, and the fever wanted the door to open. They stopped to rest in a small chamber where the roots of the tree pushed through the walls like grasping hands. Lena sat with her back against a root, her eyes closed, feeling the pulse of the green light. Lena. She opened her eyes. Wren was sitting across from her, his face pale. "Do you hear it?" he asked. "Hear what?" "The whispering. It's been following us for hours, just at the edge of hearing. I thought it was the fever at first, but it's not. It's words. Real words." Lena listened. At first she heard nothing but the pulse of the light, then beneath it, something else. A voice, faint and tired and terribly young. "Come closer, I'm so cold. Come closer and warm me." "It's her," Lena whispered. "It's Miri." "Come closer, please. I've been alone for so long." Lena stood up. Her heart was pounding. "We need to go faster." Chapter 5. The Heart. They found her at the end of the deepest tunnel. The chamber was vast, larger than any room Lena had ever seen. The walls were made of living roots, woven together into a lattice that pulsed with green light. At the center of the chamber, suspended in the air by strands of light, was a figure. She was small, smaller than Lena had expected, a child of 6 or 7 with dark hair and pale skin and eyes that were closed. Her body was translucent, filled with light, and her heart, where her heart should have been, was a brilliant star, pulsing in time with the roots. "Miri," Lena breathed. The child's eyes opened. They were green, so green, but soft, like leaves in spring. And they were old, older than any eyes Lena had ever seen. "You came," Miri said. Her voice was thin, fragile, like a thread about to break. "I dreamed you would come. The fever showed me. We're here to help you, to reinforce the door, to take my place." Miri smiled. It was a sad smile, the smile of someone who had been waiting for a very long time. That's what the keepers want. They want someone else to hold the door so I can rest. Is that possible? Yes. The first ones built the tree to accept any heart. It doesn't have to be mine. But the new heart has to be willing, truly willing, not forced, not tricked. The fever knows the difference. Lena stepped closer. The light from Miri's heart was warm on her face. I'll do it, she said. No. Ren grabbed her arm. You can't, you're 12 years old. Cale was 12 when the bombs fell. He survived. He built this valley. Cale didn't become a tree. No, but he would have, if it meant saving the people he loved. Lena pulled her arm free. Miri was 6 when she took the seed, 6 years old, younger than me, and she held the door for 40 years. I can hold it for 40 more, or 60, or 100, however long it takes. Ren looked at her. His green eyes were wet. I can't lose you, he said. You won't. I'll be here, in the tree, in the light, in the fever. I'll be everywhere the roots reach. She touched his face. You can visit me whenever you need to. He wanted to argue. She could see it in his eyes, the refusal, the fear, the love. But he knew, as she knew, that there was no other way. I'll come every day, he said. I'll be listening. She turned back to Miri. The child was watching her with those ancient, gentle eyes. Are you sure? Miri asked. I'm sure. Then come closer. Take my hand, and when the light flows from me to you, don't be afraid. It will hurt. But the pain will pass, and then you'll feel everything. The tree, the valley, the people, their hopes, their fears, their love. You'll carry them inside you, and they'll carry you. Lena reached out. Her hand trembled. Miri took it. The light exploded. Chapter 6, The Transfer. The pain was worse than Lena had imagined. It was not the pain of a wound or a burn or a broken bone. It was the pain of being unmade and remade, of having every cell in her body pulled apart and put back together in a different order. She felt the roots of the tree reaching into her, through her, becoming her. She felt the green light filling every hollow space, every shadow, every forgotten corner of her soul. And she felt Miri. The child's presence was like a hand holding hers in the dark, small and warm and impossibly strong. She could feel Miri's memories, her hopes, her fears. The subway shelter, the fever, the journey to the valley. Cale's face lined with love and worry. The moment the seed sank into her chest. It's okay, Miri's voice whispered. I'm here. I'll stay with you until the transfer is complete. It hurts. I know. It hurt for me too. But the pain will fade, and then you'll see what I see. What do you see? Everything. The roots of the tree stretch across the continent, not just the valley, but the mountains, the plains, the shores of the Dead Sea. I can feel the survivors living in the ruins, hiding in the tunnels, walking in the sun. I can feel their hunger, their fear, their hope. And I can feel the fever, the green light pulsing in their blood, waiting to be awakened. Awakened to what? To life, to growth, to connection. The fever isn't a curse, Lena. It's a gift. But it's a gift that has to be chosen. Forced on someone, it becomes a poison. Freely accepted, it becomes a transformation. Lena felt the truth of these words in her bones. The fever had been inside her since birth, passed down from her mother, who had been one of the lost ones. But she had never accepted it. She had tolerated it, ignored it, pushed it away. Now she opened herself to it. The light flooded in. When Lena opened her eyes, she was no longer in the chamber. She was everywhere. She could see the valley from above. The city of Mary's heart, the fields of golden grain, the children playing in the shadow of the tree. She could see Ren kneeling beside her physical body, his face wet with tears. She could see Jorah standing guard at the entrance to the chamber, her knife drawn. She could see old Dent, his hand pressed against the wall, reading the symbols one last time. And she could see Miri. The child was standing beside her, translucent and glowing, her feet floating just above the root-covered floor. She was smiling. "You're ready," Miri said. "I'm scared." "Good. Being scared means you understand what you're giving up." "What am I giving up?" Miri's smile softened. "Everything. Your body, your childhood, your chance to grow up, to fall in love, to have children of your own. The tree doesn't ask for those things, but it takes them anyway. It takes everything you are and turns it into something else." "Into what?" "Into a heart. A living heart that beats for the valley, for the people, for the fever. You won't be Lena anymore. Not completely. You'll be something new." Lena looked at her hands. They were glowing, green and gold and white. "Will I be alone?" "No." Mary reached out and took her hands. "I'll be with you, and Ren will come, and the others. The tree doesn't cut you off from the world. It connects you to it. You'll feel every touch, every word, every prayer. You'll never be alone again." Lena took a deep breath. "Then let's do it." Mary nodded. She stepped back, and the light around her began to fade, not dying but transferring, flowing from her body into Lena's, from her heart into Lena's heart. Mary's form grew dimmer, more transparent. Her smile never faded. "Tell Cale I'm coming," she whispered. And then she was gone. The light solidified around Lena, lifting her off the ground, suspending her in the center of the chamber. The roots wrapped around her, not constricting, but embracing. The green light pulsed in time with her heartbeat. She closed her eyes, and she became the tree. Chapter 7. The New Heart. Ren stayed with her for 3 days. He sat at the base of the roots, watching Lena's suspended body, listening to the soft pulse of the green light. He talked to her about the valley, about the harvest, about the children who had been born in the spring. He told her stories that his grandmother had told him, stories from the before, stories about the sun and the moon and the stars. Sometimes he thought he heard her answer, a whisper in the rustle of the roots, a warmth in the light. On the 4th day, old Dent touched his shoulder. "We have to go back," Dent said. "The others need to know what happened. The valley needs to know." "I can't leave her." "You're not leaving her. She's everywhere. She's in the tree, the grain, the water. She's in the green light that heals the sick and guides the lost. You'll never leave her, Ren. And she'll never leave you." Ren stood up. His legs were stiff, his eyes raw. "Will she ever wake up? Will she ever be Lena again?" Dent was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "The first ones believed that the heart of the tree could be transferred, that one person could take the place of another. But they never said what happened to the person who was replaced. Maybe Miri is gone. Maybe she's part of the tree now, the way Lena will be. Or maybe—" He looked at the suspended body glowing in the green light. "Maybe she's waiting, somewhere inside the light, waiting for the door to open so she can finally rest." "The door can't open." "No, not yet. But someday. The fever is patient." Ren looked at Lena one last time. Her face was peaceful, her eyes closed, her lips curved in a small smile. "I'll come back," he said. "Every day, I promise." The green light pulsed, and in the rustle of the roots, he heard a whisper, "I know." Chapter 8. The waiting, the years passed. The valley grew. The city spread across the mountains, its buildings climbing higher and higher, its people thriving. The green light was everywhere now, not just in the tree, but in the soil, the water, the air. Children were born with green flecks in their eyes. Animals grew larger, stronger, stranger. Plants that had been dormant for centuries burst from the ground, their flowers glowing faintly in the dark. The keepers tended the tree. They listened to the whispers in the roots, the songs in the branches, the dreams that came to those who slept in the tree's shadow. Lena spoke to them, not in words but in feelings. Warmth when they were cold, courage when they were afraid, love when they were lonely. Ren kept his promise. He came to the tree every day, sometimes alone, sometimes with others. He talked to Lena about everything and nothing. He told her about the harvest, the weather, the new children. He told her about his hopes, his fears, his dreams. And sometimes, late at night, when the green light was brightest, he would press his forehead against the bark and whisper, "I love you," and the tree would whisper back. 20 years after Lena became the heart, the first cracks appeared in the door. Not the physical door, the one beneath the valley, the one the warden guarded. A different door, a door in the world itself. The fever began to spread faster. People who had never carried the green light woke up with it in their eyes. Animals that had never glowed began to shine in the dark. Plants that had never grown before burst from the soil, their leaves pulsing with light. The keepers were divided. Some saw it as a blessing, the fever transforming the world, making it new. Others saw it as a curse, the door failing, the fever escaping, the end of everything they had built. Thess was long dead. Her daughter, Ilara, was headkeeper now. She called a council. "The door is cracking," Ilara said. "The warden has been sending dreams to our dreamers. It says the fever can no longer be contained. It says the time has come to choose." "Choose what?" asked a voice from the crowd. "Choose whether to open the door ourselves or wait for it to break open on its own." Silence fell over the council. The green light pulsed. "And if we open it?" Ren asked. He was old now, 34, with gray in his hair and lines on his face. He had spent half his life waiting. "Then we control the release," Ilara said. "We decide when and how the fever spreads. We might be able to guide it, shape it, use it to heal instead of consume. And if we wait, then the door breaks on its own. The fever floods out all at once, and we have no control over what happens next." Ren looked at the tree, at the green light pulsing in its trunk, at the face that was almost visible in the bark, Lena's face, young and beautiful and sad. "What does the heart say?" he asked. Ilara closed her eyes. She pressed her hand against the tree. After a long moment, she opened them. "The heart says to open the door," she said. "The heart says the fever has been waiting long enough. The heart says the world is ready." Ren nodded. He had known this day would come. He had been preparing for it for 20 years. "Then we open it," he said. "But not alone. We go down together. All of us. The keepers, the dreamers, the carriers. We go down to the door, and we open it together. And if the fever consumes us..." Ren looked at the tree, at the light, at the memory of a 12-year-old girl who had given everything to hold the door closed. "Then we become part of something larger," he said, "just like she did." Chapter 9. The Descent of the Many. They went down in the spring when the green light was strongest. 100 people, keepers and dreamers and carriers and lost ones who had found their way home. They carried torches and knives and the old symbols painted on scraps of cloth. They sang songs that the first ones had sung, songs that had been passed down through generations, songs about the door and the fever and the light. Ren led them. He was old now, but his green eyes were bright and his voice was steady. He had waited 20 years for this moment. He would not falter now. The tunnels were wider than they had been. The roots of the tree had grown, pushing through the stone, creating passages that were almost like roads. The green light was everywhere, pulsing in time with their heartbeats. They walked for a day, then another, then a third. On the fourth day they reached the chamber. The door was vast, taller than any building in the valley, wider than any field. It was made of the same black metal as the key, covered in symbols that glowed with green light, and at its center, pressed against the metal, was a figure, the warden. It had changed in the years since Lena had seen it. Its body was thinner, more translucent, the green light shining through its skin like sunlight through leaves. Its black eyes were faded, almost gray. "You came," it said. Its voice was dry, rusted, but there was something new in it, something like hope. "We came," Ren said, "to open the door. The door has been waiting, the fever has been waiting, the world has been waiting." The warden stepped aside. Behind it, the symbols on the door began to shift, rearranging themselves into patterns that hurt to look at. "The key is no longer needed. The door knows you're here. It knows why you've come. And what will happen when we open it?" The warden's faded eyes met Ren's bright ones. "The fever will spread. It will flow through the roots, through the valley, through the world. It will change everything. Some will embrace it, some will fight it, some will be consumed, but the door will be open and the waiting will be over." "And Miri and Lena, what will happen to them?" The warden was silent for a moment. Then it said, "They will be free. They have held the door for so long. They have given so much. When the door opens, their hearts will finally be able to rest." Ren nodded. He stepped forward and placed his hands on the door. The symbols blazed. "Everyone," he said, "place your hands on the door, together." 100 hands touched the black metal. 100 hearts beat in time with the green light. 100 voices spoke the old words, the forgotten words, the words of the first ones. "Open, open, open," the door began to crack. Chapter 10. The opening light poured through the cracks. Not green light, not the sick light of the fever. A different light, golden and warm and beautiful. The light of the sun filtered through the leaves of the tree, the light of hope finally realized. The door crumbled, not with a crash, but with a sigh, the sound of something old and tired finally letting go. And behind the door there was no monster, no consuming darkness, no hungry fever. There was a field, green grass, blue sky, a yellow sun. And sitting under a tree, a small tree, a young tree, were 2 figures. One was a child of 6, with dark hair and green eyes, and a smile that lit up the world. The other was a girl of 12, with brown skin and tangled curls, and eyes that were brown and green and gold. Miri and Lena. They stood up as the light washed over them. They walked through the ruins of the door, through the crowd of stunned and weeping people, and they embraced. "We waited for you," Miri said. "We knew you would come," Lena said. Ren fell to his knees. Lena walked to him and touched his face. Her hands were warm, so warm. "I kept my promise," he said. "I came every day." "I know," she said. "I heard every word." He wept. She held him. Behind them, the green light flowed out of the door, through the tunnels, through the roots, through the tree. It spread across the valley, across the mountains, across the continent. It touched every survivor, every lost one, every creature hiding in the dark. And where it touched, things grew. Not just plants, hope, kindness, connection. The fever had been transformed by the tree, by the hearts, by the long waiting. It was no longer a curse. It was no longer a gift. It was simply part of the world, as natural as sunlight or rain. The door was open, and the world would never be the same. Epilogue, the New Beginning. The valley became a pilgrimage site. People came from across the continent, from the ruins of the old cities, from the shelters deep underground, from the mountains and the plains and the shores of the Dead Sea. They came to see the door, to feel the light, to touch the tree that had held the fever back for so long. Miri and Lena stayed in the valley. They were not hearts of the tree anymore. The tree no longer needed a heart. But they were something else. Guides, teachers, friends. Ren grew old beside them. He never married, never had children. But he was never alone. He had Lena and Miri, and the community that had been built through decades of struggle and hope. The world healed slowly. There were still dangers, screamers in the deep places, radiation in the old burn zones, sickness and hunger and fear. But there was also the green light, gentle and kind, helping the lost find their way home. And there was the door standing open, a reminder of what had been sacrificed and what had been gained. On the last day of his life, Ren sat at the base of the tree and watched the sun set. Lena sat beside him, her hand in his. Miri sat on his other side, her head on his shoulder. "Are you scared?" Lena asked. "No," Ren said. "I've been waiting for this for a long time." "Waiting for what?" He looked at the sky, the orange and pink and gold, the first stars appearing in the east. "For the end," he said, "and the beginning." He closed his eyes. The green light pulsed, the trees' leaves rustled, and in the whisper of the wind he heard their voices, Lena's, Miri's, Kale's, all the ones who had come before. "Welcome home." Final afterword. The world did not end with a bang, or a whimper, or a single moment of destruction. It ended in 1,000 small ways, a cough in the dark, a child who never saw the sun, a seed that waited centuries to grow. But endings are also beginnings. The fever spread, the door opened, the tree grew, and the people of the new world, the children of the bombs, the carriers of the light, the survivors of the long dim, learned to live with what had been given to them, not in fear, not in desperation, but in hope. The green light is still there, in the soil, the water, the air, in the eyes of children born under the pale sun, in the dreams of those who remember the before and those who are building the after. The door is open, and the world is waiting. Book 5, The Open Door. Prologue, The Seed and the Storm. 100 years after the bombs fell, the world was green again. Not everywhere. The old burn zones were still glass, still glowing faintly at night. The dead seas were still dead, their shores littered with the bones of ships and cities. The screamers still hunted in the deep places, and the radiation still lingered in the soil of places where the bombs had fallen thickest. But the valley and the lands around it had healed. The great tree had grown beyond measure. Its roots stretched across the continent, reaching as far as the old coastlines, the old mountain ranges, the old places where the first cities had stood. Its branches formed a canopy that sheltered millions, and from its trunk flowed a river of green light, gentle now, kind, the fever transformed into something that nurtured rather than consumed. Miri's heart was no longer a city. It was a nation of growers and healers and dreamers, of people who carried the green light in their blood and used it to mend what had been broken. But the door was open, and through it something had come. Not the fever, not the warden, something else, something that had been waiting on the other side, patient and hungry, for 100 years. The first storm came on a summer afternoon, without warning. The sky was blue. The sun was warm. Children were playing in the fields, their laughter carried on the wind. Then the sky turned black, not the black of the dim, the old darkness that had covered the world for so long, A different black, a hungry black, a black that swallowed light. The green light flickered, the tree's leaves shuddered, and from the open door, deep beneath the valley, something rose. Chapter 1. The Shadow Seerah was 16 years old when the shadow came. She was a keeper, one of the young ones, still learning the old ways, still finding her place in the world. Her eyes were green, bright with the fever, and her hands were steady. She had healed wounds, calmed screamers, helped lost ones find their way home. But she had never faced anything like the shadow. It rose from the open door like smoke from a fire, thick and black and hungry. It spread through the tunnels, through the roots, through the soil, until it reached the surface. Then it spread across the valley, across the fields, across the city of Miri's heart. Where it touched, the green light died, plants withered, water turned black. People collapsed, their eyes going dark, the fever draining from their bodies like blood from a wound. "The door," Sarah whispered, staring at the black tide sweeping toward the great tree. Something came through. "Something that should have stayed on the other side," said an old woman beside her. Her name was Elara, headkeeper, daughter of Thes, keeper of the stories. Her green eyes were dim with age, but sharp with fear. The first ones didn't just lock the fever behind the door. They locked something else, something the fever was holding back. "What?" Elara looked at Sarah. Her face was pale. The opposite of the fever, the hunger, the emptiness, the thing that consumes light instead of growing it. The black tide reached the base of the great tree. The tree screamed. Not a sound, a feeling, a wave of pain that washed through every carrier of the green light, every keeper, every dreamer. Sarah fell to her knees, clutching her chest. The green light inside her flickered, dimmed, almost went out. "Hold on," Elara gasped. "Hold on to the light. Don't let it take you." Sarah closed her eyes. She reached deep inside herself, to the place where the fever lived, the green light that had been passed down from mother to daughter, from survivor to survivor, for 100 years. She held on. Around her, others fell. Their lights flickered and died. Their bodies went still. The shadow consumed them, drained them, left them empty. But Sarah held on, and when she opened her eyes, she saw something that made her blood run cold. The tree was changing. Its green light was fading, replaced by black. Its leaves were wilting. Its branches were curling inward and as if trying to protect itself from the shadow. And at the base of the tree, where the roots emerged from the earth, a figure was taking shape. It was tall, taller than any person. Its body was made of shadow and hunger and the absence of light. Its eyes were white, not green, not brown, but white, like the heart of a star gone cold. "The first ones called it the hunger," Elara whispered. "The thing that existed before the fever. The thing the fever was created to contain." "How do we fight it?" Elara was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "We don't. We can't. The fever is the only thing that can hold it back, and the fever is losing. Then we need more fever. There is no more. The tree was the source. The tree is dying." Sarah looked at the black tide sweeping across the valley, at the people collapsing, their lights dying, the tree, its green fading to gray. "No," she said, "there's another source." She looked at her own hands, at the green light pulsing beneath her skin. "Me." Chapter 2. The Choice. Elara tried to stop her. "You're 16 years old. You have your whole life ahead of you." Kale was 12 when the bombs fell. Miri was 6 when she took the seed. Lena was 12 when she became the heart. Sarah pulled her hands away. "I'm not special, Elara. I'm just the one who's here. Being the one who's here doesn't mean you have to sacrifice yourself." The hunger is killing the tree. If the tree dies, the fever dies. If the fever dies, the hunger spreads. It will consume everything, the valley, the continent, the world. There won't be anything left for anyone to sacrifice. Alara's eyes filled with tears. There has to be another way. There isn't. The first ones built the door. Miri held it closed. Lena held it closed. Now the door is open and something came through. Someone has to push it back. How? Sarah looked at the tree, at the black tide rising around its roots, at the figure of shadow and hunger taking shape at its base. I don't know yet, but I'll find out. She walked toward the tree. Hissate. The black tide rose to meet her. She felt it pulling at her light, trying to drain her, trying to consume her. But she held on. She had been holding on since she was a child, since the fever first bloomed in her blood, since she first learned to hear the whispers of the tree. She reached the base of the great tree and placed her hands on its trunk. The bark was cold, colder than it should have been. The green light was faint, flickering on the edge of death. Miri, she called. Lena. Anyone. Help me. For a moment, nothing. Then a voice, faint and tired and terribly old. Sarah, you came. I came. What do I do? The hunger cannot be fought with strength. It cannot be killed with light. It can only be fed. Fed what? What it wants. What it has always wanted. The thing the first ones denied it. What thing? The voice was silent for a long moment. Then, life. Not the fever, not the light. Life itself. The hunger is not evil, Sarah. It is lonely. It has been alone on the other side of the door for eternity, watching the world live and grow and love, unable to participate. It doesn't want to consume the world. It wants to join it. Then let it join. It cannot join. It can only take. That is its nature. The first ones understood that. That is why they built the door, not to punish the hunger, to protect it from itself. Sarah looked at the figure of shadow and hunger. Its white eyes were watching her, waiting. Then what do? We give it what it needs. Not the whole world, just a piece, just enough to satisfy. And then we close the door again. Close the door? But we opened it to free the fever. The fever is free. It is part of the world now. It does not need the door. But the hunger does. The hunger must be contained, or it will consume everything, including itself. Sarah took a deep breath. How do I give it what it needs? You offer yourself, not your light, not your fever. Yourself, your memories, your hopes, your fears, your love. The hunger doesn't want to consume you. It wants to know you, to understand you, to become you. And if I do that, then you will be gone. Not dead. The hunger does not kill, but changed. You will become part of it, and it will become part of you. You will be the door, not a door of metal and stone, a door of flesh and light and memory. You will hold the hunger back for as long as you exist. How long is that? As long as the tree stands, as long as the fever flows, as long as the world remembers your name. Sarah looked back at the valley, at the people gathered at the edge of the black tide, watching her, at Ilara weeping, at the children, their faces pale with fear. She thought of Kale, who had survived the bombs and built a new world. She thought of Miri, who had given her childhood to hold the door closed. She thought of Lena, who had given her adolescence to do the same. She thought of all the ones who had come before, who had sacrificed and struggled and loved. She was not special, but she was here. I'll do it, she said. The tree's light pulsed, once, twice, a heartbeat. Then go to the door. The hunger will meet you there. Sarah turned away from the tree and walked toward the open door. The black tide parted before her, as if afraid to touch her. The figure of shadow and hunger watched her approach, its white eyes unblinking. You're young, it said. Its voice was not a voice, it was the absence of sound, the silence between heartbeats, younger than the others who came. "I'm old enough," Sira said, "old enough to know what you're giving up. Old enough to know that some things are more important than one life." The hunger tilted its head, a gesture that might have been curiosity or confusion or something else entirely. "The first ones feared me. Miri pitied me. Lena accepted me. What do you feel, Sarah?" She looked at the hunger, at its empty eyes, its hungry form, its endless loneliness. "I feel sorry for you," she said. "You've been alone for so long, watching, waiting, wanting. The first ones didn't build the door to punish you. They built it because they didn't know what else to do. They were afraid of you, but I'm not afraid. You should be." "Maybe, but I'm not." She reached out her hand. The hunger reached out its own, a hand of shadow and emptiness, colder than the deepest winter. Their fingers touched. The world exploded into light. Chapter 3. The Merging. Sarah felt herself being pulled apart, not painfully, not like the transfer of the tree's heart. Gently, almost tenderly, as if the hunger was afraid of breaking her. It reached into her memories, her hopes, her fears, and it tasted each one with a hunger that was not cruel but desperate. "You loved your mother," it said. "She died when you were young. The fever took her. Yes. You mourned her. You still mourn her. Yes. I have never mourned. I have never loved. I have never known anything but hunger. Then learn. Teach me." Sarah showed it everything, the warmth of the sun on her face, the taste of grain porridge in the morning, the sound of children laughing in the fields, the feeling of holding someone's hand in the dark. The hunger absorbed it all, not consuming, learning, growing, changing. "I understand now," it said. "Why the first stones feared me, why Miri pitied me, why Lena accepted me. Why? Because I am not meant to be alone. I am meant to be part of something larger. The fever, the tree, the world. The first ones tried to lock me away because they didn't know how to include me. But you are including me. Yes. What happens now? Now you let go. You stop being the hunger and start being something else. What's something else? Whatever you want to be." The hunger was silent for a long moment, then slowly it began to change. The shadow receded. The black tide retreated. The figure at the base of the tree, tall and terrible and empty, began to shrink, to soften, to become something new. When the light faded, Sarah was standing alone at the base of the tree, and in her arms, small and warm and impossibly fragile, was a child. A newborn. Its skin was dark, its eyes were white, not empty, but new, unformed, waiting to see the world for the first time. "You gave it a body," Alara whispered, approaching slowly. "You gave the hunger a chance to be born." "It's not the hunger anymore," Sarah said. "It's just a child who needs to be loved. What will you name it?" Sarah looked at the child's white eyes, already beginning to fade to gray, to blue, to brown. "Hope," she said. "I'll name it Hope." Chapter 4. The Closing. The door did not close. It couldn't. The door was not a physical thing. It was a wound in the world, a place where the fever and the hunger had met and mingled and merged. Closing it would mean undoing everything that had been achieved. But the door no longer needed to be closed. The hunger was gone. In its place was a child who would grow and learn and love, who would carry the memory of what it had been and the hope of what it could become. The fever spread, the tree healed, the valley grew green again, and the door stood open, a reminder of what had been sacrificed and what had been gained. Sarah raised hope as her own. The child grew quickly, faster than a normal child, as if it was eager to experience everything the world had to offer. Its eyes settled into a deep, warm brown, and its skin glowed faintly with green light. It laughed easily, loved fiercely, and never feared the dark. "It remembers," Elara said, watching Hope play in the fields. "Not with words, with feelings. It knows what it was, and it knows what it is now. That's why it's so happy. Will it ever go back to being the hunger? No, the hunger was alone. Hope is not alone. It has you. It has the community. It has the tree. It will never need to hunger again." Sarah watched Hope run through the golden grain, its arms outstretched, its laughter carried on the wind. "Good," she said. "That's all I wanted." Chapter 5. 100 Years. On the 100th anniversary of the planting of the seed, the valley held a festival. People came from across the continent, from the ruins of the old cities, from the shelters deep underground, from the mountains and the plains and the shores of the Dead Sea. They came to celebrate the tree, the fever, the door, the hunger that had become hope. They told stories. Kale's story of survival in the darkness. Miri's story of sacrifice and love. Lena's story of waiting and hope. Sarah's story of facing the unknown and choosing compassion over fear. And they told the story of the world itself, how it had ended, how it had begun again, how it was still becoming. Sarah stood at the base of the great tree, Hope beside her, and watched the sun set over the valley. "What happens now?" Hope asked. It was 12 years old now, tall and bright and full of questions. "Now we keep going," Sarah said. "We tend the tree, we heal the sick, we welcome the lost, we build a world that's worthy of everything that came before. And after we're gone." Sarah looked at the children playing in the fields, at the green light pulsing in their eyes, at the tree, its branches reaching toward the sky. "Someone else will take our place. The world doesn't end, Hope. It just changes. And we change with it." Hope nodded, satisfied. It leaned against Sarah's shoulder and watched the stars appear, one by one, in the darkening sky. "The stars are beautiful," Hope said. "Yes," Sarah said, "they are. Were they beautiful before the bombs? I don't know, I wasn't there. But I think so. I think they've always been beautiful. We just forgot to look up." They sat in silence, watching the stars, feeling the green light pulse beneath their feet. The door was open. The hunger was gone. The fever was free. And the world, the broken, burned, beautiful world, was still turning. Epilogue. The Last Dream. That night, Sarah dreamed. She was standing in a field, green grass, blue sky, a yellow sun. Before her was a tree, not the great tree, but a smaller tree, a younger tree, its leaves rustling in a wind she couldn't feel. Beneath the tree sat 3 figures. One was a child of 6, with dark hair and green eyes, Miri. One was a girl of 12, with brown skin and tangled curls, Lena. One was a man, older than the others, his face lined with years and loss, but his eyes bright with love, Kale. "You came," Miri said. "You called," Sarah said. "We wanted to thank you for what you did, for taking our place when we couldn't." Lena stood up and walked to Sarah, taking her hands. "We held the door for as long as we could, but you opened it. You let the hunger become hope. You did what we couldn't. I was just the one who was there. That's all any of us can be." Kale stood up slowly, his joints cracking. He walked to Sarah and placed his hand on her shoulder. "I was just a scavenger, just a man trying to keep a child alive, but that was enough. Being there, showing up, choosing love over fear. What happens now?" Sarah asked. "To you, to us, to the world?" Mary smiled. It was a bright smile, full of light. Now we rest, and you keep going. The world is in good hands, Sarah. Your hands, Hope's hands, the hands of everyone who carries the green light. And the door, the hunger, the fever? The door is open, the hunger is gone, the fever is free, there's nothing left to fear. Only things to learn, only love to give, only life to live. Sarah felt tears on her cheeks. I'll miss you, she said. We're not gone, Lena said. We're in the tree, in the light, in the green that grows in your heart. Whenever you need us, we'll be here. Just come to the tree, Cale said. We'll be listening. The dream began to fade. The colors bled together. The figures beneath the tree grew dim. Sarah reached out, but her hands passed through them like smoke. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you for everything. And in the fading light she heard their voices, soft and warm and full of love. Good night, Sarah. Sleep well. Tomorrow the world will be waiting. Sarah woke with the sun on her face. She lay in her bed for a moment, listening to the sounds of the valley, the birds singing, the children laughing, the green light pulsing beneath the soil. Hope was already awake, sitting on the porch of their cabin, watching the sunrise. Did you dream? Hope asked. Yes, Sarah said. I dreamed of the ones who came before. What did they say? Sarah joined Hope on the porch. The sun was climbing over the mountains, painting the valley in shades of gold and green. They said the world is in good hands, she said. Our hands. Hope looked at its own hands, brown and small and glowing faintly with green light. Are they right? Sarah put her arm around Hope's shoulders. I think so, she said. I really think so. They sat together, watching the sun rise, feeling the green light pulse beneath their feet. The door was open, the hunger was gone, the fever was free, and the world, the broken, burned, beautiful world, was still learning how to live. The end of the Black Year. Final words. This story began in darkness, a subway shelter, a child with a mask, a world without sun. It ends in light, a valley, a tree, a child with green eyes, watching the sunrise. Between the beginning and the end, there were struggles and sacrifices, losses and loves, deaths and rebirths. There was Cale, who carried a child through the wasteland. There was Miri, who became the heart of the tree. There was Lena, who held the door closed. There was Sarah, who opened it. And there was Hope. Not just the child, though the child was named well, but the feeling, the thing that kept people going when all seemed lost, the thing that whispered, tomorrow will be better, tomorrow the sun will rise. The world did not end with a bang or a whimper or a single moment of destruction. It ended in 1,000 small ways, a cough in the dark, a child who never saw the sun, a seed that waited centuries to grow. But endings are also beginnings. The green light is still there, in the soil, the water, the air, in the eyes of children born under the pale sun, in the dreams of those who remember the before and those who are building the after. The door is open, the fever is free, the world is waiting. Thank you for reading. May you find your own valley. May you carry your own light. May you never stop hoping. Good night. Good morning. Welcome home. The end.